All right, good morning, everybody. All right, that was okay. All right, good morning, everybody. There we go. Excellent. All right, welcome, everybody, to IDCon5. Can you believe that we're here? IDCon5. Let's go ahead and give a round to everyone for showing up today so bright and early to address illegal dumping. Excellent. So as we get going today, I'm very excited to welcome everybody here in person, to welcome everybody who is online joining us. We have a lot of people coming. This is a big issue throughout the state, and we appreciate everyone who's come here and helped make this happen today. As we get started, though, I want to just start off by maybe a raise of hands. So if this is your first illegal dumping conference, go ahead and raise your hand. All right, we got a lot of new people here today. Welcome, everybody. If you've been to one illegal dumping conference before, one or more. Okay, two or more. Three or more. Four or more. Who's been to all five? There we go. Let's give a round of applause to everybody. All right. I'd also like to recognize that this type of event would not be possible without broad partnerships. We've talked about partnerships in the past, and so I want to take a moment first off to recognize some of our public sector partners. So many of you today are elected officials. If you're an elected official, if you could stand up today. All right, a round of applause for our elected officials who came here today to help us out. Excellent. I'd also like to thank all of our sponsors, and we'll get into that in just a moment. Now, let me see if I can get these slides going. All right. So first off, I want to thank our title sponsor, Waste Management. We would not be here today without Waste Management being able to facilitate us being here in the room, bringing us all together. They've been our title sponsor for several years running. So if I could get a round of applause for Waste Management, please. Thank you so much. As we situate ourselves in the space, I want to just kind of give you a little map of what this is going to look like. So right now we're in the main conference room. This is where the main conference is going to take place. But the conference is being broadcast to two other spaces on this floor as well. So there's the conference overflow room. It's just across the hall. We also have Spanish translation going on in there. So if you would like to read in Spanish, there's Spanish subtitles that are happening in that room. If you need to take a call, do some work, take some emails, that's an excellent place. We've got some tables and stuff in there. Let's see, we have our exhibitors hall that's right outside. And so when we're on break, when we're at lunch, when we're arriving, check out some of the exhibitors that we have out there. And then for the restrooms, it is a maze, and I apologize that it is a maze. But basically when you exit here, you'll go to your left and just keep going left until you get into the back. So you can see here, it's kind of around the corner. There should be signs. And then the last thing I want to do, just while we have everyone here, is I want to welcome Claudio up. Claudio is our facilities manager today. He's going to let us know what we do in case of an emergency.
All right, guys. How's everybody doing? Hey. All right. I want you guys to have. I'm pretty loud. I don't need this. I want you guys to have a very safe time here for the next 2 days. So in case we do have a very sophisticated fire alarm system. So there are times when this fire alarm is going to go off. What do we do when it goes off? So what we're going to do, I'm going to be very short and sweet. There's two staircases on both sides of the building. You'll see the exit signs that's going to prompt you to which way to go. There's one on the right side of the building and one on the left side of the building. And you'll make your way outside, and we are going to meet at the Oakland Museum. Does anybody not know where the Oakland Museum is? Okay, so we're on 12th Street, and our cross street is Oak Street, just this side of the building. And so we want to be away from our building in case there is an emergency. And so the Oakland Museum is on Oak Street, just about 1 block down to the right. And you can't miss it. There's some staircases. We're going to meet over there. There's a lot of us. So please do not just leave. The staff here has been notified to kind of take roll and to have some sort of a list to kind of check off and make sure everybody got out of the building okay. And once there's a determination about the firefighters that everything is okay, then we're going to come back in and continue the conference. But if not, that's where Aaron's going to either let you go or make a decision at that point. Okay? And finally, for the people that cannot take the stairs, on this side of the building, right before the stairs, there's a little indention in the hallway. It's called an area of refuge. So for anyone that is unable to take the stairs, please go there. My staff will meet you there, we'll stay with you, and we'll make a determination whether or not we need to evacuate you or the firefighters to come and help you, right? And one last thing, what do we never use in the case of an emergency, you guys? Elevator. Do not go to the elevators for no reason. Please use the stairs, okay, to exit the building. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Claudio. All right, so just a reminder, so I do have a mic, but
there are also microphones in the room. And so
this mic just blasts into the room, but the point of this is that the microphones in the room are very sensitive. And so they will pick up if you're having a conversation in the back or something like that. Maybe you think you're just whispering to yourself. Everyone online can hear you. So I'm just going to make sure that everybody knows that today, okay? So if you want to have those conversations, that's what the other rooms are for, and they are there, and please make sure that you're using them. So we have all of our conference materials available online. And so if you want to take out your phones, you can use this QR code right now. It's all around the space. You'll see these QR codes. They should be kind of everywhere. This is going to take you to the IDCon5 website. It's going to have the schedule for today. So if you want to know what presentations are coming up, when they're coming up, who's going to be speaking, all of that information is available there. If you want to get some biographies or learn more about our presenters, that's going to be on there. If you want to learn about our sponsors, everything's going to be on there. We have frequently asked questions. This is available both in person and online. So if you're online, you can scan this right now on your computer screen, and it will take you right to our conference website. And we do that because we're trying to minimize the waste. In the past, we'd had physical packets that we'd given out, but in order to try and reduce waste, we're making sure that we're doing that digital. Let's see. So if a couple of other housekeeping items. So we do have translation available. As I mentioned, in person in the Oakland room, just across the hallway, we have Spanish translation. Subtitles will be going on live for those who are in person. If you are online, you can change the subtitles and the language on your Teams application. And so you can select any number of languages and it will automatically translate into those languages. So we do have language access available. How to ask questions. So we're going to have a lot of really exciting presentations today, and I'm sure you are all going to have a lot of questions about them. So if you're in person, all you need to do, raise your hand during the Q&A, and we'll call on you. If you're online, we have a Q&A feature in the Teams application, so you can just put your questions in there, and we'll be able to ask them live to the presenters during that Q&A section. A lot of people want to know what happens after the conference. How can I get a recording of the presentation? Or there was a really interesting question that I wanted to see. We are recording the conference, so everything that is happening in this room, including your little side conversations in the back, is all recorded and put on the internet for posterity. And we will be making those available online in after the conference as well. So all of the conferences, all 4 previous conferences as well as this one, are available online in our post-conference websites. We try to make those evergreen resources, and we'll actually talk a little bit about the impact that some of those have had later today. And if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, you can direct them to me either today in person or via email. It's just aaron.armstrong@acgov.org, or you can call our office at 510-272-6694. We also have social media going on today. So if you want to tag or use the hashtag IDCon5 on Instagram, Facebook, we're still on Twitter. We haven't moved over to X, but we are on all of them, and so and we will be on there today with that hashtags, live blogging all of the events that are happening today. So feel free to join those conversations online, and we hope to see you there. Once again, can I just get a round of applause for Waste Management for bringing us all in today? Thank you so much for being our title sponsor. Also, the City of Fremont, our gold sponsor. Round of applause for Fremont. Thank you so much. Several years. How many years are we working at with Fremont now? Is this our third year as the gold sponsor? Very cool. We love that. Our silver sponsors, we have Stop Waste and East Bay Mud. If we could get a round of applause for our silver sponsors bringing us together today, as well as our bronze sponsors. We have the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Council, which I hope you are all a part of. We have Street Vision AI and the Mattress Recycling Council. And round of applause for all of our partners who help make this possible today. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for them. And so I want to introduce the theme of this year's conference. The theme of this year's conference is systemic solutions to ending illegal dumping. So we've had many themes in the past, but this year we're talking about systemic solutions. And the reason that we're talking about systemic solutions is because in October, the Alameda County Task Force on Illegal Dumping released the Illegal Dumping Solutions Report. This was a comprehensive report that was done based on a survey of over 300 unique illegal dumping experts throughout the state of California. And so we had a lot of really amazing findings. We had 3 key findings that we lifted up in the report. But one of the main findings of this was that we have to have systemic solutions. We have to have systemic solutions. We can't just keep picking up the garbage. That's not gonna end it. What we have to do is really address the root causes and the reasons that illegal dumping is happening in our community. So we need those comprehensive systemic solutions, and that's what we're going to be talking about this conference. Now, you can download that report right now if you want. That QR code will take you right to that online report, that white paper, and we'll be talking about that throughout the conference because that is where we have the theme of this year's conference. Now, some of the other things that we've talked about in the past at the Illegal Dumping Conference, a variety of best practices. The first conference was actually themed around the 3 E's: education, eradication, enforcement. It's that comprehensive strategy that Supervisor Nate Miley and the ACID pilot developed in 2018, 2019, and we themed that first conference around that. Another conference was themed around cross-sector partnerships because we recognize that the government cannot do this alone, the private sector cannot do this alone, community groups cannot do this alone, but if we all come together and partner, we can make a big difference. And we also want to recognize that, you know, it doesn't matter if you're in an urban community or a suburban community or a rural community, illegal dumping shows up in all of these spaces. It may show up differently, it may look different, but it's there. And one of the things that we found in the Illegal Dumping Solutions Report was that you have to tailor the solutions that you're bringing to the environment that you're intervening in. And so those are some of the best practices, and we'll be learning more about those today. So I'm going to talk briefly about our conference schedule. Again, you can download you can go to the conference website, and it will get you everything that you need. But in the morning, we're going to start off with our welcome and housekeeping, which is what we're doing now. We'll have our title sponsor remarks in just a moment, and then we'll have some opening messages from our friend, Ken Houston. After that, we're going to have an illegal dumping IDCon success report, and we'll talk about some of the impacts that this conference has had over the years. Following that, around 10:50, we'll have Sherlock Surveillance talking about illegal dumping enforcement using cameras. And at 11:30, we'll have a very interesting presentation about the shopping cart gravity well escaping the event horizon. Very exciting one. I'm looking forward to that. We will have lunch around 12 o'clock. Lunch is going to be in that lunchroom right across the way, and we'll give instructions when we get there. And after lunch at 12:30, we will have a very important legislative update because we understand that illegal dumping knows no bounds. Cities can deal with it, counties can deal with it, but we really need our partners at the state because we need those statewide solutions. So we'll have a legislative update this afternoon at 12:30. In the afternoon after that, we've got a packed afternoon. We'll talk about cleanup to enforcement, how San Diego is tackling the illegal dumping crisis. That starts at 1:20. At 2 o'clock, we'll have a very brief break. People can get up, stretch their legs, things like that. And then we'll talk about the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Council developing local cooperative efforts and some of their efforts there. Cal Recycle will address the conference at 2:40 about their waste disposal and co-disposal site cleanup program. We have a very exciting presentation for the Oakland cameras, Oakland illegal dumping cameras that are going to be here at 3:10. And later in the afternoon, we'll have a panel about the Clean California Community Designation. And so we'll have different Clean California communities up talking about that process and what that took and why that's so important. And then we'll close out today with a presentation at 4:20 about scaling illegal dumping solutions using AI, data, and partnerships. And after that, we'll have some closing remarks. And then all of the people who are online, we will bid you farewell. And everyone who's in person, we actually get to go to our next favorite event, which is going to be our networking and reception event, which will be this evening, hosted at Lake Chalet. There's a map of how to get there. We'll put this back up at the end of the day. We're very excited, though. It's between 6 and 9. We'll have the dock available. We'll have a fire pit out there. It's going to be a beautiful evening, perfect weather, and we're going to have a really wonderful night. We'll have buffet dinner there. And we'll also have a panel on community-led strategies for systemic change. So we're really looking forward to talking about those community-led efforts at the reception event. Now, I'd like to turn our attention to the person who brought us here today, who brought us all together, my mentor and boss, Alameda County Supervisor Nate Miley. I'd like to welcome him up to the front of the stage to deliver some opening remarks. Supervisor Miley.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm really pleased that Aaron asked the question about how many folks have been here before. And I saw a lot of hands go up that there are a number of first-time participants. So welcome. You know, we put on these conferences annually, not because we like doing conferences. I mean, it takes a lot of work on the part of my staff and others working to pull this together. We do it because it's important for all of us. You know, if we don't address illegal dumping, as you know, one of my good friends, Councilmember Kenny Houston, often says it's a crime against our communities. And so we need to address it. And it doesn't have to occur, illegal dumping, but it does. And, you know, we can kind of distinguish between illegal dumping and trash because there is a distinction. But the point is, it doesn't have to occur. And if we can get to a place where it doesn't occur, maybe some of you will be out of jobs. I fortunately won't be out of a job because there's always issues that need to be addressed in our society. And, you know, I'm not naive enough to think we'll ever put folks out of a job because human beings don't do the right thing. And that's one reason why we have the 3 E's: eradication, enforcement, and education. Some of you know, or many of you know, or all of you know, eradication, all we do is we pick up the trash because people are dumping it illegally. We're providing a free service for them. And it just perpetuates that type of behavior. Education is important. I mean, it bothers me when I even see people throwing trash out of their car windows and this, that, and the other, or cigarette butts and things like that. You know, we just had Earth Day, and I was picking up cigarette butts and trash out in Castro Valley. That bugs me. So we need to educate folks so folks get to the place where they are saying, you know, trash and illegal dumping are just so repugnant to us as a society. We don't want to see it happen. And then enforcement. And many of you heard me say this before. We need enforcement because if human beings did the right thing, we wouldn't need enforcement. Sometimes it's like traffic. We don't always obey the traffic laws. I know I've used my cell phone when I probably shouldn't have used it while I've been driving. You know, I've had moving violations. I speed, you know, CHP gave me a ticket. I think think it was last year, speeding. So, and I got one of those warnings in Oakland. You know, they got this cameras now. You're driving 11 miles over the speed limit. So the point is, without enforcement, everybody wouldn't do the right thing. And even with enforcement, we don't do the right thing. So that's why enforcement is significantly important. And when we launched our efforts around illegal dumping, we had the support of the DA and the Sheriff's Department to help us with that. And it was, Kenny that asked me to do it. Councilmember Houston asked me to do it here in Oakland because it's not like I don't have enough stuff to do. But he said, you got to come here and address this in a pilot sort of way in Oakland. So we started this more than 5 years ago. And I just want to acknowledge Erin. She's been doing a great job. Please acknowledge her. She takes responsibility for putting on this conference year in and year out. If we don't ever have to do it because the IDCon takes it over, the task force takes over, or someone else, that'd be great. But until then, we just feel obligated. And so I want to thank Erin. I want to thank my staff. I got a couple of them back there, Valerie and Ashley, and a couple of my other staff are out there at the front desk, Tanya and Jasmine, for helping Erin do this. I've got, other staff that are either watching or engaged or just dealing with other matters. But, I'm very, very proud of my staff because I can't do this work alone. And without them, they're an extension of myself. And she's gotten so good at doing this conference. I just let her run with it. Just run with it. Keep me informed, but just run with it. And she really has done an awesome job. So give her another round of applause. So between conferences, we don't let it go. We do have our statewide illegal dumping task force meetings every month, unless Erin canceled it for some reason or another, holidays or whatever, or other obligations. But every month we have a virtual statewide illegal dumping task force meeting. It's open to everyone to join and participate, public sector, private sector, CBOs, individuals. Anyone who's concerned about illegal dumping can be a part of that because it collectively takes all of us to address this issue. So, once again, Erin can plug you into that, and it's a virtual meeting. And, for our conferences, we've had participants from all over the state, all over the country, and in some cases internationally. And we've had presenters as well. And we've learned a lot. Like Erin said, we'll be talking about those best practices and lessons learned because some of you who are new to the conference, we want to make sure you understand there's been a foundation of learning that's grown over time. Because people are often asking, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? Well, there's a reason why we don't do such and such a thing because we've learned those lessons over time and those best practices. In addition, this is the 5th conference, statewide conference, but we also encourage, which we did last year, regional convenings. So between the statewide conferences, because we're going to try to put this on every 2 years now, we want to have regional convenings throughout the state so that folks can come together and continue their efforts addressing illegal dumping, and we can help support those regional convenings as well, because we feel those are extremely important to happen. Because like Erin said, illegal dumping takes place everywhere, rural communities, suburban communities, urban communities, and it's repugnant wherever you see it. In many instances in rural communities, you don't see it. It's off the highways, it's in the creek beds, it's in the deserts, it's other places where you just don't typically see it. But folks who are in the know it's there. And the conferences help us to get a handle on legal dumping wherever it might be. And it also provides an opportunity for us to come together and share our collective energies and concerns about illegal dumping. So because before we started these conferences and started the statewide meetings, people felt isolated trying to address illegal dumping in their own pocket of the state or wherever, and they felt isolated. By coming together, that we're not just fighting this struggle on our own. We're all in it together trying to come up with approaches to address it. And it's not a sprint. It is a marathon. I was just talking to Warren about that. It goes on and on and on and on, but we're going to keep at it. So thank you all for your participation. Let's see if there's anything else I want to mention before I conclude. So I just want to once again continue to encourage everyone to stay engaged. We are inclusive, not exclusive. So if there are folks that need to be involved, please invite them. This isn't just for government, cities, counties, special districts. It's not just for government, and it's not just for community-based organizations, and it's not just for the business community. It's for all of us, because illegal dumping brings down the quality of life for all of us, So we are inclusive. We want everyone to be engaged and involved. So once again, thank you all. I want to thank Aaron. I want to thank my staff. I want to thank the information technology staff for helping us with the conference, and other county staff for helping us convene today's conference. So I'm looking forward to what we learned today and talking to some of you over the course of the next 2 days. And I don't know, how many folks are online? 97. Okay, everybody online, if you can see me, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Miley. Okay. So I'd now like to welcome up our title sponsor for the title sponsor remarks, and to address that we have Alex Oseguera, so close. And Alex has been with Waste Management for 34 years. So I just want to welcome him. If we could give a big IDCon welcome to Alex.
Thank you, Aaron. I want to thank you too for what a wonderful program you put together along with Supervisor Miley. Just fantastic. My name is Alex Oseguera. I'm the Regional Vice President for Waste Management. I cover Northern California and Nevada. WM continues to be proud of sponsoring IDCon5 and the discussions regarding, and I love this word, systemic solutions. Aaron, I think that's so important. Systemic solutions pertaining to illegal dumping. We are in agreement with what the illegal dumping survey and the report actually showed us. And I want to concentrate on 4 items. 31% of illegal dumping avoiding disposal fees. 22% lack of enforcement. I agree, Supervisor Miley. It's so important that we have programs put into place that the enforcement mechanisms of it are there, or else it'll be impossible to get it done. 50% illegal businesses, or folks having the right service or having service, right? If someone puts a little flyer on your door that says they're going to clean up your garage for $25, the question is, where is that going? Because, I love Supervisor Miley, Councilmember Houston, you're nodding, saying, we know where it's going, because I can see it in the picture where you guys are picking that up. And inconvenient disposal options. Those 4 items are near 80% of the reasons behind illegal dumping. I also bring you back, Supervisor Miley, to a comment that really hit home for me. When you mentioned, I think it was a couple years ago, mentioned about beautification, and then mentioning about the broken window syndrome. And I think that has to be addressed. And we also have to all be paying close attention as we let the beauty of our city go down, of our communities. I cover a number of communities, and we allow the broken window syndrome. It really contributes significantly to the illegal dumping problem, and I think is important. And then the solutions that WM is having and proposing and working with multiple communities, not only here in Alameda County, is removing barriers connected to the survey and the report. Convenience, also extremely important. Community partnerships. I'm glad that it's not just one entity or one person that can take care of this. It's all of us together need to be working together. And the service options that are needed to make sure that everyone has the right amount of service so that we keep the trash off the street. So, kind of pointing to the zero waste programs, zero waste on the street is what WM wants. And I think we all want as well. So that's it. Welcome to everyone. We're really proud of being here, Supervisor Miley, Aaron. And I'm happy to hand over the mic to Councilmember Houston. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Nate Miley said for the first time ever, city, county, and community stakeholders are coming together to combat this issue. They point to the dozens of arrests and tons of trash that got off the street as evidence it's working. It's no secret that the city of Oakland has an illegal dumping issue. Driving down some streets, you can see piles of trash and other items illegally left behind.
So we need to have strict compliance around illegal dumping throughout the entire state.
G Street and Railroad Avenue, which are targeted for the cleanup. One city leader said those are two of the most notorious spots for illegal dumping in Oakland.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
So let's say this together. Illegal dumping, from what you just saw, illegal dumping is a crime against our community. Let's say it together. Illegal dumping is a crime against our community. So when Supervisor Nate Miley asked me to come, I said, what am I going to do? Am I going to repeat everything, the great work that Aaron has done, or am I going to share the history of this? What I wanted to do is I want to go back in time and just share how this actually started. So as a community advocate, or just a resident, I was a resident, right? And I reached out in 2014. I reached out to all these politicians. I even reached out to the governor, Jerry Brown. I reached out to senators. I reached out to congressmen. I reached out to Alameda County supervisors. I reached out to the mayor of Oakland. I reached out to my council members. And no one really heard what I was saying when I said illegal dumping, graffiti vandalism, and homelessness. This was in 2014. I reached out to Supervisor Nate Miley, and I said, Supervisor, this illegal dumping is out of control. He said, Ken, it has to be regional. I didn't understand what regional was, so I went back and asked some staff members, and they said regional is like Cherryland, Ashland, Castro Valley, right? And I said, okay, let me go do this. What I did is I went out to Castro Valley. I went out to Ashland. I went out and took some pictures. And then it was this homeless encampment down on San Leandro Boulevard. So I called Supervisor Nate Miley out. And he came out, he saw the homeless encampments. And this is before it went just out of control. And I had my pictures, right? So I said, Supervisor Nate Miley, look at this picture. And it was in Ashland. I said, look at this picture. It was in Cherryland. I said, look at this picture. It was in Castro Valley. And you know what he said? He said, it is regional. It is regional. It's not as, it wasn't as bad as Oakland was, and you saw some of these, right? So he said, okay, I'm going to start a illegal dumping task force. He said he's going to start an illegal dumping task force. So we went out and started, he reached out to all the community-based organizations, everybody. We all came together. We started cleaning up the streets. He reached out to Nancy O'Malley. He put up pilots. He did mattress recycle. He created all these things that we were doing to address this, right? And then I asked him, I said, Supervisor Nate Miley, how can we create a pilot? So he created the pilot of the illegal dumping task force. Then COVID hit. When COVID hit, it shut everything down. The major cleanup, I'm kind of upset right now. erratic. I'm just upset right now. When COVID hit, so the close. I'm upset right now. Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm upset right now. Aaron, let me pass it back to you.
Yeah. Well, I want to pick up where Ken left off, because Ken and I have been working on this since 2018, when, like he said, he came out to talk with Supervisor Nate Miley about this. And I remember actually going out on the street with Ken and with the supervisor, and they took us out to G Street in Deep East Oakland. And you can see actually some of these before and after areas, right? So Railroad Avenue. I'm sure they'll be able to hold this one up. I have some pictures of that later. But they went out there and Nate said, great, we're going to take over this street. We're responsible now for all the illegal dumping here, and Aaron's going to do it. Oh, no, I'm in deep trouble. So, but I couldn't have done it without our partners like Ken Houston. The Beautification Council came out. We had Argent Materials. Our private sector partners, the city of Oakland, came together. We had the sheriff's department. We had the district attorney. Everyone came together and really started addressing illegal dumping comprehensively. And out of that, we developed the 3E strategy, the education, which is upstream, prevention, trying to reduce the amount of illegal dumping, making sure that it gets in the waste stream properly. We had the eradication, making sure that it got done quickly, that it was picked up quickly, because what we know is when we see illegal dumping on the streets, that attracts more illegal dumping. So we knew that. And then also enforcement. And this was actually really key. We piloted the camera-based enforcement strategies there, and we were able to show how effective they were, how cost-effective they were. So it was by bringing together all those different partners, by implementing a comprehensive solution and then sustaining it over time, that we were able to make such a big difference. And so you can see some of those before and afters that Ken has brought with us today, what that looks like. And so I just want to thank Ken Houston and everything that he's done. Ken, how you doing?
I want to apologize. I got a call from my mom about my mom. So, and I was talking to Lidit when it happened. She's okay, but I'm sorry I'm just upset. So what I wanted to do is I want to embrace what Supervisor Nate Miley did. For the city, he reached out to Nancy O'Malley. We put cameras up on G Street, Railroad, and you can see the beautification efforts that he did on the most notorious area, which was Railroad. So let me share this with you. Railroad was so notorious dumped on. They had trucks, they had RVs, they had trailers just burned up. And if you see this, when Supervisor Nate Miley came out, he saw this condition, and we did 143 trees to beautify the areas, called crime prevention through environmental design. He reached out to the director of Public Works and asked him, he said, what is the most notorious areas in Oakland? They told Supervisor Nate Miley, G Street and Railroad. He addressed them, he attacked them. He put all his efforts in there. He reached out to Nate Miley, Nancy O'Malley, put $2 million worth of cameras up, right? And addressed it. Now, this is in 2018. This is in 2026. Look at that, beautification. But then what happened? What happened? He was on it. Then COVID hit. When COVID hit, it shut everything down. But Supervisor Nate Miley did not stop. He kept it up. We weren't through COVID until we got someone that was elected that wasn't prosecuting any longer. And it really disrupted. He was actually prosecuting, sending people to jail, and then the cameras were shut down. So what I like to do is just share with you, and I'm sorry for falling off just a minute. I got a phone call from my mom, and I was out there talking. She's okay. She's 89. But I wanted just to share this with you. Everyone here, we know illegal dumping is a crime against our community. We know this. And everyone here, it takes an effort. It takes everyone to fight this. So what I want to say is this. Supervisor Nate Miley always says this. Illegal dumping has no boundaries. Look at this. This is in our community. This is no boundaries. No boundaries. So what I'm saying is we need to create boundaries. We need to stop this. We don't need to just clean up. We need to deter this. And I'm going to say this in closing. This is a crime against our community, right? A crime. And it takes everyone. So in closing, together, let's stop this crime against our community together, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ken Houston. You know, I always appreciate Ken. If you've been to any of our conferences in the past, then you've probably seen Ken. And that was before he was a city council member. So he used to be coming at us every illegal dumping task force meeting every month, coming to us live from the streets, you know, out there doing the work. And we're just so pleased to see him now serving on the Oakland City Council and elevating this issue. And so I'm very excited about that. So I'm going to bring us now to our next presentation very briefly, which is going to be our IDCon5 impact report. And Ken talked a little bit about this. So, you know, we started this effort back around 2016, really getting involved. But, you know, in that time, Supervisor Miley created the Alameda County or ACID Task Force. So that was created around that time. We started that pilot out in East Oakland. We developed the 3E strategy, and we released what's called the ACID report, which was our findings from that, that promoted the 3E strategy. But we knew, you know, we'd found something here that was working and it was making a difference. And you saw some of the pictures to show the difference that was making. We wanted to elevate that. So that's where this idea of let's have an illegal dumping conference. And we were starting to gear up for that. Our first one was scheduled to take place in April of 2020. And so it did not happen. And we canceled and we pivoted. And so in 2021, we came back and we said, you know what, maybe we can't do this whole in-person conference thing, but let's do a virtual statewide conference on illegal dumping. We had a three-day conference, each day focused on one of those 3 E's. So we had our education day, eradication day, enforcement day, and it was a big hit. We had people from all across the state, from all across the country, from internationally tuning in to learn about illegal dumping best practices, and we knew that we were onto something. So we kept going, and in 2023, 2024, we became a hybrid event, just like we are today. So we started having our in-person activities. We recorded all of the conferences. They've been put online, and those have been revisited thousands of times. Each of those conferences have been viewed over and over and over. Those are evergreen resources that people can turn to at any time. And in 2025, last year, we held our first regional convening. So we know that we've been organizing at the state level, but we wanted to also be convening regionally. So we had the whole Bay Area, all 9 Bay Area counties coming together, supported again by our sponsors, Waste Management at that time. And at that regional convening, we did 2 things. One is we released the Illegal Dumping Solutions Report, which all of you have already downloaded because you saw that link. And then the other thing that we did was we released a model ordinance, because in Alameda County, we can adopt an illegal dumping ordinance, but it only impacts the areas that we have direct jurisdiction over, which is the unincorporated areas, the Ashland, Cherryland, Castro Valley, Sunol. It wouldn't be the same in all of our cities like Fremont or Oakland, et cetera. And so that's why we released a model ordinance that they could basically plug and play. Any jurisdiction should be able to take this model ordinance and put it into place. And so Let me talk about some of the impacts of that work that we've done. So the first, as I mentioned, was the development of that 3 E's strategy. This best practice has gone on to become an internationally recognized best practice for addressing illegal dumping. And it started right here with Nate Miley and Ken Houston and this acid pilot out in East Oakland. So when you hear about the 3 E's, which you hear about a lot actually when it comes to illegal dumping, just know that started right here with this effort, and this is the continuation of what that is. But to briefly talk about it, like I said, it's that upstream work to try and prevent illegal dumping, the education, the prevention work. It's removing it quickly so that it doesn't attract more, and it's that enforcement piece to hold people accountable. And if you have all of those things, it works. And if you take away any of them, that bridge doesn't stand upright. So you have to have all 3 E's. And that was developed and promoted by this conference, and now it's an internationally recognized best practice. We had our model ordinance, like I mentioned. This did a couple things. One is it expanded the accountability to who could be held accountable for illegal dumping. I'll talk about that. And it updated the penalties as well. So the current situation, under current state law in the state of California, only the illegal dumper, the person who actually dumps the garbage on the street, can be held criminally accountable. If it's your garbage that ended up on the street, that's not a crime. And if your car was used to transport that garbage, that's not a crime. But if you physically put that garbage on the street, that's the crime, right? And so what that means is it's really, really hard to prove any of this. If I find a pile of illegal dumping, and I've found many piles, trust me, that have a lot of mail in there, boxes with addresses, all kinds of stuff where it's incredibly clear this came from this house, from this person, from this address. And you go there and they say, oh, well, I hired somebody, I paid him $10. I don't know how it got there. We can't do anything because they're not the one who dumped it on the street. So this ordinance, what it does is it expands accountability to every one of these participants. So if it was your garbage and you didn't hire a reputable business to get rid of it, if you just hired somebody for $20 and they dumped it on the street, you're still accountable. If it was your car that was used and we have your license plate, you're still accountable. It doesn't matter if you say, oh, well, I lent it out to a cousin and they gave it to a friend and who knows, it was your car and it was used. And also the illegal dumper. So it expands that accountability, and it also increases the fines. So right now under state law, the first penalty is minimum fine of $250. You have to be convicted actually in court of a misdemeanor to get that fine. Now, the average cost of removing 1 cubic yard, which is about a truckload of illegal dumping in Alameda County, is $350 from the street. So that kind of doesn't match, right? If you're going to take a truckload of garbage to the dump, costs about $200. So you could save a lot of money by just putting it on the street. And our penalties have not been appropriate, and so this increases them. So the first time offense is now $2,500. Second offense is $5,000, and third offense is $10,000. There are different aggravating factors if it's near a school or water, storm drain, things like that, that could elevate that. And then we also have different exemptions that are in the model ordinance. So, for example, if it's your waste but you hired a reputable business and it still ended up on the street, you did everything you're supposed to do, you're good. If your car was stolen, right, like you're not going to be held accountable for that. So you have to have given authorization to use your car. So those things are there to kind of protect against that. But we put this out, and actually on April 14th of this year, so just barely this month, Oakland, California became the first city in Alameda County to adopt this ordinance. So we're extremely proud of the city of Oakland for taking this step, for Ken Houston helping to lead that charge on the city council. And what we're hoping is that this is just the first step that every city in the county is able to take on this ordinance and beyond. Because if we have a uniform accountability structure, so it's the same crime, it's the same penalty. It doesn't matter if you're in Oakland or San Leandro or Castro Valley or Berkeley or San Francisco. What that does is it creates a clear message. It doesn't matter where you are, you're going to be held accountable. And so that's really important to us. One thing I'll just note that Oakland did that we're hoping to include in the model ordinance is they also made it a crime or an offense to transport waste without a license plate. So if you're driving around in one of those trucks and you don't have a license plate in the city of Oakland, it doesn't even matter if you didn't put that garbage on the street. That transporting without a license plate is already included in the ordinance. And you can download that model ordinance today. So if you are with a city, or if you'd like to advocate for your local city to adopt this model ordinance so that we can have that uniform accountability across the region, across the state, here's the model ordinance today. Some of the best practices that have come out of the conference. So we had camera-based enforcement. I talked a little bit about the pilot. That is now being adopted throughout the state, and we'll hear a little bit more about that today, so I won't spend too much time on that. We heard really interesting uses of technology for rural areas, things like geofencing. That was presented at IDCon5, and that's become a best practice now for addressing illegal dumping in some of these rural communities to be able to target illegal dumpers. And then we also, in IDCon5, learned about drone-based eradication strategies. We had a very interesting presentation by a company called Airbits, and I know Brian's online, but he'll be here tabling tomorrow, so you'll get to see some of that technology. But basically, it's a drone. It flies up 150 feet above the streets, and it surveys every inch of the road. It finds all the piles of illegal dumping, and it can tell you how big that pile is. It can tell you what's in it. And then it creates reports that go directly to the Public Works Department. So they can send out the right trucks with the right size, with the right equipment to go and pick up those streets extremely effectively. And it doesn't rely on our citizens to have to report the illegal dumping. This drone goes out every day, can cover a whole area and do that. So that was a very innovative best practice. And again, in April of 2026, Oakland, California, leading again, became the first city in the nation to officially pilot this technology. So this technology came out of IDCon, now it's going on the streets of Oakland. And so, we've had a lot of impactful conferences, and this is definitely going to be one of them. We don't know what the next emerging best practice is going to be, but what we know is it's going to be here at IDCon. And so that's what we're looking forward to today and tomorrow, and to having you all here and join us for this. So big thanks to everyone for being here and for all the work that's gone into making this happen. A big round of applause for IDCon. Okay, so I have a little bit of time now for any questions that people might have about the conference or about the impact that we've had. Supervisor. Absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to mention a few things based on Kenny's presentation and Aaron's presentation about some of the best practices. People have often asked, why don't you just have a free service for folks to dump their garbage and trash? And we know, even with a free service, people still dump illegally. We know that. A free service isn't going to solve the problem. And besides, if we have a free service, the taxpayers are going to have to pay for that. It's not going to, somebody's got to pay for it. So a free service can be part of it. And some jurisdictions allow for that. But a free service isn't a panacea. Kenny mentioned homeless encampments. We don't blame homeless encampments for illegal dumping. People are homeless. And if we didn't have garbage, trash service at our homes, guess what? There'd be a lot of illegal dumping. And these folks who are homeless, they don't have that service necessarily unless we can provide it at their encampment. And so trash and garbage builds up, and then also people take advantage of them and dump there as well. So I just want to point that out. But in addition, the efforts around illegal dumping, and I thought Kenny was getting choked up because of all the work, and I didn't know he was going to say all that, but my heart goes out to him. He's one of my favorite council members. It just goes to show what happens if you're out there doing the work in the community. You get rewarded for it, if being on the city council is a reward.
Blessing and a curse, I guess, yeah. Yes.
just a quick question about the ordinance. I noticed that one of the bullets said that the officer could assign a higher fine depending upon the circumstance. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So in the model ordinance, what we have is a series of aggravating factors. There's a few different ones. Any city can add their own aggravating factors, but the ones that we've included in the model ordinance, the first is if the dumping takes place within a certain distance of an educational facility. So that's K through 12, it's childcare, preschool. We want to make sure, because kids are having to step over this stuff on their way to school, and that's not okay. It sends a message that they're trash, that they feel like trash, and that's not okay. And so we wanted to make sure those areas were especially protected. So if somebody dumps within a certain area of a school, the enforcement officer can say, you know what, this is your first offense, but aggravating factor, we're going to the second level, or if even to the third if it's appropriate. So there's that. The other one is sensitive environments. So watersheds, creeks, lakes, if it's near a storm drain, because we know in the Bay Area, a lot of our drains just go directly to the bay. And if you're throwing that garbage on the ground on a storm drain, guess where it's going, right? It's out in the bay. So we wanted to make sure to have extra protections there for our sensitive habitats as well. One of the worst illegal dumps I've ever seen, actually, and Ken talked about this was a felony that we found. Somebody had dumped over 500 gallons of paint into a creek. Can you imagine? So that one was incredibly serious, but those are the kinds of things where it's like, I don't care if this is your first time, like we're going all the way. And we do have those. And then, since Supervisor Miley mentioned it, I want to also talk about some of the protections as well. I talked about the exemptions, right? If you hire a licensed hauler, then you're okay if it's your garbage. If your truck or car was used without your consent, then that's also covered. The other one is we have an exemption carved out for waste that is generated through the ordinary course of living in an encampment that is deposited within that encampment. And so we wanted to make it clear that, like, just living on the street and generating waste as human living does and depositing that in the encampment that you're living in, that's not illegal dumping. We're not trying to criminalize homelessness here. But if you bring your waste out to an encampment and you dump it there, that's not covered, right? Or if you take your garbage from that encampment and you dump it somewhere else, that's not covered. So we tried to be very thoughtful about some of those exemptions that we carved out, as well as some of the aggravating factors. Yeah. Yes.
And a quick question on the fines themselves. Are those minimums? Because what we see constantly is when it gets in front of a judge, the judge will consider ability to pay. And so a judge may decide to knock a serious fine down substantially because the defendant is saying, oh, well, I can't pay for that. And so are those minimums, or are they just identified as a fine?
A fine is how we did it. So it's kind of, this is the fine that you get. But you bring up an excellent point, because one of the things that we wanted to make sure we included was an equity lens on this. We do understand that illegal dumping impacts certain communities more than others, but we also wanted to make sure that we weren't creating situations that were sending people into bankruptcy or poverty or things like that. And so there is a provision in there that says if you're not able to pay, then you can do community service in lieu of a fine. So we do have that built into the ordinance. Any jurisdiction can kind of adopt or change or things like that. It's just a model. But we did include that because we wanted to make sure that we weren't sending people further into poverty if poverty was a factor related to why the dump happened. So that one was really important. The other thing that I'll note, though, on this ordinance and why this is actually really beneficial for us is what it does is it sets up an administrative process. So I'm getting in the weeds. I'll try to not stay here too long. But generally, the state law, that's a criminal process. So it goes through the court system. It goes through your district attorney. They charge a crime. It goes to the courts. You see a judge or a jury. You get convicted. You pay the fine, right? That's the criminal process. And that's the one that's state law that only applies to the person who dumped the garbage. This is an administrative process. So we don't go through the district attorney. What we go through is we can issue a civil citation. The person can appeal it, and when they appeal it, it goes to like a local government appealing body. So for us, we used our Board of Zoning Adjustment. Oakland used a different body. They already had one set up, but you kind of use a local body as your appeal. They can appeal it directly to the Board of Supervisors as well. So there's an appeal process and things like that. But the benefit of that is it's much faster and it's cheaper. So you can actually find these people, you can get them civilly, and you can go after that. And it doesn't preclude our ability to be able to go after the criminal process. So if we catch the dumper and it is egregious, we can do both. So it's a great question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Chris McDaniel, San Francisco. Did you have any privacy issues with the drones flying over the areas that you mentioned?
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I'm not with the city of Oakland, but I'm very familiar with their process on this. So they had a privacy commission, and the drone pilot had to go through their privacy commission. Some of the things that the drones do are they automatically block out private property. So before it even saves the information, it blocks that out. It puts, completely deletes any private property. So it's only capturing, if you look at the images, it's only capturing the public right of way. It's the road, the sidewalks, right? We're not capturing homes. We're not capturing yards. And because it's 150 feet up, you're not capturing faces or anything like that. If anything, you're capturing the top of a head, but that's not anything that you could really use to identify. And the other thing so that was how we dealt with the privacy piece, was making sure it went through the right process. Our privacy advocates did it, and that there were sufficient protections in place even before the data is saved, that any identifying information is removed. So, Councilmember, do you want to talk to that too?
What happened when we, Supervisor Nate Miley did the pilot program on G Street, Nancy O'Miley came up with $2 million worth of money to get these cameras. And they placed them on private property so they didn't have to go through the privacy commission. And let me share what we did. Through the leadership of Supervisor Nate Miley, we were going after illegal dumpers. But they did stings with the sheriff department. We caught a guy that did a homicide. Just killed somebody on Russet Street by going after these illegal dumpers. So we went on private property. We got permission from private property. We didn't have to go through the privacy commission, and it worked excellent on Railroad and G Street. You can share more about that.
Absolutely. Yeah, so Ken's talking about the camera-based enforcement that we used when we did the acid pilot. At the time, there was no appetite in the privacy commission for cameras. And so that was kind of a dead end, but we knew we wanted to pilot camera-based enforcement. We tried, frankly, for a year to use on-view dumping. So we had our sheriff's department. They were coming through multiple times a day, driving these areas, trying to catch people in the act of illegal dumping. And in an entire year, whole year, we caught one person. One person. Because it takes 5 minutes to do the dump, if that. Some of them are much faster. And if you're there a minute early or a minute late, you've missed it. And so that was very expensive. You imagine, you have police officer time, you've got cruisers, you got all this stuff. Got one person. We put up cameras. We did it on private property to get around the privacy commission. And within 3 months, we had over 100 cases. 100 cases. So it's just a completely different thing because it's there 24/7. It captured it at night, license plate readers, all these things. It was extremely effective. And so we kind of went from this problem of we don't have anything to prosecute to, oh my gosh, we have to figure out which ones of these are highest priority so we can prosecute those. It was a totally different dilemma that we found ourselves in. So it was really a game changer. I saw a hand, yes.
Do you find in doing enforcement that these were serial dumpers, that people were doing it more than once?
So there was a lot of data actually that we found out of the enforcement. And so what else? There's a couple facts that I'll talk about that. One was that 90% of the dumping that we found that we caught on camera came from within a mile radius of that dump site. So there's kind of this narrative out there that it's like, oh, people are coming in and dumping on us. Well, 90% of the dumping was local, but 10% was not. And that 10%, those were the big dumps, those were the repeat offenders. Those were the people who were doing this professionally. One of the ones we caught on camera, I swear, I caught an entire dump truck, full of concrete, drive down the road and just lift it up. Just lifted up, full-size dump truck. We traced it back. Turns out it was a stolen dump truck. It was wild, some of the stuff that was going on out there. So that's that 10%, right? So one of the things that we found was you kind of have to tailor your enforcement, right? We don't want to, go hard if it's somebody who like puts a couch in front of their house with a sign that says free. That's still illegal dumping, yeah, but we can address that through education, right? Hey, you just got to do a bulky pickup. You're in the city of Oakland now. You're a renter. You can call and schedule your own bulky pickup. That's that's the kind of education work that we need to do for that 90% of local dumping. But that 10% where they're coming and they're doing it habitually, they're doing it for profit, they're dumping on our communities, it's a crime on our communities. That's where enforcement is really, really important to slow that down. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you used the expression geofencing. I don't know what that means. Can you explain?
Yeah, geofencing. And this is where I love IDCon because I learn all kinds of fun things. Geofencing was one. Basically, you set up an electronic boundary around a large area, and you can capture the phones that go into that area. So there's certain things that you can do with it. The thing that we heard that they were doing was they were targeting ads towards people who entered that geofence. So you can imagine a really large rural area that's receiving a lot of illegal dumping. Cameras probably aren't going to work there because it's such a large area, you're not going to find it. But geofencing might, because you can cover this really large area. And if somebody goes into that area and they have their cell phone, all of a sudden they're going to start getting some ads that say like, hey, illegal dumping, don't do it, right? Why don't you send your illegal dumping over here to the dump, like that kind of stuff. And, it's going to capture everyone who goes into that area, but it's going to capture some of those dumpers too. And so that's where that geofencing for rural communities can be very innovative because it can apply across a really large area. Yeah, excellent question. I have time for a couple more. Yes, ma'am.
Of the 100 cases that you captured footage for, were you able to find all 100 of them?
Most of them, yeah. So the question was how many of those 100 were we able to prosecute? So we've issued through that program before our former DA dismantled it, many almost 150 citations through that. We went through and we did. We were not, as I said, prosecuting it through like a misdemeanor. Unless it was extremely egregious. So what we were actually using at the time was traffic court. So it was the same thing as if you got like a traffic ticket. It was just an administrative citation. And what we would do is we had an investigator and we had a paralegal, and they would review that footage every morning. So you didn't have to have somebody monitoring it live. You can, and there's different reasons for that. But what they would do is they would go in the morning and they would look at a before and after from the previous night, and oh, look, there's a pile of illegal dumping. So let me scrub through the footage. I'll find it. I'll see if I get the license plate. I'll see if I can get the person's face or things like that, and they'll generate a case. Maybe if they find the license plate, then you can pull that, you can run it, you can find an address, things like that. So they give that case to the investigator, and that investigator would go and knock on the door, and they'd have a little photo, and they'd say, hey, is this you? This looks like you, right? And even if it's not, right, like that, just having an investigator show up at your door being like, hey, you're going to think twice, right? Like that itself is prevention. But through that, we got, when people would say, yeah, you got me, which was actually pretty frequent when they're confronted with the evidence, then they would issue a citation, just write it right there. You go ahead and pay this. We got a lot of them doing community service, and we'd send them right back out onto those same streets to pick up the illegal dumping, which to me that's restorative that was incredible. Yes.
That was dismounted.
It was. Yeah, we had a district attorney who's no longer with us in Alameda County, and she didn't want to do it. So, yeah. Yes.
It was so successful. We right across the street here. Let me just share with you real quick. When you look at this, you see across from there, it was private businesses. that allowed the cameras to be placed on their businesses. When you look at that, sorry about that, Aaron. It was just so successful because we didn't have to go through the Privacy Commission. And look at the change. Just look at the change. Look at the trees, 143 trees, environmental design, and Supervisor named Miley also. He's the mayor of Ashland, Cherryland, Castro Valley. He had the sheriffs to go out, right? And when he had the sheriffs to go out and they would catch someone, even if they didn't have all the evidence. If the sheriff knocked on your door and said, "Is this you?" You're like, they didn't dump again. But like I said, that was dismantled. So all the cameras are still there, but they can't be used again because they're outdated. But that was so successful to use private businesses and owners to come and collaborate and work with the county. That's why it was so important across jurisdictions. You had the city, you had private businesses. Everybody wanted it. They wanted to change. And here it is. It worked. Here it is.
And so what I'll say to that is, for our pilot, the cameras, like Ken said, they're still there, but they're very old at this point, and so some stuff is breaking down, things like that. But the city of Oakland has actually stepped up because of the work that we did on this pilot, where we were able to show that camera-based enforcement was effective, was a best practice. And so now what we've seen is not just Oakland, but cities around the state are putting camera pilots or camera programs in as a best practice. So this was something that came out of this pilot, showing how effective it was, and now we're seeing that replicated throughout the state. And we're just continuing to try and build on that with things like the model ordinance, which makes it much easier when you capture somebody like a license plate on camera. If you have that model ordinance, you can just go right after the owner of the vehicle. You don't even need to get that confession that they actually dumped. And so it all kind of works together. Yeah. Are there any additional questions? Yes, sir.
I had a question about records retention because the cameras are owned by the municipality and they're placed on private property. That your requirements change?
That is a really good question, and I'll be honest, I don't know with that one because my job was like bringing everyone together, getting them to herding all the cats, and our district attorney at the time was the one dealing with the pilot on that. And I know that we did have a lot of work that was done around the retention policy. They were only retained for a certain amount of time unless there was an incident that was caught, and then it was retained as part of an investigation. But if there was stuff on there that was not part of an investigation, it was auto-deleted after a certain time. It might have been a month or 2 weeks. I forget exactly the specifics, but there's also just an amount of data that we don't want to be responsible for holding. We want to keep the stuff that's useful that we're investigating. Great question. All right, any final questions about some of the different things that we've done over the years or we've elevated through the conference? Yes.
Which one of your practices, as far as like, I would say like the geofencing, have you guys found you're the most sustainable too?
So which of the practices that we found is most sustainable? There's one, and we lift this up in part of the acid report that we released in 2019, 2020, that is actually still in place today. We talked about how the cameras, they were kind of dependent on who was in office at the time. We found that. But there were a couple things we did. One was we planted 143 trees. And you see the photos, right? Is this the photo? That's the photo right there. Those trees get bigger every year, get more beautiful every year, right? I don't have to go out and keep planting the trees. They're planted. And so that has been a huge difference maker out there. So that's extremely, that beautification, that durable infrastructure kind of stuff, putting in curbs, fixing street lights, planting trees, that kind of beautification stuff is extremely durable. Doesn't matter who's in office. That's going to stay there, right? The other one that we did that is also in effect today was public-private partnerships. And so we created this really innovative partnership between one of our for-profit partners out in the area, Argent Materials, and the Oakland Public Works Department. Because Argent, what they were doing was, they were trying to be a responsible business, And they also had customers that were coming out, and their customers were seeing this dumping every single day. It's bringing down the quality of life for the business and for the customers and everything. And so they would go out, they'd send out a crew every morning to pick up the dumping on the street around their business. And then they would have to pay money to take that to the dump. So they're spending their own equipment and staff time and all that. And then on top of that, they're paying this fee to take it to the dump. And so we created this partnership with the Public Works Department. And we said, all right, so Argent Materials, let's give them a whole dumpster. They can go out in the neighborhood, in the area, every day. They can pick up the garbage, and they put it in this dumpster. And they'll call the city of Oakland, the Public Works Department, when that dumpster is full. And then they will, the city will come by and they'll pick it up and they'll remove it. This was a win-win-win. It was a win for the community because that garbage was picked up every single day. They didn't have to wait for Oakland to come by, which sometimes maybe it takes a week, maybe it takes 3 days, maybe it takes more. But it was every day it was getting picked up. It was a win for Argent because they didn't have to pay money to take it to the dump. And it was a win for the city too, because they didn't have to send out their public works crews to go and pick up the dumping all the time on this thing. So everybody was a winner because we all came together. That program is actually still in effect today and still part of why Railroad Avenue and G Street are in the state that they're in, because we've sustained that for almost a decade at this point. So that's one that has been very durable. So I appreciate all of the questions on this and the focus on the impact that some of the work here has had. These are all things that we've brought and presented at previous conferences, whether it was camera-based enforcement, whether it was the model ordinance, whether it was the 3 E's or beautification or partnerships. These have all been parts of the conference in the past. And that's why I'm so excited about what we have planned for everyone today, because, yes.
Karen, just on the pictures, I mean, I see the trees, and it's just so incredible. Did that encourage people to do the fence too?
The fence?
Yeah, did they also, because of the trees and it looks much better, did they do the fence?
The fence is
artificial.
Well, the fence is challenging, more challenging than it should. And so, the question was about the fence here, but it's on the railroad property. And so we have to work with the railroad, with Union Pacific. And it speaks to another one of those challenges, which is the cross-jurisdictional stuff. When you're working with Caltrans, when you're working with BART, when you're working with Union Pacific, it can get really challenging in some of these areas where illegal dumping happens. And so this is one where we had to bring in Union Pacific to have them come and fix the fence. I will say, a couple times we fixed the fence, but yeah, but it's those visual cues, really, really important. Those visual cues to make sure that the people, when they come onto that street, it looks different now, right? When you look at the old street, how it was in 2018, it looked like the kind of place where you could dump and get away with it. And if you turn onto that street now and you walk around, you're like, this is a place that's cared for. If I shouldn't be dumping here, right? So we changed the visual cues in the neighborhood, and that has been very sustainable. That's the kind of long-term systemic solutions that we're focused on today. And Ken, I'm going to give you 1 minute.
Because I've missed so much when I was going to present. I just passed around this 8.5 by 11. Just look at it. Just view it. You view the before and the after. When I came into office, there was 143 stolen cars stripped down in this area. It was on city property, county property, and Union Pacific. Aaron just mentioned it, Union Pacific. Through the leadership of Supervisor Miley with building these relationships. So always remember your relationships, right? I was able to talk to Caltrans. I was able to talk to Union Pacific, Supervisor Miley, because it's all in one area. We removed the first week in office, 143 stolen illegal dump vehicles, right? A young lady walked up to me, 1 minute. A lady, because I had some more, a young female walked up to me. She was probably about 18 years old. And it was so emotional, she said. She pulled up, she was crying. makes me want to cry right now when I think about it. She said, all my life, I seen it like this. She said, I never knew could be different. So I'm gonna say this to you, through the leadership, through Supervisor named Miley giving me the courage. You have to have courage. It's hard. It's dangerous out there. You have individuals that will threaten you if you confront them about dumping in your neighborhood. I had people that called and they pulled guns on them, right? They pulled guns on them. So I'm saying I've been in office 14 months, but I've been fighting this for a long time as a resident, as a community-based organization, to a 501c3 director, now a city council member. And it's a hard fight. It's hard. It's hard. And when you give supervisors like Supervisor named Miley to put air under your wings to give you the courage to fight for your community and for your people, because I lived in this area all my life. If I walked by this as a child, I would think I was trash, right? So in Supervisor Nate Miley's words, it has no boundaries. We got to set boundaries for our community. We have to. And I'm going to say this in closing, and I thank everyone online. I thank everyone that's here. This is a crime against our community, and we must stand up. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And thanks to everyone for being here and being a part of IDCon and for elevating these types of best practices. This is the kind of stuff that we're going to be hearing about today. And it's part of why I'm so excited about our next presentation, actually, which is going to be Sherlock surveillance and illegal dumping enforcement. And I would like to welcome Elon
To present.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Thanks, everybody, for having me here. I'm from Sherlock Surveillance. I'm super lucky to be able to be here. This is my second conference. The first conference I came to was over at the museum. It was a lot more laid back than this is. This is a little bit more serious. So, no, really, thank you for having me here. Speaking about enforcement, I've got my wife here taking pictures of me. And I've also been fortunate enough to, Sherlock Surveillance works with the city of San Jose. We do the cameras for the city of San Jose, and we've had a really good partnership with Beautify San Jose. And so a lot of what I'm going to be referencing will be my experience of working with Beautify San Jose. I'm going to show you a couple of slides. They're not going to be quite as good as before and after because I'm going to show you garbage, as you can see here. But what I am going to talk a little bit about is I'm going to talk a little bit about what the city of San Jose is doing, but more than anything, this is going to be about the technology that we're using. And I encourage people to interrupt me if they want, if they have any questions, but I'll walk you through it a little bit. First of all, what we're doing in San Jose, so again, Sherlock Surveillance, what we do is specialize in surveillance and access control. And we're very fortunate because we get to practice our craft in the city where we live. So I'm not representing the city of San Jose, but I am here from San Jose. And I think, I love San Jose. All right, so I can show you the first slide that I want to show you. I'm going to talk a little bit about our solution. So basically what we've done is we designed a system to help the city of San Jose enforce combating illegal dumping. It's actually simple and straightforward. We use one camera to monitor activity, which would be over here, camera A, right? So here you can see what happened. Camera B is capturing the license plate, capturing the vehicle. What we've seen is that in order to issue a citation, you need to have very good evidence, very specific evidence. You want to get video of what happened. You want to, so you need video of the event. You want to be able to identify what was done, who did it, and you want to be able to get a license plate. Why a license plate? A license plate has a registration attached to it, which has an address, a driver's license, and then you can hold somebody accountable. So enforcement, we're really more about helping the city of San Jose enforce some of the ordinances that Aaron was talking about. So I'm really getting more into that piece. What we've seen in working with Beautify San Jose is that it is not sufficient to just throw up cameras. A little bit of the history, and correct me if I'm wrong over there. Just feel free to enforce your experience here. But what we've seen is that at the beginning, when we started to capture the video for the city, they were not able to issue citations right away. A lot of it was getting all the departments in the city to begin to coordinate. So Beautify San Jose, and correct me if I'm wrong, is responsible for collecting the garbage and for cleaning up the illegal dumping. San Jose has an app, 311, where any resident, if they see illegal dumping, can take a picture, shoot it up through the app. That arrives to code enforcement, sends it over here. I have a slide I want to show you about that. It's going to be a little bit easier to show you than to talk about it. And then I'll get a little bit into the technology of it. And I apologize a little bit on these guys. Yeah, so here it is. So basically a report comes in, code enforcement begins with the data coming in from the reports of the residents. Hotspots are identified. And once a hotspot's identified, what's a hotspot? So obviously it's where repeat illegal dumping's happening. What are the most common spots? Quiet roads, outside large apartment complexes, oftentimes public areas, parks, or encampments. And then Beautify San Jose will go pick up the garbage. And then at that point, once we have a hotspot, once they have a hotspot, we'll deploy the cameras. Once the cameras are put up, and this is what our mayor said, is that illegal dumping starts going down quite a bit. I think he said something like 30%. So they're effective both in the deterrence and the enforcement. I want to talk a little bit about how the cameras do that. I'm going to, let's see here. Okay, so basically what we do is we leverage three different technologies. One is these cameras are going up on city lampposts, okay? So city lampposts are basically out on the street, so you don't have power, you don't have any way to transmit the data. So we're leveraging solar power, we're leveraging 4G, the 4G, 5G network. And the cameras that we're using, they're cameras with AI analytics, and they're called edge cameras. They don't require DVR, which means they use very little power. So that's how we can put them up on lampposts. They charge overnight, and they're continuously on, but only recording when there's activity, okay? So where does the AI come in? So AI, the images and the video gets captured through the camera, deposited in the cloud. Once it's in the cloud, it can be analyzed. AI is very good at recognizing license plates, which helps a great deal. Obviously, that way you can get the license plate, you can get the ID, and you can begin to issue fines. I know that a little bit of the experience, and it's been, at least for us, for Sherlock working with the city, it's been a learning experience because at the beginning, just Beautify having the video was not sufficient. Something had to be done to work out a process with code enforcement, and correct me if I'm wrong, to be able to issue the citations. I think that San Jose has adopted the new ordinance that you were talking about with the higher fines. I know as a resident, and again, I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody, but I have seen the city of San Jose, and I've been there for 30 years, has really been cleaned up a lot in the last few years. I attribute it a lot to really more than anything the mayor, but it really is a much cleaner. We have a Guadalupe River running through the city. Used to be full of homeless encampments. Now it's cleaned up. I love walking and walking around the city. Like I said, I love San Jose, and it's really beginning to get cleaned up a lot. I like to think that this technology is really working and helping. I want to show you some of the success here. And again, I don't want to speak for San Jose or for Beautify, but they were kind enough to share some statistics with me before I came to the conference. And I'm going to share a little bit of that with you over here. Now, let me take you to, and this I think will exemplify how this has been progressing. So, yeah, this is the slide. Okay, great. So basically, the staff you'll see here is the latest and greatest of Beautify San Jose. I know some of the folks have been here longer, but really the citations began to be issued in third quarter of 2025. What was shared with me is that there were a total of 70 events captured in the third quarter of 2025. Of those 70 events, one citation was able to be issued. So it was kind of still the beginning of being able to work through this. Thank you. As the sort of the interdepartmental communication improved throughout the city, again, Beautify San Jose, working with code enforcement. Fourth quarter, I think there were about 40 events captured and 5 citations issued. As you can see already, first quarter of this year, I think there were, I heard there were 97 events captured and 15 citations issued. Now, there's a little secret I'm going to let you in on, and the secret is that the cameras that we helped the city set up, that we designed for the city, weren't enough to be able to get to 15 citations. I think it was beginning to work with SJPD. Now, SJPD uses the flock cameras, and I know I'm saying a bunch of dirty words here, cameras with AI, flock cameras, all that kind of stuff. And I'll talk a little bit about that. But for all those instances in which, for example, a license plate wasn't recognized, or for the vehicles that did not have a license plate, I think Beautify was able to get the help from SJPD and all of their intelligence. Also, code enforcement has access to information that the rest of us don't have access to. And that interdepartmental cooperation communication really facilitated issuing the number of fines we're seeing now, right? At the beginning, almost a year ago, 70 events, one citation. This year, out of almost 100 events, we're already getting a 15%. So it's beginning, we're really seeing, we're seeing it become quite effective. Let me see, I did want to share a little bit about the technology itself. So I've spoken about what we use, how we use the solar, how we use the 3G, and the cameras that we're using. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the cameras, which is really my specialty. That's why it's called Sherlock Surveillance. So the cameras that we use are called edge cameras. So they're able to stand alone. They have a memory card in them, so they don't require a DVR. They're recording locally. They transmit up to the cloud through the cellular network. And once in the cloud, that's where we can begin to put the AI analytics in. Some of the things that we're working on, and I know that the drones flying around are probably going to be a really enhance this technology. I do want to say a couple of things about the AI. Before we deployed cameras for the city of San Jose, we did make sure that the manufacturers are being very careful, more than anything, with any type of profiling, discrimination, making sure the algorithms don't discriminate against anybody in particular, very neutral. I know that there have been issues with Flock in particular because they've shared data with ICE. So I have to admit, I am not the person who controls the data. I give the tools to the city of San Jose to utilize them, but I do, as far as I know, that they're only using these cameras for illegal dumping. All right, so I know that a lot of care is going into that. So for any concerns about that in particular, the other thing about the cameras is they're deployed in the hotspots that have already been identified as places where there's illegal dumping, but we have seen that it's been effective. I think, just like Nate was saying, I mean, we all do things, we all cross the line once in a while, and enforcement is going to be an important piece for that. I also think it's a win-win because we're keeping we're keeping our city clean. We're also helping the city generate some revenue from the people who are the perpetrators of the crime of illegal dumping, and utilizing those funds hopefully to help us clean the city. I don't know if anybody has any specific questions. I know a lot about cameras. I was just at ISC West, so it's the security conference in Las Vegas. I did have a chance to speak to a few companies that specialize specifically in artificial intelligence for the cameras, and I do want to speak a little bit about where this is all going, but I don't know if anybody has any questions about what I've said so far, or if, or I don't want to call anybody out, but did I say anything I shouldn't have said? Okay,
and as a reminder as well, if you're online, you can use the online Q&A feature, and we will be able to ask those questions in the room.
Thank you. I think you have a question. Yes.
Yeah, hi, Travis Robinette with EPA Region 9. I work with tribes in California. I'm curious, how do you protect against vandalism?
Oh, that's a great question. I actually, one of the slides while I was preparing, I wanted to show how nice the cameras that we deploy are. So I pulled up the slide, and once I zoomed into it a little bit, I saw that somebody had taken a paint gun and hit the camera with the paint gun. Now, these cameras are 20 feet in the air, so somebody was well versed. So the first thing is they are mounted on city lampposts. They're mounted pretty high up, at least 15 to 20 feet. So somebody can't just pull up with a ladder and get up there. You need a lift to get up there. So they're out of reach. And again, we have seen vandalism with the paint guns. I'm trying to think, has anybody gone up on a ladder or anything like that? Have you guys seen a lot of vandalism for the cameras? Yeah, so.
I think in some of the areas that are more remote, like towards, not in residential areas, those are the ones where we've seen shooting with the paint guns.
Yeah, so I think that's kind of the main thing. There are, Yeah, there are devices that can interrupt, but I think in general, these are not like the most severe types of cameras. When we went out and installed cameras at the beginning, so again, a little bit about the experience. At the beginning, we were the ones installing the cameras for the city. Beautify now has learned how to slice and dice and maintain and mount, and they're doing it all themselves. So well contained, probably a better use of city funds that way. I'm just a contractor for the city, and we're not cheap as far as what the prevailing wages and all that. Yes. Okay, hold on 1 minute. I'm gonna, yes.
Are any of the cameras out of sight?
No, they're not hidden cameras. They're specifically mounted on city lights, out on street lights. And in fact, what we've seen, and I was going to say that when we started to install the cameras, and specifically, people from the community were worried. They were like, "Hey, what are these cameras for? And you guys are spying on us." And so, like, no, these are for illegal dumping. And yeah, so they're for that, but they're also a deterrent. So yeah. Sorry, another question, sir. Yes.
Yes, a lot of times hotspots will change over time. And how easy is it to move cameras from spot to spot?
So, I don't know, do you guys want to?
Yeah.
Alon's is like, no, I don't want to say anything. No, go ahead, because Beautify is the one who actually does that.
We move often. We move our cameras quarterly, and so it's internally that our staff has been able to do that.
Yeah, so as far as I know, the reports come in through the 311 app. Hotspots are identified, and I think you guys are on a quarterly rotation, right? Every quarter they get moved to the new hotspots. How I'm showing. Whoop! It went away. Somebody took away my slide. I was so proud of it. Okay. Anyway, so have you guys? Have you seen that after putting the cameras up, the dumping does go down? That it does help.
Yeah, so the dumping does go down, but like anything, somebody asked, like, are they in the public? Can you see them? And so I think initially when they go up, the community sees them. When we take them out, sometimes it does go back up, but for the most part, it's one of those things that this is the first year that we're moving them around this often. And so maybe next year I'll be able to give you more concrete information on how it's been working for us.
Great. Yes, sir.
Oh, ma'am.
Oh, ma'am, I'm sorry.
My question to you is, as the as the people putting out the cameras, where are you going next? What's the camera going to look like in 5 years? What's it going to look like in 10? Like and who are you responding to for these designs?
I have a slide for that.
I bet you
Okay, no, thank you. Great question. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. Okay, so what is the future of this technology? One of the things that we're doing, so everybody's heard of, ChatGPT and anyway, all the AI large language models. Everything you're doing on the computer is called a large language model. There's something called large video models. And so what the video models do and what we're using them for is we're training the models. We're not actually training the models, but we're buying the technology with models that are trained to specifically recognize debris, mattresses, all the things related to garbage, in the effort to first and foremost be able to be notified in real time. So this technology will enable law enforcement to be notified in real time when somebody is doing some illegal dumping. And taking it one step further without getting too vanilla sky about it, what's also possible is to, with a certain degree of accuracy, predict if someone's going to do some illegal dumpings. The other type of video model we're using is for graffiti. So they're telling me I have 5 minutes left, so I'm gonna.
And we have two questions online as well.
Oh,
One
great.
was about the cost of the cameras, and the other was if, and this might not be for you, it might be for Beautify San Jose, about the retention requirements for the and the footage, how long it's maintained, and the memory required to do that.
Okay, I can talk about the technology of it and what's possible. So the cameras themselves have an SD card on them, which means a little memory chip. So depending on the amount of activity, because they only record when there's motion, but you can guesstimate that there's maybe up to a week of storage on the camera itself. The cloud system that we're using retains the video for a month. And what it does is it only records the clips of the actual activity happening and the license plates. After that, just like any security camera, it just gets overwritten. So as far as I know, nobody's retaining the data. It's just, it's on there for as long as it's being paid to be on there. And as far as what the cost is, I would say of the cameras themselves. So what we don't, it's really not just the cameras. It's a little bit more than the cameras, and I'll show you exactly what I mean. Is that me? Yeah. Okay. So there's solar panels, there's cameras, there's batteries, there's cellular router in there. There's the cost of communicating with the cellular network, and then there's the cloud cost. So it really depends. And then of course whatever Beautify is putting in resources. Okay, I'm having too much fun. I'm being told that they're gonna pull me off stage. Do we have time for more questions?
We have time for a few more questions. So if there's any questions in the audience, you can raise your hand. If you have questions online, you can put them in the Q&A feature. Yes, Supervisor.
I just want to say value what San Jose's been doing, because we've been working with them over the years. In fact, our first Legal Dumping conference that was canceled because of COVID, we're going to hold that in San Jose. So I really have a lot of respect for San Jose, of your mayor, Mayor Mahan, and everything's going on in San Jose. And we've already seen how camera-based enforcement is a best practice. We know that. And phone cameras, even though there's problems with them, the question is, I always tell people, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. If there's going to be abuses everywhere, but if we want to try to address illegal dumping, camera enforcement is one of those approaches. And then finally, at one of our conferences, we actually had some presentation on the cost of illegal dumping. So if you think the cost of having cameras is expensive, think about the cost of illegal dumping, not just the dollar cost, the mental cost, the anguish cost, the cost to society in those communities. Illegal dumping has a cost. So
thank you. And I'll just wrap up. I'll wrap up by saying a couple of things. I have seen that the technology works. I also have to admit that it did take us a little while. We're not totally there yet. Sometimes some things don't get recorded. The interdepartmental coordination was really, really key in being able to issue the citations. I really commend you guys for being the blueprint, and thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that's one of the things I love about IDCon, because we're going to hear from a lot of different types of intervention. So this was a enforcement-based intervention, and as we saw with the 3E strategy, you have to have each of those pillars, right? The education, eradication, enforcement. Enforcement isn't just cameras; it's also what's the ordinance that you have in place, who can be held accountable, how are they held accountable, what's the evidence required, all those types of things. What's the mechanism on the back end? To take the footage and then to process it. You have to think about all these things. So it ends up being a very complicated type of issue. But that's why all of these different solutions that we're hearing about today, whether it's cameras, whether it's AI, whether it's technology, whether it's community groups, or for-profit groups or governments coming together, we all have a role to play. And when we all come together in comprehensive solutions, that's what can make a difference. So just another round of applause for Sherlock Surveillance. Thank you very much for being here. The next one, and I'm very interested in this presentation, so it's going to be the shopping cart gravity well, escaping the event horizon. This is by Brett Wilkes. Do I have Brett here? Here we are, Brett. Let's welcome Brett to the IDCon stage. Welcome, Brett.
Thank you, Aaron. I like your shoes, by the way. You gotta thank your shoes too. Gentlemen, looking very dapper up here. Everyone in the online audience, I'm sure you're wearing your pajamas, so enjoy that. So my name is Brett. I'm with SCS, Brett Wilkes. I'm with SCS Engineers under the title of Sustainable Materials Management, which is a pretty broad title. But when I looked around our group, I found no one else was talking about illegal dumping or doing anything about it. So I decided to be the one in the team who's going to really focus on it. So I wanted to start with sort of a visual that I don't even really have to try very hard for, because on the way in, I saw a shopping cart out wild in the streets. I think there's one in one of the pictures right up here. So I didn't even really have to try to get you guys to visualize a lone shopping cart, that's somehow turned into some sort of litter or trash or however you want to define that. But when you are walking down the street and you see that, everyone has sort of a different reaction to that. Some people see it as just a nuisance, it's litter, it's maybe petty theft, maybe someone stole it from the grocery store is the victim, perhaps. Who's supposed to clean it up? It really just becomes sort of a mystery of what the responsibility is once a shopping cart has left the grounds of the store. So what I wanted to talk about in this presentation is just sort of in the world of sustainable materials management, what is a shopping cart and how does it relate to illegal dumping? And so, they're around because they're really actually very important devices. They turn 100 pounds into feeling like it's 5 pounds to be able to push it around a store. So it's like a high utility, mobile corporate asset, you might call it. It's sort of like a heavy lift vehicle, honestly. So today we're gonna sort of explore this idea that I've come up with called the gateway asset theory, and sort of explore the shopping cart gravity well, as you can see from my presentation. And whenever I do presentations, I like to create a story or a narrative or a metaphor that helps everyone to sort of understand the topic better. So I chose space and all the things that go in it because I'm a little bit of a sci-fi nerd. All right, so we'll go through sort of this, what I'm calling the gateway asset theory, and then we'll walk through the behavioral sort of psychology behind it, some new legal tools that are available, and some financial information, some environmental information, and a roadmap that jurisdictions can use to prevent illegal dumping by preventing one of the sources. Hey, all right. So instead of an agenda, I have an ignition sequence for you guys. First, we'll talk about carts, decay, and hotspots. And then we'll start talking about SB 753, sort of a new law that's designed to curb this, and financial information and some prevention information. And then we'll talk about escape velocity and how you can sort of get over this, use this as one method to get over some illegal dumping problems. All right. I like to keep it visual too, so you guys look at that and not me. So this is a picture I got from Facebook. I think it's actually from Oakland. So we'll talk about what a cart really is through like sort of a municipal governance lens. So inside the store, the cart is it's a really valuable tool. It's corporate property. It's managed and maintained by them. But unfortunately, the moment that the cart crosses the property line out of the store, its identity changes. It becomes unregulated. There's no real control over it. It becomes forsaken. And it's a misplaced tool, often in the public right-of-way. So if we think about a shopping cart, it's a big corporate branded object. And when it sits around for a day, 2 days, 3 days, it communicates something to the neighborhood, which is saying nobody's watching this area. It's a permission signal to like invite other bad behaviors in. And that's sort of the gateway asset theory that I mentioned before. It's not exactly the trash itself or the illegal dumping, but it's the invitation for more illegal dumping once it's there. And then I'm using some fun words up there, but governance displacement, just referring to sort of the loss of responsibility that comes once that shopping cart is no longer in the bounds of the grocery store. So the governance of the responsibility of it has been displaced. And no one really feels an obligation to manage that property anymore because we know it's someone else's private property, so we don't want to deal with it. And the end result is just sort of a big 40, 50-pound metal object blocking sidewalks, sitting in parks, things like that. And it becomes a part of what I'm calling the informal waste economy, which probably is just a fancy way of saying illegal dumping. But the cart still has value. For someone walking by or someone who doesn't have a vehicle, it becomes something that's like really convenient for a convenient place for dumping, a convenient use of a tool that they can haul around other waste with and stuff like that. And then, so this is sort of where the gravity metaphor begins, in that it's the gateway asset, and it sort of has an attraction to other trash and bad behavior that brings it in. So it's sort of the first signal to the neighborhood that it's okay to dump your stuff here. All right, so as I mentioned, I wanted to ground this in a little bit of real science. So I've got here the physics of decay. Actually, this kind of we've already been talking about some of this stuff already. So I was going to mention the broken windows theory, which is disorder breeds more disorder. And then I went a little bit further and I found this other study. It's from 2011, and it's along the same lines, but it's called the cross-norm inhibition effect. And what it's really showing is, if you want to like understand this graph, you can break it into just the first 3 bars on the left to make it easier. And what you're seeing is an experiment where there was people who were in some way either forced to litter or clean up their litter. Like something was put on their bike so that they would have to take it off in order to use their bike, so that it was an invitation to either litter or be responsible with that litter. So in the baseline on the very left, you can see it, litter-free refers to a litter-free environment that they started in, and 53% of people put the paper in their pocket and decided not to litter. So they sort of conformed with the environmental standards that were around them. And then they conducted the same experiment again, but in an environment that had litter in it, and the results, went down. People saw that there was litter around, so they said, hey, it's okay, I'll just throw my stuff on the ground. So only 39% conformed. And then in the third one, the littered with a sign, even though there was a sign saying no littering, it actually somehow got worse. That one was a little bit weird. And then sort of the same, it's kind of the same thing, the same trend on the other three. It's litter free with a sign. So I could go into more detail in that if you guys would like, but the basic idea is that we take our cues from the environment. If we're in a littered environment, that's sort of how we act. It becomes sort of a normalization, if you will. We're lowering the threshold to litter, and then we're normalizing it by having sort of a dirty environment in the first place. And oh yeah, here we go. There we go. So you can see the, as the like environment gets worse, the invitation to litter or promote bad behaviors also increases with it. So this is what to keep with the metaphor, this is sort of what I'm calling the gravity well forming in real time. It's sucking in more trash as it sits there and accumulates. All right, so now we'll go to how this works in the real world. I'm glad someone's enjoying all my metaphors. So this is just like a bit about how a hotspot forms and how this relates to what I'm talking about. And this is another actual picture of Oakland that I just fancied up with some space stuff around it. So first, you have sort of a catalyst, and in this case, for what I'm talking about, the gateway asset or the shopping cart. It's there, and it's sort of forming its own gravity, as I was saying. And then what I'm calling hitchhiker trash starts to come along with it. People walking by might throw a little bit of stuff in there. And you can even like fool yourself that this is like some sort of tidy illegal dumping. I've like placed it inside of this shopping cart, so it's like contained trash in a way, and someone else was going to pick that up anyways. So like maybe I actually just did something good instead of just throwing it on the ground. So calling that hitchhiker trash, and that's also the gravity that I was referring to, where it just becomes easier to keep accumulating waste as that sits there. And it's a bit sort of to, again, keep with the theme, it's sort of where we're hitting the event horizon, where it like really tries to suck all the rest of the trash in it with no escape. And then that leads to some escalation. And now the barrier to entry is basically gone. Anyone can throw anything there. No one's watching. At least that's a signal that it sends. So the result is what started as like, a pretty small problem, shopping cart, maybe some other stuff, over the course of, X amount of time becomes a bigger problem, and it gets more expensive, and all the problems that we all probably know that come with that. So to stop this, we probably would want to close the portal, or whatever the good metaphor for that would be, shut off the tap. So we have to treat the shopping cart as a liability for the producer and not a burden for the taxpayer to pay. And that brings us to SB 753, which is like the newest law designed to treat these corporate assets sort of in the same way as extended producer responsibility, making them be responsible for their own shopping carts instead of the city or the taxpayer's responsibility for those shopping carts. And I'm calling this extended corporate responsibility. Okay, so more fancy pictures. So we'll talk about the law now, SB 753. So a lot of the old setups was that the system was essentially like a taxpayer subsidy for these stores and their retail negligence, basically. The city might take on some or all of the cleanup costs that are associated with shopping carts. I know there's a lot of different setups, but I don't think anyone gets away with doing it for free for the most part. So 753 allows jurisdictions to modernize this a bit. It moves from like a reactive model to a proactive model, or at least that's the attempt. So local governments can now pick up carts immediately and return them directly to the retailers underneath this new law. Cities have the authority to act instantly if a cart is creating a safety hazard or blocking a right of way, or blocking emergency services. And by returning carts directly instead of going through a whole like impoundment phase and some of the other setups I've seen, it solves a lot of the storage problems, administration problems, burdens that come with those kind of things. And it also allows cities to bill retailers for the actual costs of the retrieval and return. So the idea is that it's not supposed to be a fine. It's supposed to be a reimbursement for the work that the city did on the store's behalf. Many jurisdictions, and I haven't worked with any personally, so like I said, this is all sort of theoretical in terms, but my understanding that San Jose has taken this in already and has set it recovery fees at $100 a cart. Riverside has as well. So at that point, if a retailer still fails to retrieve a cart, they can get a formal notice, and then eventually the city can continue to levy fines to turn it into at least a revenue neutral sort of engagement. And this is like where I'd want you to think about how this can work like systematically. So that's the idea of the extended producer or extended corporate responsibility. It's a systemic way of forcing retailers to manage their own assets. If a retailer puts out like, 100 carts and 50 of them get stolen, that could be $5,000 for them. So they're probably gonna want a good like plan to not do that, because the expense of paying the city might be more than containing the carts themselves. So basically the cost of negligence outweighs the cost of prevention, and other things can come into effect at that point, like wheel locks, GPS tracking, parking lot attendance, things like that. So basically trying to get you a picture here, the old way is a straight line, and we in waste management want circular systems. Those are good. We like circles, we don't want lines. Overall picture. And then the idea is that you can recover the actual costs of the enforcement program so that it becomes revenue neutral. So the more carts there are, the more funding there is for the program, and it just sort of hopefully sustains itself, or that's the idea. If the store doesn't want to pay the price, then they're probably just going to have to stop the asset from falling out of their control anyways into what I've been calling the gravity well. So SB 753, it's not supposed to be a penalty. It's supposed to be about rebalancing the responsibility of the ownership. All right. So we've talked a little bit about the legal authority, and now we could talk about the fuel for everything, which is money. SB 753 provides more fuel by allowing the actual cost recovery, as I discussed. As you can see, I'm once again going with the circle theme here. So circle's good. So once we allow for the actual cost recovery, it ensures that the energy or the money in the system sort of stays in a closed loop, or at least that's the intent. So in order to do that, you have to define actual costs, and there's a lot of them. I'm sure you guys know. There's labor, there's equipment, there's disposal and tipping fees for any of that hitchhiker trash that did happen to make it into that trash cart, or to the cart or around it. And of course, there's like plenty of administrative overhead with any of these activities. And so when you add all this up, like $100 recovery fee, it's not really that much of a penalty. It's more just like, here's what it costs for us to get this cart for you and give it back to you. So the closed loop system basically works by recovering the cart. The city bills the retailer, and then the money goes back into a dedicated fund of some sort to fund the program and to keep itself moving. So circular, keeping with the circle theme. And hopefully at that point it's self-sustaining. So just as to note, it does allow for contracted services. You can subcontract specialized services to go get the carts and then have them pay for that. If you don't have the staff or something like that. So basically it ensures that every abandoned cart is essentially a bill waiting to be collected in the eyes of a grocery store. And it creates a good amount of economic friction for retailers, hopefully making it cheaper to contain those carts instead of letting them run all over the neighborhood. So really, we aren't taxing the businesses. We're just trying to stop the public from subsidizing their own negligence. All right. So I wanted to put this in there just because this is my personal approach, has been more of an environmental, like one of the reasons why I do this is environmental. And I think it helps to show the cost, the greater cost that we all see from things like shopping carts being abandoned and ending up in the environment. So this is a study done by the University of Warwick. So that's the UK, but I think it gives us a good idea of the environmental impacts. Manufacturing a single steel shopping cart costs 65 kilograms of CO2. That's 143 pounds for us here. And that's the most carbon intensive stage of the cart's life. And so when a cart is lost or landfilled or whatever happens to it, that's an environmental debt, a carbon debt that we've just paid. That's pretty expensive. So every time a cart is destroyed, you're basically throwing away 143 pounds of carbon right there. And so during this study, they measured how much it costs to make the cart and then how many times you'd have to retrieve a cart before those costs equaled out. And it came out to 93 times. So that's why it's a 93 times cleaner solution. You'd have to go collect that cart 93 times before you're equaling the carbon debt of the production of one cart. So basically, it's much cheaper, easier, and better for everyone involved to collect the carts rather than somehow landfilling them. And again, that's where we want to keep that circular theme going on. And even in the study, they even found that they did a deep refurbishment of some of these carts, meaning they re-galvanized and prevented rust and did all those kind of things for the carts. And even that you'd have to do that 12 times before it equals one cart. So the damage of one cart environmentally, what I'm getting at, it can be pretty great. So if you're just letting all them sit in rivers and stuff like that, it's a lot. And at the macro scale, the study showed that 520,000 carts abandoned annually in their local area created the carbon footprint of roughly 80 cars driven for a year. So good amount of carbon there. And that's, just another way that it's important that we curb illegal dumping. All right, so now we'll shift from reactive cleanup to proactive prevention. So the most effective approach is the sort of hard stop. These are the things that the containment plans that SB 753 supports or promotes through its fee schedule. Ensuring that the cart never enters the street in the first place. Technologies like, as mentioned before, geofencing, the magnetic wheel locks, you can use bollards, staff, just whatever it takes to keep the carts in that sort of closed store loop, as I've mentioned. So red bad, green good. And basically the idea is to turn the stick of enforcement into the carrot of infrastructure, like make it more expensive for them to lose the carts than to keep them, basically. All right. So the path to escape velocity. How do we get out of this problem? What does it look like? I mean, this again sort of relates back to the 3 E's. It might be a good idea to go talk to first, I guess the first step would always be to implement the ordinance in the first place, create some language in your code that allows you to enforce this. And then secondly, I think education would be the key. You'd want to go around to all of your store owners, staff like that, and let them know that this is the new game in town. This is how it's going to work, and you guys can either work with that or you guys are going to start seeing some fines. And then after that would be the enforcement aspect of it. So education, enforcing on it, collecting those carts, giving the fees to them, letting them know that you're serious. And then hopefully after those 2 E's, you get to the eradicate stage, which would be them taking care of their own carts and actually being responsible for their own materials. But the goal here is basically escape velocity from, it's not the whole problem of illegal dumping, but it's a small subsection of it. And I think what's important to know, and I'm sure everyone here knows, is illegal dumping is a 1,000 cuts, so we got to take one of those cuts out. So this is just an idea for one of them, but I think it provides a good model that future assets could use, basically. So before I close, I wanted to sort of bring this out into a bigger idea, because I know I was using shopping carts as my sort of metaphor, but I think this could apply to any sort of corporate asset that has branding or you can provide assign responsibility to. So I've got pallets. I think that would be a really tough one, but I see e-scooters in streets and in creeks and all over the place. The other one I've seen is there's a lot of illegal dumping at donation sites, like those standalone closed donation sites. You can be okay, you own that, maybe we should have some responsibility assigned to you for that. So that's just to sort of broaden the idea of extended corporate responsibility, basically, because someone needs to be responsible for this stuff, and I feel like Safeway has deep enough pockets to be able to manage that. So the idea is just to use 753 as sort of a model that we can put onto other products, and maybe just a couple more cuts that we take out of that problem. Everyone has a thing, and then that trash is no longer attracting other trash once it's on the street. So it has a sort of cumulative effect is the whole idea that I'm trying to get across, I think, here with all my fancy pictures. So just want to say, the shopping cart is the example I used here, but it's not the only one, whether it's a scooter or a pallet or a donation bin. It attracts more dumping. So this is just a small step that we could take to extend corporate responsibility into things that they own. So thank you very much. I'll take questions.
Thank you, Brett. All right, so the first question, I know I've got questions because that was cool.
I'm not sure if I'll have all the answers because it's new, and
Very cool. First question I have online is, what happens if a cart is damaged or dilapidated beyond repair?
That's a good question. So I guess that would be up to the owner of the cart. Would it be worth it to, as that study said, to regalvanize it, fix it up? Study showed that you could do that 12 times before the carbon buildup would be worse than just having the production of one. So I think it's up to the owner, but I think it could be a good idea to rebuild them.
Excellent. I see a question here.
That's also a good question. So the question was, how do you properly fine an owner if you can't find out who owns the cart? So part of this law allows you to require carts to have the corporate brand on them. So I don't think that's like a perfect answer to your question, but it does allow you to at least say you have to have your branding on the cart. In the future, we can then fine you for that.
James?
What's the situation with the person who's using the car?
So I think for most of my presentation, I was talking about sort of abandoned carts and how they attract trash. I think that gets into a whole other issue of homelessness and stuff like that, which I'm not like saying go rip out carts from people who are using them. And I realize that could be a very touchy area, but I don't really have a good answer. I think that this mostly applies to like abandoned shopping carts that could be out there.
Yes, right here.
I might be able to help answer your first question. What happens to the damaged carts?
Yeah, please.
With Sacramento County, at least, when we pick up the damaged carts, where they're beyond repair, they get sent to the metal recycling facilities. And a lot of times, those metal recycling facilities will ask, "Do you have permission from the retailer to throw this away?" And we'll have to get that permission. So, kind of on the right steps.
Okay. So just for anyone who didn't hear.
They should hear it. Okay, it's on. And then I saw a question right behind as well, yes?
Yes, yep.
Because like in San Diego, we have a contractor that's supposed to pick up the abandoned carts and then take them back to the stores, but they don't usually do it. So it's like we're trying to figure out how to hold them responsible because we just currently have a cart graveyard at one of our city yards. So we just this could be a good step for us to actually get everybody held responsible.
Yeah, and that was the intent behind the law.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know it was. I haven't even heard of it. So it's great.
Brand new.
Very nice. Mary? Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering, you're talking about corporate responsibility. Could that be used for like waste management carts? Because I see those a lot, abandoned and open.
No comment.
You're talking about like the garbage bins and stuff, though?
Yeah, people just take them, they put them down on the corner, your waste management carts. I don't know why they're abandoned, but they're stolen. Okay, so could it be used for that?
When we find out, when someone reports to us there's carts or bins, we send a truck out there to retrieve them. It's also in a safe manner. If it's in deeply in a mesh encampment, that can be challenging. Sometimes even moving bins, servicing bins can be difficult because encampments have built out the bins, and we've had just buckets of syringes. All this, our workers can't go in there and grab them. So it can get complicated, but we do our best we can.
This is why it's important to have everyone in the room, right? Yeah. Yes, sir, in the back.
Okay. Can you give some time to the corporation to retrieve the card itself? Otherwise, you're gonna just pay $100
Right. There are some details on the timing of it. It's immediate if it's in the way of an emergency or a hazard. But other than that, you supposed to give them a couple days notice with like proper documentation as well.
More questions? Yes.
I see that I looked it up while you were talking to see that it was signed last October by the governor, and I'm curious about implementation and what else you know about how the law, it took effect, I assume, January 1, but is there any other regulations that go along with this law?
So that's why it's a bit in the theoretical stage right now, because at least I personally haven't worked with anyone who's implemented it. I'm advising that they do, but that's so I don't have any hard answers for like how the implementation is actually looking. I wish I had some good examples.
Do you know who's responsible for the implementation of that? Is there a state agency?
No, I'm not sure. So
Supervisor Miley?
Oh, you just hit on something I've been concerned about. We've been trying to push for since we've been working on this forever, that there be a state entity responsible for illegal dumping.
You're here.
We want, it could be, recycling if they got the authority. But the point is, there needs to be a statewide entity responsible for illegal dumping. We've been working on this, I'd say, for 10 years. 10 years. And this law is another good example why illegal dumping knows no boundaries. Because jurisdiction's been dealing with carts forever. And now maybe there's a uniform way that we can collectively address this. But, oh, perfect question.
And we also see online a question about the idea of corporate responsibility, wondering how that could be extended for small items, plastic water bottles, food containers, alcohol bottles, etc.
Do it. I don't know. I don't know how you do it, but do it. Make it happen.
All right, so not in this law, but to any legislators who might be listening.
Yeah. I also had a random, like, as the surveillance presentation was going, like, maybe you could incorporate carts into the AI of that, and you could, like, actively track it all, like, real time, how many carts are in the environment. You could be like, oh, that's like $600 right there.
Yeah, very interesting.
Oh, we will.
Very good, yes.
Yeah, I have to tell you, we did a survey of a neighborhood, multifamily homes, dense population, and first thing I saw, 8 shopping carts. But you know what? There was not a parking spot to be found in this many block multifamily area. So the only way that the person that was doing the grocery shopping at the local place that could even, with, as you said, turn 100 pounds into 5 pounds was to use the cart.
Right.
So I feel like part of the issue is how far these carts go from the edge of the boundary. Is there a way to promote an exchange program or a pickup spot or some other way to brainstorm this out as someone's doing something wrong and taking the cart off the property? So I feel like we're looking at this from a, oh, you're doing bad lens, but people are just trying to get by.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things I tried to game plan as you know, I knew that would be a question, or I figured it would be. And like, you're right. But I don't know that just letting shopping carts go all over the place is the answer either. So, I think there just should be maybe like other programs in place, or cheaper buses, or shuttle I mean, I don't know what the exact answer is, but I don't think that it's allowing shopping carts to just willy-nilly leave the parking lot either.
Yeah, well, it's part of that systemic solutions, right? You know, and I know we're going to be talking about that tomorrow, which is why you're thinking about it. But, you know, the idea that, you know, the reason illegal dumping occurs, there's reasons behind it, right? It's maybe the beauty of the neighborhood, maybe it's that the shopping carts are there because there's no parking spaces or things like that. So trying to figure out what's driving it is really, really important, and an excellent point. I have time for one more question, and I'm going to go to right there.
Thank you. Kind of piggybacking off of what you were saying, you know, we've seen shopping carts for decades, and it's also directly tied to our homeless crisis. And we see people who are using shopping carts to transport their property, you know, their belongings. While the shopping cart issue, you know, is a problem, we do have to address how can people safely, you know, again, transport their belongings when they're thrown out onto the street. And also, is there any way that we've thought about how can we include the artist community into refurbishing, you know, some of these older shopping carts into art? You have people who use electronics and other items that could, you know, be hazardous, but turning them into artwork that's sustainable.
Yeah, well, I mean, I love those ideas. Like I said, like, I wanted to make sure the focus on this was on abandoned shopping carts and not ones that were actually in use. And that was specifically to sort of address, like, if someone is using the shopping cart for their own personal life, like, I don't necessarily think that just taking it from them is the best idea. So focusing on abandoned shopping carts, I think, is more the idea here. And then homelessness is its totally own separate thing that I don't know that I'm qualified in any way to like discuss about how to solve that. But also I love the art idea. I've seen all kinds of that kind of stuff and I'm a big fan, so that would be cool.
Cool. Excellent. Thank you very much, Brett, for your presentation today. So, you know, this is what I love about IDCon, because you always get really interesting stuff. Yes, sir. Okay.
I'm Doug Cole, Executive Director of the California Product Stewardship Council. I'm going to invite three people up to the stage right now. Larry Sweetser is the chair of the IDTAC. Ted Ward is chair of California Product Stewardship Council. Cecile Ferguson, who is the executive team leader for the Keep California Beautiful. And we actually have something for not just
you guys.
So sorry for the unscripted interruption here, delaying you from lunch, but we got together and decided there's a need to recognize leaders in this industry that excel at addressing illegal dumping. It's a very messy issue. It's not very glamorous to be known as the illegal dumping person. It's messy, it's ugly, but nonetheless, we thought there was a need to recognize that. So we came up with, it takes real dedication to do this. So we came up with what we call the Clean Awards. It's the California leaders in the environment and neighborhoods. And so they're individually made around here. And so they're dedicated individuals who exemplify the best in serving their community and addressing illegal dumping and celebrating individuals who have the courage to persevere. And elected officials, we have one for the political champion. You have to deal with a lot of different issues, health, environment, enforcement, all of that. So illegal dumping is not very glamorous for that. But it takes a lot of courage and a sense of outrage to step up and champion the cause of illegal dumping. And you say it takes a legal champion, so we thought it appropriate to dedicate this first award to Supervisor Miley. So please come up and receive your award. But we also felt, just not on that end, it also takes somebody in the community to be a champion, someone who implements the vision of what goes on with this issue. They worry about all the details, they inspire people, pull folks together, they motivate people. Despite all this adversity, you get the job done. And so we felt it appropriate to dedicate this award to Aaron Armstrong.
Wow, thank you.
You deserve
it. Yeah.
So, as chair of the California Product Stewardship Council and as chair of the Strategy Subcommittee of the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee, it's my pleasure to recognize the incredible effort, but also that you're, as a strategy, having us all get together and talk about and learn from each other couldn't be better. So I felt like it was our responsibility to recognize how important these kinds of conversations and your attendance at this meeting is. So thank you so much for making it happen.
Thank you. Wow. All right, so I didn't know that was coming. You guys, thank you so much. So I apologize for cutting into everyone's lunch for that. But again, thank you so much. So, I just wanted to reflect also briefly on that last presentation, how there was that one graph that came up that showed kind of how, litter and things like that led to more litter. That kind of data was so cool. I've been saying that for a long time because we've seen it, but to see data, really amazing kind of stuff. So very excited to see that. Really interesting new laws that we're learning about, ways that we can all work together. And that's what Illegal Dumping Conference is all about. So thank you. So now we're going to move to everyone's favorite part of the day, which is lunch. And lunch is going to be right across the hallway. We have a lunch area. There is seating in there. There's also seating in the open. All right, welcome everybody back to IDCon5. I know that it was a little rushed on the lunch. So we're going to ease into it in the afternoon. But I'm going to start with just a little a recap of some of the things that we've heard already today. So, we got to start off today with a little bit of a celebration of some of the things that we've accomplished through the Illegal Dumping Conference over the years. Oh, and I'm just going to remind everyone that in this room, the sound picks everything up. I'll remind you in a second again, too, as people come in. But we started with a little bit of a celebration of the things that the conference had accomplished. We got to talk about the illegal dumping ordinance, about the illegal dumping solutions report, the 3 E's, camera-based enforcement, geofencing, drone pilots, all the exciting things that have come out of the conference and are now out in the real world. And I know that we've had a couple presentations after that that I have no doubt are already out in the real world or will be soon. We got to hear from Councilmember Houston. I always like to hear from Ken because I've worked with him since 2016 and since well before he was on the city council. And he was like the grunt. I'm used to seeing him like covered in dirt, like sweaty and just disgusting and smelling and just like in his element. Now I see him in like suits and he's got cufflinks on. And I'm just like, what is happening here? So he's come a long way, and we're excited that he's been able to take that fight all the way from the streets now, and now he's taking that fight up at City Hall too. So we appreciated him being here and talking about some of the history and success that he's had. We got to hear about Sherlock surveillance, really interesting report, being able to use surveillance technology, integrating that with the city. We got to talk about how that partners or integrates with the model ordinance that we did. And we also got to see some of that technology. I love the solar panels. I love that they're using city poles, things like that. So really interesting stuff. And again, if people are interested in revisiting these presentations or want to find out more or watch it again or things like that, this whole conference has been recorded. And we'll put it all available, all on the website at the end. There's a complete rebroadcast for every single one of our conferences that we've had. And you can go in and you can just kind of scroll through and figure out like what's the presentation I want to watch. I can download the presentation. I can click watch now and it takes me right to the rebroadcast of that presentation. So all of that will be available for this conference after the conference as well. And then we got to hear a really interesting report on the shopping cart gravity well. That on SB, what was it, 743? 753. I was so close. Which was one that was actually not on my radar. So I always learn new things at the conference, and I love that. But learning about the ability to put some of the cost on the corporations as we're having to recover these, to creating a monetary value for actually recovering them. That is a very interesting thing, and it's a strategy that we've seen be successful in a variety of things, whether it's aluminum cans and that kind of stuff, or whether it's the mattress recycling program that the California state has. It's funded by the mattress fees, or even the medication take back and disposal, which Supervisor Miley has championed for many, many years ago and is still in place today. He took that fight all the way to the United States Supreme Court, and we won. So, very interesting to see that kind of stuff continue. Then, of course, we had lunch, and that was really nice. Yeah. Who here liked the lunch? Okay, who here didn't like the lunch? I did get one. Thank you very much for asking. I still got half of it, but I'm working on it. So we'll get through it. So hopefully you like that. We've got lots more in store for this afternoon, though. We're going to start off this afternoon with the legislative update. We'll hear about what's going on at the state legislature, about SB 54. All these numbers, man. We'll also get to hear from San Diego. Really excited to hear what's happening down in Southern California, because we know this isn't just an Alameda County or City of Oakland or Northern California issue. This is a statewide issue, and it's even a national and international issue. We're seeing that wherever there's people, this issue is there. After that, we're going to have a report from IDTAC, who ambushed me just before lunch, which appreciate them though. So we'll have a report on what they're doing to develop local cooperative efforts. And then we'll have after that, the CalRecycle solid waste disposal and co-disposal site cleanup program, hear about what's happening there. I'm always impressed with that. You'll see some of the photos and stuff. The scale of things that they're dealing with are just on a whole different level. After that, we're going to have our Oakland camera focus on illegal dumping, and really excited to hear what's happening here in the city of Oakland, my city, that I live in, that I work in, that I love. Not that I don't love the other cities, but I love Oakland more. And then after that, very excited that we'll have the Clean California Community Designation. We'll have a little panel discussion around that, about some of the importance of that and what it can help do for a community. And then we're going to close out today with that scaling illegal dumping solutions with AI and data, and talking about kind of the future and technology and how where we're moving with illegal dumping. So we've got a lot coming up this afternoon. It's going to be a pretty tight schedule. We are already behind, you guys. It's these guys who ambushed me again with their award. But luckily, they're the ones who are coming up to present. So they're the ones who get to deal with the consequences of it. So I'm very pleased to welcome up Ted Ward and Doug Kobold.
Oh, I'm trying to record this presentation so that this might be used as a presentation for the whole group, but
okay, thanks. All right, we got it. All right, so I'd like to welcome, though, Ted Ward, who I think is going to introduce us first, and then Doug. All right.
Thank you so much. Delighted to be here.
I'm doing this to Thomas and Timothy currently.
Oh dear. Okay. I believe it or not, it's the second time that has happened. I guess I recorded this and it just associated itself with the PowerPoint. So apologize for that. Hope to keep you all awake. Just after lunch, got to ask you a few questions, see who's here. So how many of you regularly participate in one way or another, either as staff or elected officials with local political bodies, city councils, board of supervisors? Okay. I've got more slides than time, so you're telling me which ones I'm going to skip over. And how many of you, say on a monthly basis, engage with state legislation one way or another? Okay. And how many of you know the basics of SB 54? How many of your communities have already started communications with the Circular Action Alliance? Okay, nothing there. And how many of you understand what is meant by a disadvantaged community under SB 54? Well, a disadvantaged community as a specific definition. And then finally, how many of you participate in some kind of cleanup event or activity in the past year? Those are the ones I like. Love you all. All right, so in the next few minutes, I intend to talk about plastic pollution, its many sources and drivers. The theme of this conference is systemic solutions, so I really want to take a little bit of a sidetrack on talking about some of the systemic factors that we're all trying to address, especially with relationship to plastic pollution, and then I'll hand the mic over to Doug. So for a couple of years, I served on the SB 54 Advisory Board under the great leadership of Timothy Burrows, and Doug continues to be the vice chair there. One of the tasks assigned to that group was to produce a report on plastic leakage. Leakage being the point where a piece of plastic is released into the environment and starts to become another bit of plastic pollution. So when we usually talk about a leak, we think about a leaking pipe, right? Where most of the liquid is getting where it needs to be and you have a little bit leaking out the side that you got to fix. That is the wrong image for plastic pollution. Plastic pollution ain't like that. If you look at that tub there, for instance, about 30% of the plastic produced has no chance of collection and proper management globally. So it's as if 30% of the stuff coming out of that spigot is aimed directly at the audience because it's not going in the tub, right? Because if you don't have the capacity to collect it and process it, then what other thing could it do but go into the environment? So that's a really important overview to understand. So globally, plastic production far exceeds the combined capacity of all systems to manage those materials, and about 32% of the plastics have no home. So we're talking about overflow or overproduction as a more apt description of plastics emissions. So next slide, please. So nearly all plastic production is, is that possible? Is intertwined with petrochemical extraction, refining, and productions. Plastics are made from fossil gas, crude oil, and coal. Oh, okay, sorry about that. There we go. Okay. So essentially things move from the left, move to the right. Those orange diamonds there are cracking facilities, and those are critical for producing plastics. And plastics then are monomers that are then combined to make plastics as well as synthetic fibers, synthetic rubbers, coatings, solvents, lubricants, surfactants, soaps. So for all practical purposes, plastic production and petrochemical refining are activities conducted across the globe by the same families of interrelated companies and governments. Essentially, big oil and big plastics are different names for the same beast.
So what gets into plastic polymers?
So not only do plastics include the resins most of us are familiar with, whether that's PET, HDPE, polyvinyl chloride, et cetera, but they also incorporate a wide variety of additives. These include fillers, plasticizers, flame retardants, antioxidants, heat stabilizers, colors, as well as unintentionally added substances. So while a small fraction of the plastic materials are made from non-petroleum source materials, the concerns related to additives and breakdown products apply also to bioplastics. So generally, as plastics degrade, each of these compounds are slowly released into the environment. For the dozens to hundreds of years such degradation can be expected to take. So the United Nations Environmental Program reports over 13,000 different chemicals and additives being detected in plastics. And of those, only 7,000 have been analyzed for properties. So, and over 3,000 of those were of potential concern. So these additives include PFAs or PFAS, bisphenols, phthalates, biocides, and non-intentionally added substances. Still trying to do the slide thing. Okay, so in 1982, I was one of the first students involved in glass recycling from the cafeteria kitchens at UC Davis. So back in the day, you know, glass, metals, those were all collected with the premise that after collecting and processing, you would still have a residual material value. In a situation where you have overproduction and investments in continued overproduction, essentially, though that residual material after processing doesn't have enough value to pay for the processing. So the situation is financially inverted. Let's see. And of course, big oil is investing in a big plastics future, and the number one petrochemical feedstock going into plastics production right now is natural gas, not liquid petroleum, although the United States is a major producer of both. Still trying to, okay, there we are. So when we think of our material, I think of our material economy as a body. I feel our solid waste and recycling professionals like ourselves, we're kind of like the community's digestive system, right? And hopefully everything gets through this system and works pretty well. But for plastics in our material culture, oops, did I accidentally do that one reverse slide? So plastics in our material culture, unfortunately, we have an overeating problem. And nearly a third of the plastics don't have a home. Essentially, as they degrade, they emit these things that then accumulate in our bodies, and that's not healthy. If you haven't checked it out, I fully recommend checking out the Netflix documentary entitled Plastics Detox. The protagonist of that program, epidemiologist Shauna Swan, has been a repeat guest on Joe Rogan, in case you want to check out that. But essentially, as these plastics degrade, the byproducts accumulate in our bodies, and that reduces fertility in fairly dramatic ways. And so the plastics detox looks at an intervention to try to reduce plastics exposure on a number of families that are looking to try to have kids. And some of them are successful. So it's really, it couldn't be more personal. So next slide, please. So the key idea here, there we go. Okay, so this is the key slide. Essentially, SB 54, which we'll talk about in just a moment, addresses packaging. That's on the far right. You can see the blue section. It is about a third of production, and it's the largest use of single-use plastics. Has a very short life. But as you can see, plastics use is increasing in every industrial sector, including fisheries and agriculture and systems where they don't have any way to recover those materials. So I have to move on. I can see that I'm driving around town. So in general, increasing production leads to increasing pollution. That shouldn't be a surprise. A lot of the areas where we're trying to clean up materials are as those materials have already arrived in our communities, but there's lots of opportunities and demonstrations of pollution prior to that point. Knurls production can have vast, far-reaching spills, and there are slides of those that we'll have to skip. And I will have to skip a number of these slides to get to legislation because we are moving on to that. So, still trying to work the slides. Okay, that's a knurl spill. Increasing plastic production increases the sediments. The plastic lasts a long time. We all are living as if we have a leaky gut because a lot of those materials are not getting to the right place. While this is a great slide showing all the different ways we clean up materials, it doesn't show, say, the wear and tear off our shoes or our tires or our clothes dryers, all the different ways we emit microplastics. Unfortunately, these systems are subsidized very heavily. And so the strategic advantage is for production, not for recovery. And so consequently, we are trying to piece together recovery after the fact, whereas production has no problem finding financing. So we have to look at the way we're focusing on production, and essentially that's my strategic pitch to you. Think about ways to connect communities that are impacted by the negative aspects of illegal dumping and plastics accumulation with the communities who are fighting production facilities like ethylene cracking facilities. To my knowledge, this connection has not yet been made, but I feel like it's one of the potentially most potent ways to connect that we have an overproduction problem, and that directly connects to the pollution in our communities. So there is a series of funding under SB 54 under the California Pollution Financing, and that will be in some ways guided by SB 1180. That's Representative Allen, and that will SB 54 largely requires jurisdictions to collect a standard list of materials, and it requires the PRO to make recycling and composting of those materials work. There's $500 million available under SB 54 through 10 different agencies. So SB 1180 will give guidance about how those funds will be allocated. They will be targeted to low-income and disadvantaged communities. Some of you understood disadvantaged communities here. There are maps about those. Those are available. And now we are moving on to Doug. Sorry about taking up the time. I hope you digested your lunch well. And here's Doug Kobold. I'm delighted to introduce him. I'm chair of the California Product Stewardship Council. Doug Kobold is executive director. He also serves as vice chair of the SB 54 Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Ted. Hopefully I won't have as much trouble with this as you. Ted, you did the clicker. Thank you, sir. Which one worked for you? You don't know? Okay. I guess I'll find out. Okay, thank you, Ted. So I'm going to go quite quickly as well because I know we're short on time. And as Aaron said, I have already hijacked some of my own time, so I'm going to give it back. Okay, so who CPSC is. We're made up of local governments primarily. So a lot of representatives there, at least you'll see on the next slide. Well, one right there, board chair, Ted Ward. And then on the next slide, you'll see that Jennifer West sitting over here is another newer board member for CPSC. So I'm always happy to have my board members here to put the pressure on me to do a good job. So, but you can see we're made up of a lot of different folks, bring a lot of expertise to the board, to the organization, and I really appreciate all 15 of them. I have 15 bosses, and I appreciate every one of them. And I'm not just saying that. I'm also blessed to have a really talented staff of individuals, and so it helps us to get the work done. But in the interest of time, we couldn't do this without the help and the funding of the local governments. And so as you can see, if it's a green county or a red dot where a city should be, they're funders. If you don't see your red dot, you don't see your green county, let me know, come and see me. We'd be happy to add you on. Special thanks to Supervisor Miley for funding CPSC for a very long time, and Alameda County funding CPSC for a very long time. It's absolutely appreciated. And then also all those JPAs. And so you heard Timothy Burrows is here, Executive Director of Stop Waste, also the chair of the SB 54 Advisory Board. So again, to all of you in the room that are funders, thank you very much. But we also have our private sector funders. And so Waste Management, the lead sponsor here, also is a very big funder of CPSC, and we appreciate that, and all the other funders that help us to do what we do. All right, now I'm going to get into the meat of this, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, but this is what CPSC is up to right now. We have 4 bills in play, one on carpet. We're fixing a fix-it bill from last year and changing things up a little bit on that one. We also have a embedded battery, it's a disposable vape bill. Those are a problem. Now, those relate to us, to illegal dumping, to litter. They're all over the place. They're a problem. So we're trying to ban the single-use vape devices statewide. And so, unfortunately, in January, we had to jettison cannabis. We had them in there too, but they have such a strong lobby in the state legislature that it was going to kill our bill. So we went back to just nicotine for now. So, but anyway, that one's working its way through. Another one we added this year was for recalled products. So this is an old bill, law from 2008 that needed to be updated badly because it wasn't enforceable. And so we're actually now getting more definition on who the manufacturers are, who the responsible parties are. They have to take back their products at no cost right now to retailers and end consumers, but it doesn't include you guys, local governments. So if you get a recalled product and you manage it appropriately, it costs you a lot. For example, a battery pack, your battery supplies for your phones. One of those, it costs 10 times the amount to get rid of it as a recalled product than it does as just a general product. So, and you as the jurisdictions are eating that right now. And so that's I think that's pretty damn significant. So, and then finally, SB 1010, another illegal dumping issue. I think that right over there, we see a refrigerator sitting there as an illegally dumped item that Ken Houston added as one of these pictures. And so we're after an EPR program for refrigeration devices. So refrigerators, freezers, your portable refrigerators, portable air conditioning units, et cetera. If it's not stationary like a HVAC system, it's going to be in the program, and it's going to be properly managed, and it's going to be funded by the manufacturers to properly manage those products. And one of the big things there is, from the illegal dumping standpoint, most facilities have to charge a fee for that, for those refrigeration units, and that encourages illegal dumping. And so if it's funded and the facilities can take it in for no cost, like the mattress program, like a few of the other programs, we'll see a reduction in illegal dumping of refrigeration units, and maybe at some point we'll get the other units in there as well, the other white goods. All right, now I'm going to jump into the illegal dumping bills. So we got a few of them that are out there right now. Wanda's bill for illegal dumping site abatement. So that one, I'm not going to read through all this. There's a lot of information here. You're going to get a copy of this presentation after the fact as well. But so Wanda's working on getting that bill taken care of, and then we've got a tax incentive, a tax deduction if you have to clean up under Nguyen's bill, 1606. So that will be helpful for folks that have to clean up the litter or the illegal dumping that's dumped on their property. They have those expenses and there's no way to write that off. So this is a good bill to come through. Okay, third and last assembly bill is the Carrillo bill. And this one is, this one is for the larger construction and demo cleanup that's happening, or the illegal dumping. A lot of this happened in the Antelope Valley. This was kind of spurned out of the Antelope Valley in Southern California. There was a lot of major illegal dumping going on, and it was mostly construction type stuff. So this bill is going to start to tighten up the fines and penalties around that type of illegal dumping. Because and as you can see, there's a lot of tweaks that have to go in the state legislature to straighten out illegal dumping enforcement, which is a key around here for in the conference here. Okay, on the Senate side, Aragon's bill for violations. Oh, I love this one. So this one is really interesting because this one actually will allow the DMV to not renew a registration if you have an outstanding illegal dumping citation. So finally, the state is able to take a different road to help to start curbing these folks that are illegally dumping. Although it doesn't solve the problem when they don't have any license plates at all, right, Supervisor Miley? So, and then finally, another bill here, 1230. This one's just changing those fines. You saw on the slide earlier that that Aaron showed that those fines seem to be pretty low here, where they're getting bumped up again. So just to discourage illegal dumping altogether. If they feel the pain enough, they might stop it. And then the final one, so we got basically three bills in each of the House right now. The Badaderas bill, this is another one. This one is actually a spot bill, and I note that as a spot bill because I think there was an idea of what to do with this if necessary. So this could change and become something different. It might continue to be an illegal dumping bill, not sure, but I just wanted to get it on the radar that there might be another bill out there on illegal dumping. So. All right. Supervisor Miley, I promised you I would tell you something in this presentation that would make you smile, Aaron, you as well. And so here it is. So I'm going to move into the budget. And in the budget, now I got to lay a lot of thanks to CalRecycle and CalRecycle staff, Zoe Heller, Director, Mark DeBee, Deputy Director over in Permitting Enforcement, Paulina Lawrence when she was there, Stephanie, who is here in the room with us. This is going to be big. And it's about darn time. This is what I'm going to talk about now is spurn out of a problem that came from a landfill in Southern California, but it opened the door to do something a little different and solve another problem. So you'll see in there that there is $1.95 million that is for landfill. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't read my own slides. For landfill support and response and enforcement. Supervisor Miley, take a look at that yellow highlighted area there. All right, so this in that $1.95 million is the create a statewide annual conference that'll be hosted by CalRecycle, and to legitimize and fully fund IDTAC. As if you didn't know, IDTAC has been running as a kind of pseudo group, thanks to Mark DeBee, Deputy Director over at CalRecycle. He had it in his good graces to assign Stephanie and others to support IDTAC all these years, but now it's going to be more formalized, and I think Larry will still be in charge, I hope. And then finally, it's also going to allow for $250,000 for funding for the annual conference. So that'll likely be something like Sac State. And if you ever went to the used oil conferences back in the past that CalRecycle hosted, that's kind of the format that'll be. So this finally, and CalRecycle delivers, sir. So hopefully, now, this is not a done deal yet. It is in the budget. So I'm not going to promise it 100%, but I have on good authority that this is likely going to get through with no problem because it's budget dust when you look at the whole picture. So So, and just I'll close with just some of the campaigns that CPSC runs. We've been running since 2015. Refill Your Fund is our refillable 1 pound propane cylinders. Try and get those disposable ones out of the market because why should we have disposable ones when your 20-pound barbecue tank has always been refillable, never been disposable? Why should these smaller ones be? Don't rush to flush. Supervisor Miley, that came out of Alameda County as a result of what you guys did for the Pharma Take Back. So Don't Rush to Flush was born because of your actions here in Alameda County. So we thank you for that. We continue to run it, even though we now have a statewide program because of SB 212. Strat is a campaign we started before we passed SB 707, which is a textile EPR law. We passed that back in 2025. And that is what that is going to do is that, or 2024, excuse me. That is creating an EPR program for all the things that you are wearing today, belts, shoes, clothing, hospitality things like table linens, bed linens, etc. All that is in an EPR program that will be funded and run by the manufacturers. And then finally, DR Cube, we've been using this one for a little while. That one is just, why aren't we making things more durable, more reusable, more repairable, and more recyclable? Why are we having a lot of stuff go to the landfill? That's why it ends up as illegal dumping, because somebody has to pay for it to get rid of it, and they don't want to pay for it, so then it ends up on the side of the road. And then our last campaign, our most recent one, is for the marine flares. If you didn't know, if you are required to have marine flares for if you go 3 miles or more off shore. The Coast Guard can cite you significantly for that if you don't have those. They expire in 42 months, and you are required to have 3. These things, they cost about $10 a piece to buy, but they cost $50 to $60 a piece to get rid of because they're explosives. So they require special handling. So we are trying to change the conversation here and get back to something that's more sustainable, like LED marine flares. And with that, I will open it up to questions for both Ted and I, if we have time. I think we have to have Supervisor Miley pay a personal visit to the Capitol, and I'd be happy to join you.
Yep, yes, that is really good news because, as I said, my office has been carrying this for, I don't know, 10 years or so, and I've maintained that this is a state responsibility because illegal dumping has no boundaries. And just to get that budget request in, get it approved, have the convening of a statewide conference through Cal Recycle, I think is tremendous. That doesn't end the journey though. There's a lot more the state can be doing. It doesn't require a lot of money. And I'm just going to say one thing. I won't go down this rabbit hole, but you know, when Aaron and I went to Sacramento, was it last year? Because we try not to go up there if we don't have to, but we will if we do. You know, we asked the governor's office to convene a meeting of all the entities in the state that had a responsibility for illegal dumping. I mean, it doesn't cost any money. Just bring them in and have the conversation. Has it happened? No. So just getting that conference through the state, we'll be able to continue these efforts. And then hopefully down the road, because this isn't, you know, a sprint, it's a marathon. Hopefully down the road, we'll get more and more cooperation from the state. Because I was speaking to one person, you know, if California is the 4th largest economy in the world, this, that, and the other, then let's demonstrate to the world how California deals with these type of issues. And I'm a big supporter of the California Product Stewardship Council. I mean, they do excellent work around producer responsibility, and that's what it's all about.
Thank you. All right, what other questions do we have? I know, yes.
Thank you so much for your organization looking at the BTE, the batteries, tanks, electronic stuff, and its continuance state work there. Are you also focusing on the nitrous oxide tanks we're seeing in the recycling industry with seed in the U.S.? This prolific growth of embedded batteries, the NO2 tanks, and then just the consistent growth of electronics. But a big focus of batteries and the nitrous oxide tanks. Is that something you're working on?
Absolutely. First one, we've already done.
Yes.
In 2022, CPSC, along with our partners, Californians Against Waste and Rethink Waste, which is the San Mateo County area, passed got two bills passed. AB 2440, which is the loose battery EPR bill. So Duracell, Energizer, think of all the ones that have their brands on those batteries, on those disposable batteries. Those are now going to be in an EPR program. The regulations are supposed to start this summer to finally get that program rolling. At the same time, we passed the embedded battery bill, which expanded the e-waste program for the first time in 20 years to include embedded battery products. So think about anything in your house that you have to plug in. And I will guarantee you will probably find several dozen things in your home that you have to plug in to recharge. Those are going to be embedded. If you can't take it out with a screwdriver, it's basically going to be an embedded product. There's now a small fee already being charged. You may not have seen it. If you haven't bought any embedded battery products yet, you will see it. There's a 1.5% fee on your product purchase that goes to fund that recovery and removal so that they don't end up, because now there's funding, people start to want to get these things instead of having to throw them in the can, Joel, like they shouldn't, where they end up at your facility. So that's two bills that are being done on that. On the nitrous oxide side, I didn't put that up here, but it is actually becoming more of an illegal dumping problem. The nitrous oxide, there's 4 bills in play right now to deal with nitrous oxide containers. And what we're talking about, if you're not familiar, these are the ones that are probably about 14 inches long, about 2 inches in diameter. They're meant for whipping cream for commercial. But okay, so if you have a canister that's got nitrous oxide laughing gas in it, and it's meant for commercial uses, why can you go on the internet and find flavored, smelled, pretty labeling, very enticing labeling? This is nicotine all over again for kids, because this is a real problem. It's a huge problem for the facilities because it's very expensive to get rid of these things. These things are somewhere around $40 a piece at least to get rid of these things. They're really expensive. No, Larry says more. Okay, 70 to 120. Thank you, Larry. I always love when Larry's here. You correct me when I'm wrong. But there's no reason for those to be sold. So there are several bills. One of them actually is even going to require that you can't use a gift card to purchase them for online purchases, because the kids get the gift cards and they use it to purchase them. There's several that are on age. There's another bill that's going to say cigarette and tobacco tax, or tobacco stores can't sell them because they are selling them right now. So there's a lot of hope. I think at least 2 of those bills will get through. I don't think all 4. I think they're going to merge a couple, but we'll see some movement in the nitrous oxide space because it's becoming such a huge problem, not only from kids dying or becoming brain dead or being paralyzed because of the huffing of these things. It's really a serious health concern that's been cropping up now in the last few years and really getting a lot of attention. But then on your side, where you see these things at the facilities and the sheer expenses you just heard from Larry to get rid of these things. So it's going to be huge. But thank you, Joel.
Yes, right here. And then we'll go to, yeah.
Maybe a little off subject, but there's this horrible commercial on TV that shows a huge whale, and they say he'll wash the shore belly full of plastics. Is that happening to humans as well?
Do you want to take that one?
Yeah, plastics in the environment are absolutely getting into the food chain. I know that Captain Charlie Moore basically says there's no such thing as an organic fish from the ocean anymore. Sad but true. So while even if a creature doesn't ingest a full belly of it, part of the problem of plastics degradation is part of the toxicology of it is that it's toxic dependent on its size. A certain size of a plastic bag will choke a turtle. As it breaks into smaller pieces, it'll choke other things that are smaller. And so that's rather the nature of it. Are whales dying and sea life dying because of ingesting plastics? Yes. Are we ingesting plastics when we ingest our food? Sadly, yes. Are there ways to control it? Yes. But part of it centers on all of us understanding we have an overproduction problem. We can do so many cleanups, but if we have overproduction, we're just going to be cleaning up tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. And we should recognize this problem as it is.
Just like, I guess, consuming water bottles, plastic bottles, they find like a teaspoon of plastic in on top of people's brains.
Yeah, so that's a really good point, because I was going to touch on that too. Is the story is that and I can't remember if it's every 2 weeks or every month, we consume a credit card's worth of plastic, every one of us. Now, what's even more concerning is they're now finding microplastics. Microplastics is the problem because they break down into these microscopic things. They come up through the food chain in the fish, in the sea life, et cetera. Plants, they're finding microplastics in plants now, which is really scary that we're now even having the plants take these things out. But they're finding microplastics not only in the placenta of the pregnant ladies, they're starting to find it in the newborns. So we are now passing microplastics through to our children, which is just a scary thing that I don't think anybody thought would ever happen, but it does.
And part of the plastics detox shows that these toxicology effects can actually go through 3 generations. So it's a much more serious issue than most of us are aware of currently, because we know we've been raised in a generation where everything's surrounded by plastic and we're not dead yet. That doesn't mean that there's no problem.
And then we'll have one last question here.
Thank you so much. So I noticed a lot of applause in the room for SB 1218. Thank you so much, SB 1218 Senator Alvin, that allows the DMV to help collect unpaid citations, just like they currently do for parking tickets. And so I just wanted to share that it has passed its first Senate committee, which is transportation, but it now still needs to pass the whole Senate and the whole Assembly. So anybody who has a local jurisdiction or organization, it's an ideal time to consider sending support letters, because it sounded like folks you were excited about it, but it's important for the legislators to know that too. And thank you so much. It's so inspiring.
And if you aren't already engaged with CPSC, it's the way that most of us track legislation that affects our areas. So I strongly recommend everybody becoming members to the maximum extent possible. If you're can be a member individually, great. If your city can, great. If your county can, great. But we all need your support. It's best when we work together.
All right.
So that's why he's scared. I'll give one last plug on this, which is also cities and counties. Reach out to your 3 associations. You got the California State Association of Counties, that represent the majority of the counties. You got the League of California Cities, that's for the cities, and you also have the Regional Council of Rural Counties, right? Did I say that right? County representatives. Thank you. So that's a third one for the rules. And so if you don't tell them that's a priority, they will not make it a priority because they have so many things they're working on. So please reach out to them as well.
Can I see one?
Yes, Supervisor, but let's get a round of applause for Ted. Doug?
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge Rebecca Kaplan. You know, she's a former Oakland City Council member, and she now works in the city administrator's office, and she's been working with us on illegal dumping for, I don't know how many years, but Rebecca and I talked about a long time ago about even trying to get the state to require all of the haulers, not the franchise haulers, because they're regulated, but all of the haulers, and there could be tens of thousands of haulers throughout the state, to be regulated minimally, just to have them have to register. Just register. So if you're going to haul, there'd be a registry throughout the state, so we know every hauler of whatever size, whatever scale, and this isn't the franchise haulers, so that you would know when someone comes to your home to pick up something to haul, you would know that this person or entity or party is registered to haul. And we could track whether or not they actually take the stuff they pick up to the dump or whether or not they drop it somewhere else. That legislation still hasn't been created, but we're still working on it.
That's right. All right. Thanks, everyone. All right. So, we know legislation is really important. And that's why, like we said, if you have a jurisdiction that you're working with or something like that, please make sure that you're supporting these bills. I know in Alameda County, we've brought them all through our Policy and Legislation Committee. We have our county lobbyists working on it. We're trying to get Supervisor Miley up there to, rattle some cages up in the legislature. And, because these are the kinds of bills that can really make a difference statewide difference. So that's really, really important. And especially that budget request. Let's get that done. All right. Yeah. All right. So I'd like to welcome our next presentation, which I'm very excited about, are some of our SoCal partners, which is Cleanup to Enforcement, how San Diego is tackling the illegal dumping crisis. And I'd like to welcome up our team from San Diego. Big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Taylor Powers. I'm a senior code compliance supervisor with the City of San Diego Environmental Services Clean San Diego, probably the longest title in our entire department. This is James Lacey. He is a public works supervisor with Clean San Diego. He handles the field ops, but we're going to kind of break that down in just a couple minutes here and who we are. Perfect. James, why don't you go first?
Hello, everyone. My name is James Lacey. As Mrs. Power already stated, this is my second time at the conference. I was here in FY 2024. I was actually inspired and motivated to come back. Mr. Nate, I met this gentleman here the last time. Mr. Charles Reed in the back, he drove me around Oakland, and I seen some of the issues of the illegal dumping, and we could relate down in the city of San Diego. So I'm inspired to bring my coworker here. She's from, as she stated, the code enforcement side. So I have back to speak to the enforcement side of things. Okay, as I stated, I'm the public works supervisor for our group. Our section is field operations. I oversee field crews responsible for illegal dumpings, cleanups, encampment, abatement support, and related operational responses. We bring the on-the-ground perspective of how waste is identified, removed, and managed safely.
Perfect. And I'm Taylor Powers. I'm the senior code compliance supervisor. I oversee the supervisors and the code officers that handle everything from encampment, abatements, to waste on private property, to illegal dumping, containers being left out, franchise regulations, all that stuff. You can see our two teams' photos. We are a very large group, and Clean San Diego is just made up of our two divisions. And that's what is Clean San Diego. So in 2018, Clean SD was launched as an initiative, a focus on addressing cleanup efforts across San Diego streets, alleys, canyons, sidewalks, and waterways. In January 2023, we transitioned from a program into our own division that allows for a more focused approach to these efforts to continue advancing the mission of a cleaner, safer, and healthier San Diego. So it's a really big deal when we became our own division because we are a small group, but we get a lot done across the city. So the code compliance side, which is where I've been with this group for 4 years. I've been the senior for 4 months. So I'm learning all this side. But we handle all the enforcement of the waste code violations. So illegal dumping, waste of private property, everything I just kind of touched on. And then James can talk about field ops.
On the ops side, we handle the field work associated with illegal dumping and community cleanups, along with operating the packers and heavy equipment used for homeless encampments and encampment abatements. Field operations also provides the animal removal and oversees the mattress recovery center, the city roll-off container programs, and city-wide mulch and compost delivery.
I want to touch on the mattress recovery really quickly because we left yesterday, and in the morning we got a really cool email update about that. So that program's been going on for 3 years. It allows residents to drop their mattresses and box springs off before they enter the landfill. In the 3 years, they've had over 51,000 mattresses and box springs dropped off, and we've seen a 43% reduction in those items illegally dumped in the city in the 3 years. So that was a really cool stat to have as we were boarding the plane. So it didn't make it in the presentation, but I'm like, this is awesome. All right, so our history with illegal dumping. So about 10 years ago, we used to actually enforce illegal dumping. The code officers were PC 832 and could issue misdemeanor citations. There were some incidents that happened in the city. City leadership got a little worried, and that was scaled back to where we could no longer issue citations. So from there, we switched to just completely reactive and would just clean up the items that were dumped. Bulky item pickup is not actually provided as a standard citywide service, and that includes our franchise haulers as well. So the franchise haulers don't pick up bulky items from residents. Residents in the city of San Diego are under City of San Diego waste collection services. Up until this last year, it used to be free. Now there is a charge for it. And with that charge, we will actually be starting to pick up bulky items in 2027. We're developing that program right now. I had my first meeting for it last week. Most other cities in San Diego County offer bulky item pickup because they are the franchise haulers. Legal disposal options can be inconvenient, and kind of like everyone else has the problem, it's just easier to dump it on the corner than it is to take it to the landfill. And we only have one landfill in the city, and it's up north, so it's kind of hard to get to.
What we do now. Currently, our approach focuses on rapid removal of illegally dumped items to address safety and community concerns. Current enforcement often depends on being able to link dumping to identifiable responsible private property owners.
And the last one's code related, so I'll take that one. About 2 months ago, I issued the city's first $1,000 citation for illegal dumping in 10 years. I issued 3 in one day, and all 3 got paid. So that was pretty exciting. We worked, PD was like, there's one hotspot that, well, one of many hotspots in the city. PD got info from a next door page, knocked on some doors, sent me the report. I issued the citation. It was kind of fun. And that kind of, I'm enforcement. I love citations when it's appropriate. It kind of became like my DD was like, if we can do this now, we can continue to do this. And that's kind of led to what I'm going to get into in a few minutes, where we're actually starting our enforcement process on illegal dumping. All right, and then, so James was talking about the hotspot program. This was created just to kind of clean up around the hotspots around homeless encampments, but also illegal dumping. This is what his team manages.
All right, creation of the Enhanced Hotspot Program. The Enhanced Hotspot Program was created in 2022 and focused on cleaning up waste in high-need areas and around homeless encampments. Code compliance officers work directly with our crews, the field side, to locate locations of high waste and would remove the waste from public right-of-ways. While the waste was sometimes related to homeless encampments, we had to make sure that we were not performing abatements, but just cleaning waste. Teams worked 7 days a week to remove waste that had direct correlations to quality of life issues. Program has been scaled back to weekends only since we have the encampment hotspots under control.
We have it clean 5 days out of the week, and then we do the 2 extra days on the weekends just to help out. Yeah.
As you can see on the screen, fiscal year 2025, we had 61,508 cases. We removed over 4,817 tons of illegal dumping waste. In FY 2026, this is not a full fiscal year, but currently we're at around approximately 38,527 cases, and we have already removed over 2,745 illegal dumping tons of illegal dumping waste. For more specifically for the enhanced hotspots, in fiscal year 2025, we had 11,732 cases. We have removed over 820 tons of waste for the hotspots, and then this fiscal year, FY26, we had 3,948 cases and removed over 270 tons.
So the tonnage for hotspots is strictly self-generated cases. There's nothing on those that come from the public. That's all self-generated. The illegal dumping is all casework. So neighborhood community cleanups is one way that we try to not have a lot of illegal dumping, and it does work out pretty well for our group. So throughout the calendar year, we do 99 community cleanups each fiscal year. They're completely free to the residents. We work with our council members on these. So overall, we could do 81 minis, 18 majors. Each council district gets 9 minis, 2 majors. So a mini is like 80 to 140 homes. A major is 800 to 1,400 homes, and those are done on the weekends. You can see our tonnages below. That's from last year. We had a cleanup last month that was probably our biggest cleanup ever. went over 2 days and spanned 164 tons of waste from one neighborhood. And then our plan for the future. So I've mentioned that we're starting to actually enforce illegal dumping, but we're doing some other stuff along with it. So education and outreach, something that we're currently doing, but we have some flyers. Our flyers are on our website. They can be seen everywhere. We want to conduct more door-to-door outreach and distribute the educational flyers. I have gone out with a few council districts to do that and do some surveys. Deterrence, we want to use signs around our targeted areas to let them know we're going to be enforcing out there. We have a few hot spots. We're thinking putting these at the entrance and exit of the neighborhood will be really beneficial, but also it's not permanent. We have permanent signs all over and they don't really do anything. When it comes to enforcement, we have received in the next budget year, we're going to be getting about $100,000 to work with SDPD to have them do the reports and we'll do the enforcement actions on it. So if they catch somebody or next door they use that kind of method, we can actually enforce off of what they're finding. We do have our Get It Done app, which is like where people can submit reports. We're going to add some new features where they can put license plates so we can actually issue off of any license plate being found. And then community engagement. We currently work with some of our community groups who do cleanups on the weekends. We pick up their waste as part of the hotspot program. On the weekends, they'll go and remove the waste from those. We've had a couple of the last weeks that have just, really cleaned up the whole neighborhood. But with the enforcement, we actually had a really big illegal dump in one of our parks last week or 2 weeks ago. They didn't know that there was cameras at the senior center. Cameras caught them. PD got involved. And it was a guy that actually got a DUI. So we had a mugshot and everything. So we were able to issue them a citation. It was all over the news. But that was a really big step too for us, actually showing that we are here to enforce the illegal dumping. And that is all we have for you.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation. What kind of questions do we have? Yes.
You mentioned you have a mattress cleanup program. Can you detail how you identify and then how you track and a little more detail how you clean up and how do you implement and prosecute that?
So the mattress center is actually right before you enter our landfill. So people will bring the mattresses down to the landfill and they just kind of go off to the right where we have like our recycling centers. And we have 2 field operations workers who work there full time and collect the mattresses. So we have the stats. They get picked up monthly from an outside organization that does recycle them in the end. Weekly.
3 times a week.
3 times a week they come and pick up the mattresses. So we do have an accurate count. We're actually adding tires to that. We got a tire amnesty grant. So starting, I think now, soon we can start taking tires for free as well. So we're hoping we'll see that less dump too.
So nice.
There's no cost for the mattresses or tires to be dumped off. They just have to bring them to us.
You still have mattresses being dropped off just on the streets of Military?
We do, but we've seen a 43% reduction in that.
Wow, impressive. I have an online question. This is for Taylor. For the fines applied to illegal dumping violators, was the process possible by council approval first?
So we're actually just able to use our own municipal code for illegal dumping. And then from our municipal code, we just follow our admin citation process. With that, we started $100, go to $1,000, but we can cite based on director's approval. So with our director's approval, we can issue the $1,000.
Excellent. Thank you. I see Mr. Charles, and then we'll go over here.
Yeah, community cleanup had a large increase, and so I would like to know for those people trained and what was the attitude and self-esteem of the community after that.
So our community cleanups, we're getting ready for our next round, and I've been meeting with all the council districts these last couple of weeks, and the feedback, the council says it's the only thing people contact them that they're happy about. And we love that, and we have the council districts very on board, and we get all the support we need for these because they love them. The community loves them. They ask for them every year. I have hundreds of requests to get it done for their area to be included. I've been going through those the last few weeks. But we noticed too in those communities, we also see less illegal dumping when the cleanups happen because they've gotten rid of all their stuff.
Excellent.
And it's free. There's no cost for these community cleanups. If you're on the map, you get to do it.
Amazing. I saw a hand right there.
Do you guys maintain the waterways, or is that separate from what you?
That's separate. That's our stormwater department that handles that. We do work with them when there's encampments, but they handle all the waste in the waterways.
Yeah. Yes.
I have a question in terms of the education. Love what you're doing. Have you worked with schools? And if so, what are you doing?
We haven't quite gotten there yet. It's definitely something we've been talking about. We have a recycling team that's also part of our group, and they do a lot of the school outreach. But we ourselves don't do a lot of that. That'd be more council. But we're starting to get ourselves more involved in the outreach. Where in terms of like our group, there's not a lot of supervisors, there's a lot of code officers, and they're the ones out there maintaining everything day to day. So we don't necessarily have like us to go and do it every day.
Thank you.
Supervisor.
Is your code enforcement division, where is it linked? Is it linked with the PD, or is it in another department?
We're separate. So we have, City of San Diego has code in like almost every single department in the city. So we handle all the waste code violations. We do though for our homeless encampment abatement program, we have our own PD division that is ours. They they report basically like we work together. But we have assigned officers to our abatement teams every single day, and they'll be the ones taking over all of our research for the illegal dumping stuff as well.
That's practice.
But we are really lucky that we have police as close to us as we do.
Okay, very good. Yes.
Your homeless community, do they assist the, what's the relationship? Do they help with the cleanup? What's the relationship?
So they know when we're coming, so they tend to clean their stuff up and move. We have to post 24 hours before we can abate a homeless encampment in the city of San Diego, so they're given notice. So generally they move all their belongings and we just clean up the trash. They don't really help with the cleaning up of the trash, but they do help moving their items.
All right, any other questions? All right, big round of applause for the city of San Diego. All right, this, I always learn something new, and I'm learning new stuff today for sure, so very cool. All right, so now I'm very excited to welcome, because, we've heard from some cities today, we've heard from, some nonprofit advocacy groups, things like that, and I'm very excited now to hear from our partners at CalRecycle and at IDTAC specifically about developing local cooperative efforts to address illegal dumping. So I know this is something that Alameda County has been focused on. In October, we held our first regional convening focused on the 9 Bay Area counties and how we could cooperate to address illegal dumping. And I know that has been a big focus of IDTAC as well. So I'd like to welcome Larry Sweetser and Stephanie Becker to the illegal dumping stage.
So again, I'm Larry Sweetser. I'm the chair of the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee. My role there is actually representing the rural counties. I work for an association of 26 rural counties, pretty much Northern California down the eastern side. So we have a lot of illegal dumping going on out there. And so we have this Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee.
Let's see here.
You got the pointer on. There we go. So we're actually an informal group. We have no legislative authority, no regulatory authority, but we were commissioned, pulled together by CalRecycle to look at how to deal with the illegal dumping issues in California. So we've done that. We've been around for quite a while, and we have our formal representatives are about 30 different people from different state agencies, public, private entities, associations, and things. And so we pulled together folks for meetings. We also have 4 subcommittees that we deal with, which is we've got strategy, standards, enforcement, outreach, and pulled together, just trying to get some information together for folks. And one of our charges is to assess the level of illegal dumping in California, trying to quantify that is one of the things we look at. Also trying to look with other state agencies. We mentioned earlier, there's no one entity in California in charge of illegal dumping. It's spread out over many different entities. So in order to do that, so we pull them together, try to have some communications with them, presentations with them. It's an evolving effort. We have a work plan we're working off of. So we're endeavoring to address it along those lines. And so one of the things we've done is with our groups and our subcommittees is develop this focus topics. So we try to concentrate our efforts to deal with one particular issue at a time, and we still deal with other questions in there. We've done things in a number of different arenas, but to address the theme of the conference, breaking the cycle, strategic solutions for illegal dumping, that takes a lot of coordination, collaboration, cooperation for that. And so trying to use our membership, using our toolbox, using our resources that we're creating for people to use. We can't tell people what to do, but we can definitely come up with resources, pulling together a lot of stuff that folks here will do in terms of you're doing this, somebody's looking for doing a similar thing, we can connect people up together. And so that's a lot of what our mission is. And so our focus topics, trying to focus on those efforts. In the past, we've did some focus on dealing with abandoned vehicles. You find a lot of abandoned vehicles. We've seen it earlier. What options are out there for that? So we actually pulled together a lot of different information. We're developing that guidance there to say, here's what you can do with illegal dumping. There are statutes out there. There's processes in place. There's things that can be done to deal with illegal vehicles, and it's difficult. We also addressed homeless encampments. And then, so we now came up with a new one, and that's the working with developing tools to address the illegal dumping through local cooperative efforts. And it's a long term in there, but what we came up with is that there's a lot of you here have been doing this issue for quite a while. I don't know how many jurisdictions we have represented throughout the whole IDCon, but there's a lot of jurisdictions that are not here. And so we get questions all the time from groups, from agencies. We want to do something. How do we do it? And so we've tried talking to them and doing that, but we thought it would be good to come up with some guidance document for people to do that. And so that's what our focus topic is developing illegal dumping, address tools to address illegal dumping through cooperative efforts. So it'll take a lot of these issues, trying to come up with ideas on how to deal with it, because there's no one jurisdiction that's going to have the same solution for everybody. So trying to come up with options, kind of a menu approach to look at things. So looking at what incentives are out there, what kind of cleanup criteria you're looking at. Are you trying to focus on just doing cleanup? Are you trying to do something more systematic in terms of a whole task force? There's different ways to address it. There's no one answer for everybody. And so you have the 3 E's here. We also have our peso strategy. I'll cover that in just a moment. But we're looking at developing those kind of tools for the people that need guidance on how to develop that effort. And it may not just be a new effort. It might be looking at expanding your program. You've been doing cleanups for a while. Maybe you want to expand that broader. So giving some guidance on what other people have done. And that's why that's our focus topic. So the way we're framing this little guidance is going to be dealing with, first you got to figure out what your need is. What do you want to do? And when they ask, we want to do something, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to go out and clean up? Do you want to do enforcement? Do you want to go after the haulers? How do you want to deal with that? So trying to come up with a triage way to figure out how to deal with that issue. And then what kind of local resources do you have? There's so many different departments involved in a jurisdiction that could be involved in this. So what ones to accomplish your mission or what you want to do, what kind of resources do you have for that? And then work on your plan, develop a plan to do that. And then also implementing the plan. So in order to figure out, let me see, that's a little too far. Yep. So we did have those inquiries, and there's no standard formula, like I said, but there's no one wrong answer to do it. If we want to focus on cleanups in your community, that's fine, work on that. If you want to do something broader, you can work on that. So what would it take to do that? And that's kind of the information we're trying to provide. So our PESO strategy was prevention, abatement, cleanup, enforcement, outreach. We came up with this a while back. It's similar to the idea of what we have with the 3 E's up here, eradication, enforcement, education. Prevention focuses on trying to prevent it in the first place. Abatement is dealing more when you have a site out there that you know who was responsible for, as opposed to just a cleanup going on. Enforcement, of course, is important. Outreach is important. So what are you trying to address? And so coming up with some series of criteria questions that people can ask themselves and figuring out what fits in your community. Because what happens maybe in another community, San Diego, Alameda, may not work in some of the rural counties that I work with. So what do you need to do? What are your resources? What's your priority? And making it manageable. So doing your research. Looking at what entities you have locally available. So what local resources? The Public Works is heavily involved in a lot of illegal dumping. Nearly every county is supposed to have a solid waste task force that's designed to look at solid waste facilities, and they're also required to review your annual integrated waste management plan. Maybe that could be a conduit to use for dealing with illegal dumping, adding that to the list. So there's a resource out there for that. Most of you have some sort of enforcement. How do you get the intention of enforcement community when they're dealing with a lot more serious crimes, dealing with people? How do you get them to focus on illegal dumping? What's the incentive to do that? And there are successes. Our enforcement subcommittee has actually done trainings. They've done a lot of other things to focus on how to make it valid to do that enforcement. You've got citizen groups that have a lot of interest in keeping their neighborhoods clean, giving them some guidance for that. Keep California Beautiful has a whole program out there they're working on. We'll hear that later, I think. And then also, solid waste contractors are heavily involved in it. Most of the franchise agreements out there have provisions you have to do some illegal dumping cleanups somewhere along the line. Street corners, abandoned piles, that can be part of that. Unfortunately, in some of our rural areas, we don't have contractors. How do you deal with that? Code enforcement is a big one. They're out there. They have some role to deal with illegal dumping. Again, another agency that has some role. Local enforcement agencies, those are an entity that's looking at solid waste facility. They have a very limited role at looking at what the solid waste facilities are. That got broadened a bit because of what happened down in Antelope Valley. So there's now more authority for them to go after these legally dumped piles of material out there, as opposed to just this legal disposal. And also your local decision makers. They have to be heavily involved because you need their buy-in to do that. So coming up with some information for them to do this. So you gauge the interest, the resources, identify what programs you have, and what also the legal references are. Years ago, one of our groups actually came up with they compiled every regulatory statute they could think of that dealt with illegal dumping. So it'd be nice to have that all in one place. We need to update that guidance so people can have a menu of those things they choose from to make it easier to do enforcement. And then you have to develop the plan. So what is your plan going to be for your community? And we'll be relying on a lot of you here to maybe help us with that guidance to look at that. So there's no need to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of stuff that's already been done that can be adapted. So that's what we're looking to provide that guidance for that. And then what's your goals and objectives? Who's your target audience? The messaging you want to do. All that's part of this guidance you want to come up with. And then also developing data. You need the data to figure it out. It really helps to make an impact when you can say how much material is out there. We saw the pictures help, but also quantifying them. There's resources we saw earlier. We'll probably hear more about how to quantify what that problem is. Does anybody know how much illegal dumping goes on in California right now? How many tons? Wouldn't you like to know that? Wouldn't that draw? Don't you think that's going to be a big number?
Yeah.
So we need to come up with that number. So developing budgets, you need money to do some of this. How are you going to get that funds available for that? There's not a lot of illegal dumping grants. Cal Recycle has a few that have been extremely helpful. Farm and Ranch, the illegal disposal, but there needs to be more funding for that. And there's ways to do that. The Tire Amnesty helps out with a lot of that. We've got the mattress program, one of the sponsors here, mattress. So there's a lot of things out there that might be able to provide couple together funding for that. So trying to give some resources available for that. And then who's your local champion? You have one here, we need one everywhere. And then implementing the plans. So you set up your meetings, and I'm working with a couple of our counties now to try to set up those meetings to go on a regular basis, trying to have an agenda, come up with your objectives, assigning tasks. So all of that information. And make sure they're on a regular basis. It's so easy to get distracted by all the other priorities that need to make this a regular basis to deal with it. And keeping the pressure on, keeping the costs on. And you got to be patient. It's small incremental steps. There's no easy answer to this. There's so many different problems there. And so that's what we're trying to do with our focus topic. We'll be relying on folks to give us more information, probably reaching out to develop that. So when somebody asks, what do we want to do? We can hand them some information they can go to our toolbox and find out more about what's going on and how to develop it. So we want to learn from all of you, incorporate that into the program. So that's what we're trying to do on this round with our focus topic. Now I'll turn it over to Stephanie.
Thanks, Larry. You going to stay up here with me? Okay, good. So for this portion of the presentation, you guys, this is like kind of the PSA for the IDTAC, okay? The resources. I'd say one comment here, you hear focus. Actually, you didn't hear it as much as maybe you thought, but focus topic. I don't have it super memorized, so it's tools to address illegal dumping through local cooperative efforts. I think that's the focus topic, the full sentence. But I just wanted to add that it continues to instigate change at this moment in time. So kind of pressure, instigate with local communities. So that focus continues to propagate through these resources here. So there was actually a lot of hands in the room earlier that were new to maybe the space or IDCon. So I was thinking a lot of you guys would already know these resources, but I'll go over them a little bit more now. So the IDTAC is kind of charged with a toolbox all around illegal dumping efforts. So it's a great resource. It's been around for a while. It does need some updating. It's a huge charge, but it's very exciting and a great opportunity. So have you guys looked and seen the legal dumping toolbox? Some of you guys, hands up. Yes. Okay, we've looked. Okay, let's get the engagement. So time for an update. It is dated, but we're making that a priority. Okay, kind of a revamp from what works, successes, systemic issues, the solutions, right? Those numbers, the ones that worked. So going further, and I wanted to say thanks for those who helped contribute to the toolbox and these resources. Thank you. You continue to help with that. And what else do I want to say here? I didn't know how much time I'd have. So yes, I think I have a decent amount. 2:20. Okay, I'm not going to go for too long. You're fine. Okay. And then as far as just how to handle legal dumping for the IDTAC, some of you guys do like the deliverables, and some of you actually appreciate the meetings more and the discussion. So it's kind of rotating resources around that. Many of you attend the subcommittees. So how many of you have attended a subcommittee meeting from IDTAC? Okay, so the subcommittee, so strategies, outreach, standards, enforcement, the vice chair who heads the enforcement, it's actually enforcement program, will be here tomorrow. So these subcommittees continue to be a resource that filters into kind of how to fulfill the focus topic, but these subcommittees also will take different inquiries from you guys if there's an interest of you. So email us. That's how you get into the specific resources below. The data collection project, some of you worked on that. I think I see some in the room. Data collection, cameras, these are just a few, a lot of resources on cameras through the enforcement program subcommittee. We have a training matrix. There's actually 2 in the works, and then the enforcement training. That was put on by Chimia earlier, actually last year, in investigations to illegal dumping training. So there's that slide there. Any question? Well, I'll wait till questions at the end, okay? So the focus topic, the IDTAC's worked on the focus topic for about a year or so now. And so what tools and examples are already in existence? I didn't know if I would be speaking to those today, but definitely some of you guys may know this from, some of you guys may have been at meetings where these were shared, but here will be a good refresher. These are directly speak to the focus topics. And actually, I'll go ahead and give the shout out so if you can see the different images up there. So I'll just kind of say it how I have it. So updates from Clean California and Keep California Beautiful, who already spearhead a lot of this type of work around collaboration, coordination, and what's collective action. So just coming together, which Larry went over before. So they have a good framework around that already. We heard a presentation from the city of Richmond. So you can see their logos up there. And you can witness, and a lot of these presentations are online, the evolution of their efforts. It was spearheaded through some grants from Cal Recycle, but how they come together even more thoroughly. And everybody, the speaker had said every department in the city pretty much touches illegal dumping. San Benito Integrated Waste Management Regional Authority, thank you. Their journey, they shared how they're coming together, more focusing on a specific area. We heard about disaster debris cleanup and abandoned hazardous waste. So how groups, this is more LA area, come together to clean up that. We heard from Sacramento's draft coordination. Where is he? Okay. Draft coordination and cleanup guide. We heard about Eastern Coachella Valley's official plan and illegal dumping prevention goals. How Vallejo's community coordinator links entities together in coordination with their beautification commission. So I don't know how many of you have beautification commissions. That's something maybe we can look into more. And then, David, I know he's here. Contra Costa County. Yay. Okay, so excited. Their ad hoc committee, they bring together departments using a definitive strategy. And then there is, through the toolbox, there is different guidance. How do I have it? Reports, strategies, and guidance already available. And from past meetings, we visited and revisited what has been done in the past. Should I like? Yeah, okay, this is being recorded, Aaron. No, I'm joking. Okay, getting involved. Okay, so for those of you who aren't already involved and want to, this is the getting involved slide. So membership, there's a booth or a table out in the hall if this interests you. So what topics do you want to hear about? Timely special requests. Fair to say that way? Okay. So we should recognize all the members specifically, right? IDTAC members. If you're an IDTAC member officially, a member, not a participant, raise your hand. IDTAC members, okay. And some online. Okay. So, and that keeps evolving. I think in a couple slides, we only have so much time to discuss our plans and come to meeting if you want to know more. But so what else? Oh, keep apprised. Many of you guys received the listserv. So illegal dumping email updates listserv, which is hosted by member Cal Recycle. A great resource. Share things. Yeah, okay. And then further contact information. Okay, Larry, myself, and then the webpage for IDCon5, the abandoned vehicles. You watch that presentation. There's a webpage and there's a Google group. The publication almost made it over, almost. If you want to have the publication, you email. But otherwise, yeah, and if you still want to discuss more about abandoned vehicles, feel free to reach out. It's ended up being a bandwidth issue, but definitely if you're interested.
Thank you so much. Maybe 2 slides, Mel.
No worries. You're too fast on the draw. You're too good. Can I get a round of applause for Mel, you guys? Mel's my wizard behind the curtain, making this whole thing happen. I couldn't do it. Look at all those online. One more back. Okay, can we go one back? One back. All right, QR code. Is this how you join the listserv? All right, if you're not involved with IDTAC, you're not on the listserv. I want you to get on that listserv right now. All right. IDTAC is one of our greatest partners. That's why they're They've been a consistent sponsor of IDCon since the very beginning. They're doing that statewide organizing work, and we're incredibly pleased to have them here with us today. So any questions about the presentation, about all the stuff that we've learned today, about the toolkits or anything like that?
Anything you'd like to see us do?
Ted?
Just a small comment, connecting the overly truncated presentation I made before. There is $500 million a year available through the Circular Action Alliance under SB 54. A lot of that will be available to do community cleanups. So the more that you're already doing community cleanups and documenting your work, that gives you a very good standpoint to start looking for having more consistent funding through that resource moving forward. And compared to how much money is available for the kind of work we do, this is a lot of money available through 10 different agencies, one application form if that bill gets passed. So consider that as just coming around.
It is a pollution mitigation fund, so we are keeping an eye on that very closely. They are developing guidance, and we'll definitely make sure illegal dumping has ability to access that.
Excellent. Yeah, Supervisor.
Should the budget request go through, what's your thinking for the conference next year?
just asking. Just asking.
Just wondering.
I guess we'll see when it happens. We can take suggestions. I think we'll do a lot of modeling after all the great work you guys have already done. But yeah, hopefully you're still willing to be involved in that. But it's about how long you've been talking about doing statewide. So it finally got slipped into the budget, and so hopefully it'll be there. But yeah, there's a lot of ways that could go in terms of looking at it, especially with how many state agencies are involved. They should have a role in this too, to make sure that they have vested buy-in to the conference.
Absolutely. James?
The presentation mentioned one of the impacts of mapping state-owned property.
Not so much state-owned property. We have a map where you can go for the state of California and click on a jurisdiction and find out who the local contact is. We've looked at broadening that out, but a lot of people don't know who to call. So we actually have a map you can go to and click on a city or a county, and it tells you who to call. We haven't mapped out. A lot of jurisdictions have done significant mapping of their efforts, but it's jurisdiction by jurisdiction. Whether there should be a statewide one would be very helpful. But yeah, there's a lot more that could be done to integrate that.
Yeah.
One of my biggest questions and stuff that we work with through our ad hoc committee is metrics. And what is the state going to be doing? And how do we measure this? I mean, you already asked the question, how much illegal dumping is happening in the state? How much, where's the metrics, the lines that say we're making an improvement or we're making a dent, and trying to figure that out, so we can tell our elected officials, tell the public that we're doing something.
Yeah. And that's one of the things our standards committee has looked at. How do you measure illegal dumping? Yeah. And what does it prove? Is it how much material is collected? Well, how much do you know was there before? I mean, there's no real good way to answer that, but there are ways to measure it, and a lot of jurisdictions have done that, and that seems to be enough to show that they're making an improvement. But we don't know how much is out there, so it's kind of hard to measure against.
Do you have like a dashboard, got metrics, or something you can share with us?
We've pulled together there's a number of services out there.
I mean, raise your hand if you're familiar with like GIS. Do you guys work in GIS? Okay, great. Okay, so some of the data is already out there. Some of the data is already publicly available. So it's combining that. That's one thing. And then property lines, it's a very difficult issue, and having good property lines is another thing, right? That's a win in itself. But so the data is available. So just compiling it. Okay, so who wants to create that software code? Raise your hand. See,
I knew I was thinking about you.
Yeah, Evan's been part of our group for a while. You hear from. We also pulled it. There's a lot of different software out there for that, so we actually pulled together a lot of different ones on what they do. So we're trying to take all what's out there and combine it into a resource that's used. But yeah, we don't have a statewide map of where the illegal dumping is.
Not yet. Not yet.
The map that was created, before I started, great map. It's a report illegal dumping map, and it was all researched. Depending where you are, it suggested resources to report illegal dumping. And so, as you guys know, is that cleanup contact? Is that enforcement contact? So it's just making that maybe a better resource. But I thought I'd add that.
James, yes.
As a statewide agency, my suggestion might be to add the model ordinance that has been developed.
Actually, we'll have a follow-up call, maybe through one of the subcommittees.
We'd love to do it. Yeah. I've definitely presented to IDTech about some of the work, including the IDS report and the model ordinance. But yeah, let's get it on that toolkit.
And you know, we did have those presentations. I know I've circulated around my rural counties. Some of them are looking at it. One correction, though, we're not a statewide agency of any sort. We're just ad hoc people volunteering our time. Cal Recycle lends Stephanie and other efforts to do that. They host us, but yeah, we're not a statewide agency. We have no control over any of that. Yeah.
Well, sometimes, you know, depending on how it's showcased, it's like, are we supposed to be doing this? Right? And so you can really and it's like, okay, is this law? So
just a mindset.
We can look at the costs of illegal dumping statewide, both the financial costs, direct as well as indirect costs of legal dumping, how it impacts our quality of life, our mental, aesthetics, everything.
That would be a great number to have. Still wrestling on how to figure that out because it's jurisdiction by jurisdiction. Other than what the state did with Caltrans and doing some of the cleanups, there's no statewide number. There's no place to compile that. There's no statewide database out there yet, but there should be enough to draw that attention to it. Once you start producing numbers and cost to cleanup, that draws the attention to get action. And we need to have it. And that could be something to be looked at.
All right. Well, big round of applause for IDTech and everything that we do. All right. So I'd like to just take a moment. If I could get everybody to stand up. Just stand up. All right. We're going to put, we'll do left arm up. I should do it mirror image. There we go. All right. We're going to go over. That's it. Okay. Now we're going to go the other way, right? Okay. Awesome. Oh, that's so great. All right, so now we have a break for the next 20 minutes. So I'd like everyone to, you know, take a minute, refresh your water, use the restroom, stretch your legs, things like that. Let's try and be back in here at 2:20, and we'll get back going at 2:20 with our next presentation. Thank you.
I hope for a minute, and I'm not going to be around.
We'll be reconvening in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, we'll be reconvening. All right, everybody, we are going to be reconvening. So if I can have everybody start to grab their seats, find their way back to their seats. Wrapping up your conversations, finding your way back to your seats. This is what happens when you give more than a 10-minute break. All right, so we're starting to come back. We're just going to ease into it a little bit again. So welcome back, everybody. to IDCon5. I know people are working their way back to their seats. We've had a lot going on today, though. In the morning, we had our keynotes. We learned about all the success of IDCon5. We've had surveillance, the shopping park gravity well, and then lunch. There we go. Okay. All right, if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap 2 times. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. There we go. Very good. All right, so we're going to start closing the doors and letting people back in. And I'm just going to give a quick reminder because we do have the room mics on. And so if you're in this room, the people online can hear your conversations at this point. So we want to keep those relatively quiet or completely quiet. All right, thank you so much. I'm doing okay. Thank you. Yes. I'm glad I have a microphone because the people may remember the first time we did an in-person illegal dumping conference, I lost my voice. And so on the second day, it was terrible. So this year we have a mic and I don't have to raise my voice. So I was just saying, in the morning we had a really interesting series of presentations. We had the Sherlock surveillance and all of the different types of technology that are available. We talked about how that integrates with different illegal dumping ordinances and things like that, how they work together. We talked about the shopping cart gravity well, about how just that kind of broken windows theory where blight can attract more blight and so on, and also about some of the state laws that are enabling a monetization of those shopping carts so we can get them back. Very interesting stuff. That was a big one for me, and I'm very interested in digging more into that after the conference. We had our update on SB 54. Horrifying, obviously, to learn that we're all eating a credit card every month, essentially. Thanks, I can't get that out of my head now. But also, we got to learn about all of the cool legislation that's happening this year in the state of California. And so hopefully we can get a lot of that onto the governor's desk and he will sign it. I know locally we're very excited about SB 1218. We see that as being a direct link to the illegal dumping ordinance that we put out, our model ordinance. Because it's an administrative fine, it's a civil type of thing. What we were worried about is that we were going to put all the, we're going to issue these fines and people are not going to pay. Well, if we can report them to the DMV and they can't register their vehicle, then maybe they'll pay a little bit more, right? So we see that as really the teeth on these local ordinances, and it's extremely important. So we're grateful to hear about all of that. Was it SB 1230 or is it AB? But SB, which is going to increase the fines associated with illegal dumping. That part of the reason why we did our local model ordinance was because those fines were so low. But if we can address that at the state level, that's going to be really important. And then we got to hear from San Diego and all the stuff that they're doing down in Southern California. So cool. I love hearing about that kind of stuff. And seeing what different jurisdictions are doing, how they're tackling it, what the problem looks like in these different areas. Really interesting. And then we got to hear from our good friends at IDTAC about all of the work that's happening there to help organize and bring that conversation at the state level. And now we're very excited to welcome our next presenters. As we get into our late afternoon session. So our next presenters are going to be from Cal Recycle Solid Waste Disposal and Co-Disposal Site Cleanup Programs. I have, and they're online. There we go. Excellent. I have 3 presenters coming on, right?
Yes.
Very good. Look at that. Technology. Excellent. And so just since you guys aren't here and you don't have a clicker, if you just say next slide, then Mel will move you to the next slide, okay? So I'm going to pass it over to our good friends at Cal Recycle so that they can talk about the the solid waste disposal and co-disposal site cleanup program. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I guess we'll start with introductions. My name is Noe Garay. I am a waste management engineer here with CalRecycle.
Hello, everyone. My name is Julian Lopez, also a waste management engineer here at CalRecycle, and I was the grant manager and project manager for the site that we'll be presenting on.
And I guess I'm the third. I'm Gary Cantwell with Yuba County Environmental Health.
And we will be going over the solid waste disposal and co-disposal site cleanup program. Next slide. So also known as the cleanup program, the cleanup program exists to help public entities address solid waste disposal and co-disposal sites where those responsible for the site either cannot be identified or are unable or unwilling to pay for a timely cleanup to protect the environment for public health and safety. Our program accomplishes this through two methods, CalRecycle grants and CalRecycle-led projects. Next slide. So under the two grants, we have the Illegal Disposal Site Abatement Grant and the Legacy Disposal Site Abatement Partial Grant. Illegal disposal sites are larger sites of illegal dumping or illegal facilities significant enough to pose a threat to public health and safety and the environment, while legacy sites are legal solid waste sites that were closed before 1990 that still need to meet limited requirements. The Illegal Disposal Site Abatement grant has a total of $1 million per fiscal year, where the max that an applicant can receive is $500,000, and then for the Legacy Disposal Site Abatement Partial Grant, has a total of $1.5 million per fiscal year, with a max of $750,000 per applicant. Both of these grants operate as reimbursement grants, and if you're interested, I highly recommend signing up for our listserv. Unfortunately, I do not have a QR code for that right now. Next slide. So next we have eligible costs for the grant. Grants eligible costs for the illegal grant include waste removal and disposal, security measures. This is limited to 25% of the grant funds. And can include barriers, signs, cameras, and other security measures. Health and safety measures required for work, such as expenditures for contractors, public agency, hours, rental equipment, preparation, design, and consultant services. Eligible costs for the legacy grant include everything we had mentioned with the illegal grant. But also include site grading, drainage controls to minimize erosion, slope and foundation stabilization, excavation, consolidation and capping of waste areas, installation of landfill gas and leachate control systems, field laboratory testing. Next slide. In addition to the grant opportunities that the CalRecycle has, we also have CalRecycle managed cleanups. So CalRecycle is authorized to spend funds directly to investigate and or remediate sites where the responsible party is unwilling or willing but is not does not have the necessary resources or expertise to implement a cleanup in a timely manner. For this type of cleanup, CalRecycle uses our own contractors and consultants to perform site investigations, prepare design diagrams, and other necessary steps for cleanup and or remediation. Through this method, CalRecycle works with the public entity to perform the cleanup or remediation. Next slide. So I guess big question, who can apply? So the program exists to help public entities, and this includes, but it's not limited to counties, cities, districts, state agencies, joint authorities, local enforcement agencies, and municipalities. As a matter of fact, the city of Oakland was recently just awarded one of our grants from the program. Next up, I'll hand it over to Gary for the next portion.
Good afternoon, everybody. Like I said, I'm Gary Cantwell with Yuba County Environmental Health. I'm the Environmental Health Supervisor here, and we are the local enforcement agency, the LEA, for Yuba and Sutter counties. What I'm going to present on is the process that Yuba County went through to acquire and manage the illegal disposal site abatement grant that we received from CalRecycle. Next slide. So this site had previously operated as a green waste facility, but it had been closed for several years. However, the property owner, for some reason, obviously to make money, allowed a new tenant to do some green waste processing, but this new tenant didn't sign a lease or contract with the property owner, and they did not notify our department that they wanted to do this job, this process out there to obtain a permit. So, as it turned out, the tenant failed to maintain the property, and the owner started the eviction process. Unfortunately, the tenant continued to accept more and large amounts of green waste, with the majority of the dumping occurring between March and October of 2023. Next slide. All right, so as our department became aware of the situation, we started going out and made some site investigations. That's when we met with the owner and the person who was kind of helping the owner try to get things cleaned up. That's where we realized that this wasn't going to get fixed without some help, because the owner of the property, he was old, didn't live there. And it was his nephew was the one kind of handling things, and all they had was a front end loader that they were renting, and it was costing them a fortune just to rent that. And so that's when we decided to contact CalRecycle, and we were guided to the illegal disposal site abatement grant. Mostly because, as we said there, the threat of fires was really huge out there. The green waste was just starting to turn itself. It wasn't getting turned over, so it was just getting really hot and starting to cause fires. And our fire department was coming out more often than they wanted to try to put fires out. So next slide. So to get started, once we figured out that we're going to get the grant from CalRecycle, we needed some documentation from the owner. And these three forms, the asset declaration, the access agreement, and the stipulated agreement, were the ones we needed from him. So the asset declaration was the form the owner had to sign to state that he didn't have the financial resources to get all this green waste removed from his property. So after that, we needed the access agreement. So this one here is the one that allowed everybody except for his grandmother to come to the site. And the last one was the stipulated agreement. The agreement says that we'll be placing liens on the property for the cost of this work. Next slide. Next, we had to submit the grant application through the CalRecycle Grant Management System, the GMS. If any other LEAs have used this for their LEA or tire grants, the process was actually very similar. You had to upload all your documents there. You did all the grant paperwork through there. A couple of the different forms were the project budget, the work plan, and the narrative proposal that we don't normally typically do with our LEA tire grants. So there was one thing that helped us speed up our process, and that was the existing resolution that Yuba County has that allows us to receive grant funds from CalRecycle. So I'm sure that all of us who deal with CalRecycle and get their grants likely have a existing resolution that allows you to do that. Next slide. The next step was getting a contract awarded. We had to start with our Board of Supervisors. We had to request a department budget increase so we could receive the funds from CalRecycle. Then we had to get approval for the request for proposals, the RFPs. So once we got that approved by our Board of Supervisors, those two items, we were able to send out those RFPs to different contractors, and we got those back. So next slide. Yeah, so once we got those RFPs back from the interested contractors, we set up a meeting with them and did a walkthrough of the site and discussed the project details with them. We ended up having 10 interested companies, and of those 10, after the walkthrough, 4 of them submitted bids. So then we put those 4 bids to the county scoring process and narrow it down to get down to the chosen proposal. And we did that through our admin services at the county. Next slide. All right, so once that bid was approved by county council, the contracted company got to work setting up their equipment. So they got out there, got going. Wasn't too soon. I think it was February is when we got the approval from the county council and board of supervisors, and we got started here early March. So next slide. Yeah, so yeah, they started staging their equipment there March 6th, 2025. They got going. So as they were going, they started on area 1. I think you can kind of probably likely see that on the picture there. That's the back side. The front of the property is off to the left, and then you come down the driveway to where the warehouse is, an office. They're kind of in the middle-ish. And then the first section there, number 1, was area 1 that we wanted to have them start working on. And it was going to be about 25,000 cubic yards, we estimated, to have get removed. So once they got going, though, they realized that that stuff wasn't compacted like we expected it to be. And so the revised order was created. And once we got that approved, they were able to complete areas 1 and area 2. And they also created some additional windrows that they were able to do within their proposed time, which they about 2 months, and the budget, which was $500,000. Next slide, please. So yeah, like I said, they started on March 6th, 2025, and they were done by mid-May. As you can see here, yeah, it was over 50,000 cubic yards of material from both area 1 and area 2. And then they were able to process another 25,000 cubic yards of material. Took them 200 truck trips to haul all of it out. And they were out of the site by mid-May. Next slide. So for the actual grant itself, during the grant process, grantees, they are required to submit progress reports. One of the nice things for us, since this is a quick job, we only had 1 progress report to submit in addition to the final report. The other part is, of course, when you submit those progress reports at the end, you want to get paid, or we need to get reimbursed because we're paying out to the company who's doing this job for us. And so what we have to do is to get reimbursed, you have to do a proof of payments. And once we were able to get those submitted to CalRecycle, what was really nice was how quickly CalRecycle processed those payments. So we didn't have to show our budget as being too negative for a long time. So I really appreciate CalRecycle's work on that for us. As you can kind of see there, we've attached the final report outline of it there. So nothing too complicated, thankfully. Next slide. So this last slide is from our Environmental Health Director, Clark McHale, and he just wanted to reiterate that, you know, this is the second time we've utilized CalRecycle's help in the last 20 years to clean up properties that have gotten away from property owners. And so, I mean, with that, we really appreciate CalRecycle's help, and if you guys if you have properties and you need help, reach out to CalRecycle. They were fantastic to work with. So with that, I think I'm finished. Thank you.
All right, I'll take over. Next slide, please. So one thing I would like to mention as well to our grants is that they can be used on public and private land. For public, there's no cost recovery mechanism, so that's the things as Yuba County was mentioning, Gary, about the stipulated agreement or the lien being placed. When it's on public land, we do not have to go through those mechanisms. However, for private property, it is in our statute to go through either stipulated agreement or placing a lien on the property, just some way to recover our funds. That's just something I wanted to mention before I began. And also, the way we did this project was it's a very unique and special process that we did for this one. We usually do not do a grant, then a CalRecycle managed project. We either just prefer to either just do a grant and that's it, or we just take the project on ourselves. But just given the nature of this project and the significant cost to remediate this site, we decided to do a split joint venture between the county and the state. So that's why we did a grant, and then as we'll be discussing a CalRecycle managed project. So you just heard Yuba County talk about their grant, and I'll be talking about how we remediate the rest of the site, which took us from September 8th to December 19th. So about 3 months. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background on the site. As mentioned, the fire threat was a significant threat, especially given the surrounding orchards. So that's also another reason why we did that split joint venture with the county. Was we want them to address the most fire-prone areas, which was near the orchards in the back. And then once that was remediated, we could focus more on the material that was further away from the property lines. So the material accumulated within a few months of time. The photos shown on the presentation are one of the many fires just days after we visited the site. As you can see, the material is like 20 feet high of just compacted of just organic material. The project was approved on July 25th, 2025 to complete the remediation of the rest of the site. Next slide, please. So some project goals. It was to address the continuing fire threat for the remaining stockpile, process material into organized piles by material type, screening and grinding, and finding suitable end-use facilities for each material type to reduce project cost. And the photos shown the screening operations to set materials by size. So we wanted to avoid sending all this material directly to the landfill. So that's why we had to do some screening and grinding of the material. Next slide, please. So now I'll get into the different material types and what is basically a summary. So for the mids, what we're calling the mid-screen size material, it was a mixture between the larger particle size and the more finer topsoil. So this is what we considered the mid-screen size material. And this was sent to the Recology Ostrom landfill to be used as alternate daily cover. And that material was 8,314 that was sent using 592 truckloads. And as you can see, some of the photos of the material being loaded and used as ADC at the landfill. Next slide, please. So next one was the shredded wood. As you could see in the photos previously, there was a lot of woody material, and we decided to shred that wood so it'd be easier to transport, and this was also sent to Recology as to be used as ADC because it was kind of still mixed with soil and rocks and debris, so it couldn't be sent directly to any other facility. So this was also good use of the material. And this material was 2,101 tons, which was about 142 truckloads that was sent to the landfill. Next slide, please. Next is the wood chips. This was a much cleaner material that could be easily separated from the soil, the rocks, debris, and other contaminants. So this material was separated, screened, grinded up, and used as biomass at the Woodland Biomass Power Facility. And 1 truckload was used and hauled to at cost by H&H Trenching for use as an erosion control stock. As you can see in the photos of the clean material being separated by the equipment, wood grinding operations, wood chip piles, and overall picture of the site. And this was 282 tons of material using about 12 truckloads. Next slide, please. And unfortunately, there was also material that also had to be removed, which was peach pits. These peach pits were received from local canneries from the nearby areas by the lease tenant in discrete piles. And as you can see in the photos, these were loaded, hauled off, and removed from the site. This was also sent to the biomass facility in Woodland to be used as biomass fuel. This was about 1,139 tons and took about 53 truckloads. Next slide, please. And lastly, the topsoil. This was material that was basically could be used as to be spread at orchards or any other places that were much cleaner and could be used for that purposes of growing. So it was loaded and hauled off at cost by John Lambert Trucking in Tulusa, California. Most of the material taken directly for reuse sites. It was about 75 truckloads for approximately 1,800 tons of material that was removed from site. Next slide, please. So this is a summary, and this is just a summary of the cost and overall project. So for our Cal Recycle Managed project, the remediation took about 103 days, and the total cost was approximately $1,468,000. And as mentioned, a lien was filed against the property owner. In total, 874 truckloads were used to haul off the material, and about 13,600 tons were hauled off to end-use facilities. 91 tons of material were sent for disposal. Between the county grant and Cal Recycle project, a total of 17,590 tons of material were moved from site. Only 0.5% of material went to disposal at landfill disposal rates. 95.5% of materials went to other use with lower cost. We estimated that the cost saved by processing the material to be approximately $750,000. And as you can see, there's a little summary of the Yuba County grant. Just want to mention that the ADC is considered as disposal. However, it was not billed at disposal rate. So that's what I mentioned at that phrasing of only 0.5% of all material went to disposal at landfill disposal rates. Just something to note. Also, just want to mention lessons learned from this. We are new to this. Cal Recycle is new to large greenway sites. So one thing we did learn was assessing large sites in advance would allow contractors to better plan their approach, work, and equipment. When attempting to reuse material, allow much more lead time for contractors' coordination with local subcontractors and reuse facilities, and to rent specialized equipment. Because once we got into the material, it was very difficult to separate, or it was not as clean as we thought, or it wasn't as contaminated. So just some things that in advance that we'll be better prepared. I know there's other sites that may be throughout California that have similar issues, and that's just something that if we do a project again is something we'll be looking at in advance. Some things to know for the future of this site was that the owner is planning a RV storage facility with the county's assistance. If successful, he would like to repay part of all or all of the Cal Recycle lien. So Again, I just want to emphasize that since this was a private property, we did have to place a lien. However, for any other ones like public lands or for the public benefit, we would not be seeking such cost recovery. And next slide. And here's also some resources for, I know mentioned the tire, there's some tire grants out there. Our program does do tire projects as well. We do have funding to do some remediation of tire sites. So we have that in our wheelhouse as well. There's also the local conservation corps that they receive grants for tire removal and disposal. And there's also a link to our website that you can find more information about our grants and other projects we have done in the past. And also there's the Farm and Ranch Solid Waste Grant, which is similar to us. But the only difference is they do not have a cost recovery on private property. Next slide. All right, thank you, everyone. Any questions?
Yeah, big round of applause for our partners at Cal Recycle. You know, I'm always impressed when I see the size of some of the piles and things that they deal with through these programs. Peach pits. Anyone ever seen peach pit illegal dumping before? That was a new one for me. All right, what questions do we have for our partners at Cal Recycle? Yes.
Cal Recycle funded.
How is Cal Recycle funded?
So Cal Recycle is funded through at the landfill. When you go to the landfill, part of that portion that you pay to the fees is directed to our fund. It's through the Solid Waste Trust Fund. So that's our program is funded through.
Waste management?
I'm sorry?
Does that mean waste management?
It's through the state.
Through the state. We're with the state.
$1.40 a ton for every ton.
The Department of Resources, Recycling and Recovery, and it's under the California Environmental Protection Agency, just if that helps.
I have an online question. Oakland received $499,000 from this grant in 2026. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
We love that.
Yes,
excellent.
we're very happy.
Excellent. Congratulations to the city of Oakland. What other? Yes.
Gary mentioned early on that the RFP was sent to potential contractors as well as already doing the work. So that implied to me that I was covered on the reimbursement program. It's kind of unusual for local government to have someone doing the work, send out an RFP, and include the person who's doing the work. I'm just wondering about details about that.
Any response?
I think that what we meant by that phrase was it was contractors who were working with the county already doing other projects, not particularly this project.
Oh, okay. So, okay. That makes sense.
Yes, Doug.
This question is for Julian. Julian, in this case, you've got a property owner who looks like they're probably going to pay back and clear that lien. What happens when you have a property that is not, at the end of the day, still doesn't equal the lien that'll be placed on it? I'm glad to hear the lien's put on it.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. Sometimes the nature of the game is we will not recover all our money, whether it's in a tax sale or the property changes hands and the value of that land is not equal or equivalent to the amount spent to remediate that project. And there's just, unfortunately, we'll just try to recover any funding amount that we can get. So sometimes we do run into that case.
Can I follow up on that? Does, if, say as an example, it was $1 million lien and the property sold for $500,000, would the remaining $500,000 remain with the new property owner, or would it be absorbed through Cal Recycle?
Yeah, it would just be absorbed. It would just, yeah, that's what I was mentioning. It would be at a loss or whatever amount that we can recover or claw back. That's just the way, sometimes it rolls.
Got it. I saw a couple other hands. Yes, sir.
I just got to go back to, I want to know, is there a special reason that they had to sort out the peach pits for disposal? I'm just
the landfill.
So the peach pits were separated already. So they were on the beginning of the property, and they were not mixed with other material. However, there was peach pits throughout the piles, but the much cleaner peach pits were separated already, so beforehand. So it made it much easier to process and just send directly. I'm sorry, what was that?
Is that because they like crush it up? Because I mean, I could see that if you tried to make it just landfill, you have an orchard of peaches we weren't expecting it. So was there some special disposal requirement because it's a seed?
Oh, well, we try to look for the most cost-efficient method of disposal or reuse for that material. And for the peach pits, it was to be sent to the biomass facility in Woodland to be used as biofuel.
And turned into power.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
In these cases, do the counties or state officials take any action against any legal action against the responsible party? In this case, it seems like the original tenant. Or do you just refer it to the proper authorities, or how do you deal with that when there's like illegal activity?
So I'll let the county, how they did their enforcement. Explain that.
And unfortunately, we didn't do anything special for this one. I think it was just something that had flown under our radar for a little bit. And I think by the time we got out there and we wanted to get it remediated, because like I said, the fires were the main issue out there. And I think we were just trying to get it cleaned up. And we were talking with the property owner and understood the struggles he was going through. He had health issues also, and has subsequently passed away, unfortunately. But yeah, I think that's why we didn't do anything more than I think whatever notice I put up there on that slide. I forgot what it's called. What we did.
Yeah, and as a state, we like to rely on the local enforcement agency to carry out the enforcement on these private properties. So we heavily rely on the county or city or any other public entity when it's dealing with private property to go through that route first. And that's why we relied on the county to do a grant first to see if they could address the issue. And then once we noticed that, okay, they're making progress on the site and it reduced the cost, that's when we as a state stepped in to finish the rest of the site. But also, again, this was a very, very unique site.
All right, I have time for one question. Yes, Stephanie.
Of the site, you guys, how many acres? Do you guys know? Do you remember?
Yeah, so this was it was on the slides, I think in the beginning. Hold on. Give me a sec.
You said 14, almost 14 and a half, a little over 14 and a half.
About.
And if you happen to know, do you know how much that property's worth?
I believe the property was worth $2 million.
Okay. And the cleanup was 7,500. Okay.
Well, the cleanup was for the cow recycle was 1,500, and then with the county grant it was like $2 million. So that's why we were able to approach it that way, because there was some value that we can still recover if the property was to be sold. But as mentioned, the property owner would like to do or the owner of the site would like to open up an RV and hopefully try to pay back that lien.
Thanks, Julie.
All right. Big round of applause then for Cal Recycle for all the work that they're doing. And if you're associated with the jurisdiction, you have one of these large sites, just know that there's those resources available to help you out. All right. All right. So,
sorry.
Go
I
ahead,
want to
sir.
mention that I'll be in person tomorrow. So if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them, and my contact information will be provided and can be shared. So more than welcome to meet with any county, city, or anyone that would like to talk. Always more than welcome.
Excellent.
To do also any site visits.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you. So I'm now very excited about the next presentation because it's about my own little city that I love here. So we're going to now welcome up Wanda Reddick to talk about Oakland cameras focused on illegal dumping and to talk about some of the exciting work that has been happening in Oakland over the last few years. So if we could get a big round of applause for the city of Oakland.
Well, hello, everyone. Let's see. I'm not tech savvy. I always have a problem with these clickers. All right. So, Oakland Public Works Illegal Dumping Program. I'm proud to represent as the program manager for Environmental Services Division. Maybe I'm not doing it right. Just give me the next slide. We have, just an overview, we have a two-prong approach to enforcement. We have a reactive approach to enforcement, that is to go out, find the piles, go through the piles, try to identify whose material is inside the bags, the boxes, and issue a citation. That's our reactive approach. We also have a proactive approach, and that is to try to reduce the amount of material that is put out for illegal dumping. And one of the things that we do is to ensure that every property, both residential and commercial, have subscribed to trash service. And what we've learned in the last couple of years is surprisingly that there's a good number of commercial properties that actually were not subscribed to trash service. So we work together with our partners, Waste Management, and we pulled data together, and now we issue correction notices and citations to commercial properties when they don't have trash service. Give me the next slide, please. Okay, so our camera program started in March 2022. We had 15 initial cameras, and in the last year, we added 20 new cameras. So now we have a total of 35 cameras throughout the city. And city are this as large as we have, that's still not a lot of cameras. Each of our cameras have pan, zoom, and tilt, or most of them have our pan, zoom, tilt function. It basically means camera can zoom in, the camera can tilt its head a little bit, it can pan out. They all have license plate readers. And so when they see the license plate, they actually read the images, the data off the plate. So we can just copy and paste that right into our citation process. Before we had to, what does that say? We don't have to do that anymore. And we have something new coming on board, and that is called LPR satellite. And LPR satellite, if you look at the image at the top is a picture of an area under an overpass. Those are popular areas for illegal dumping. And at night, when a lot of illegal dumping happens, it's very, very dark under the overpass. Cannot see what is really happening. The camera can see the vehicle moving. It can see the headlights, but it can't necessarily see the dumping that's happening. In other words, the person got out of the car, we see that. They went around to the back, that we can't see. They took stuff out of the trunk, we can't see that. And they threw it on the ground, we can't see that. So what we could do is, we could issue the citation, but if it came up under appeal, we wouldn't be able to uphold it in an appeal. So with LPR satellite, here's that same area from a different angle, and look how much more light is under that overpass now that the camera is able to see and cause that area to be, that image to be brighter. So we're excited about that. That's very new, and we're looking forward to deploying that in more areas with our cameras. Let's go to the next slide. Thank you. So camera deployment. Our process is similar to others that I've heard today. We deploy based on hotspots, and we define hotspots based on the number of complaints that we get from the community primarily. We also get hotspots from the number of illegal dumping sites that are abated. So if our counterparts at Keep Oakland Clean and Beautiful
how many illegal dumping hotspots there are, and where are those concentrated?
Where are those concentrated around the city? And we create a list from top to bottom based on the number of complaints. So we're all, and what we are learning about in the community. So we're still working on that. We'd like to refine it some more, but that's where we are, and we're doing a good job, I think. So we get complaints from our call center. We get complaints from internal staff or community emails or phone calls. Sometimes elected officials send something over, and sometimes we get departmental directives, like they may be working with the police department on a sting operation, and we'll install cameras to support those activities. The next slide. One, two things. So a little bit on our camera surveillance efficacy, not too much, but just a little bit. What you can see is that for the first 3 years that we had our camera program, these are the citations that we were able to issue. In the first year, we issued 72 citations. The next year, it fell off just a little bit. And then in the following year, what does that number say? 134? That was awesome, don't you? That's right, give me some love. That was a time when we introduced the additional 15 cameras. So we got more cameras watching, more citations issued. That's a lot more, isn't it? So I wanted to just point out that in that year, we captured 159 illegal dumping incidents, and we were able to issue 134 citations. So that meant that what we captured on camera gave us enough information to issue those citations. And I think that was a nuance that was needed to see the difference between what we saw on the camera and the number of citations that came off of it. Next slide, please. Thank you. So when you have cameras, you're going to need some things. When you have cameras, you may have public records requests, and for us in Oakland, that means someone has made an official request to the city for information, and we have a certain amount of time that we have to provide it. And you may also have media interests, because it's Oakland, and the media wants to talk to us, and they want information, and they want to write stories, and we have to support that. And so when you have public records and you have media interest, you need good data collection, and you need camera use policy and sharing policy. Now, some cities may have a privacy advisory commission or some other type of organization in the city that regulates how data is shared when it comes to privacy issues, and we have that as well. And so each year we go to them, we share with them our results for the year, we give them our camera use policy if we have updates, and then we move forward from there. And it also helps us to manage what we can share to the public in these public records requests and media interests. And if you don't have good data collection, you'll find that you'll be constantly answering the same question over and over again, given to you in a different way or a different time period. So that's one of our challenges that we're working on, is to improve our data collection and how we manage our data so that we can respond more quickly and more easily. You may have stolen or vandalized cameras. Now, I put stolen there not because, we've had one camera that disappeared out of all of our cameras. And we've had one that got hit with paintball, and we had one that was killed by gunfire. But that's really not bad. I just think that's not bad. So when that happens, you're going to need to budget for maintenance and replacement. And I can't give you a cost for budget because it depends on who your camera vendor is, but it's something you want to talk to them about. Maintenance and replacement costs, what is that going to look like for you? Your camera, if you have a camera, it may get misplaced. You're thinking, how do you misplace a camera? Well, it happens. It happens that someone went up to install a camera. We move our cameras about, regularly. Right now, we're at every 30 days. We're on target. It's a challenge, but we're making it. Well, if someone doesn't write down where the camera got moved to, it only happened once, but that's all I needed to take action. So when that happens, you need a good camera inventory system. That's another challenge that we're addressing. And one of my staff is actually here, and raise your hand, Mona. Higher. Okay, so if you have questions about the camera inventory system that we are building, talk to that lady right there. And when you have cameras, you may have lots of video to review. Now, when we got our camera system, AI was not a thing. So this is a challenge that has to be addressed. And we are working on GIS solutions for the camera system. And now we're going to talk with our colleagues in KOCB and see how we can tap into that AI. But for the time being, we're not doing too badly. Give me the next slide. Camera citation consequences. Now, my experience in enforcement began with the construction and demolition recycling program. And what we found is that contractors, they were not complying with the recycling requirements because there was no consequence. We said there could be. They said, well, until you show them to me, I'll keep on doing what I'm doing. Then we started with the low end $100, and they were like, they'll just pay that money and keep on rolling. And it isn't until you have a significant consequence that is painful, that they don't want to pay for, that's when you have compliance. And so we had excellent compliance with the recycling program once we started hitting them with $1,000 a day for noncompliance. So where are we? The problem with it is that sometimes citations aren't always paid. With our current system, we issue the citation and then they ignore it. Direct collections by the Recycling Environmental Enforcement Program, when we get our money in, it comes directly to us. We store it away. We cash the check. When there's non-payment, we kick it to our collections department, and then they follow through on their process to collect on our money. And so enter in, we still don't get payment. Well, we've talked about Senate Bill 1218 already. And that was so that it was Public Works brainchild to ensure that if you use your vehicle to dump illegally in Oakland, you will not be able to get your vehicle registered until you pay your citation. So that was that brainchild. And please, this is beneficial to everybody in the state. So everybody, please support this. Go back and tell whomever deals with your state legislation at your jurisdiction and say, you need to support this. Let's make that happen. And I'm going to go to the next slide, which is the last slide that says, I'm done. Thank you for the time.
I have one comment online. It says, are commercial buildings required to have trash services from Waste Management, or can they choose other providers?
They may not choose other providers. They must have trash service with Waste Management for their weekly trash. And if the property is occupied, it has to be fully vacant in order to be able to not have trash service. But if it is at all occupied, it must have trash service. And it must be from Waste Management.
Excellent. There we go. Other questions? Yes.
We've heard a lot about the drone program in Oakland. Has that the drone program started, and will the drone program be incorporated into your program?
So for the first part of that, that is not my program. That is Keep Oakland Clean and Beautiful's program, and it just got approved. So I'm pretty sure we are not there yet, but we will be talking later to see how we can cooperate together.
And we'll have Airbits, who's the company doing that, here tomorrow. They'll be exhibiting in the hallways, so we can talk to them a little bit more about that program too. Yes, over here.
Are your cameras hardwired or are they solar?
They are hardwired into the light poles.
Okay, so every 30 days, you're removing 35 of them and relocating them?
Yeah, every 30 days. Not all of them.
Okay.
We only relocate the ones that have been sitting and not catching any illegal dumping happening.
Okay.
So there was a former hotspot. It's no longer hot. No more illegal dumping is happening. We move that camera to an area where it's needed.
Okay. Are you able to share who your vendor is?
Yes. Security Lines US.
Security Lines US.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then there was the LPR, I think it's called surveillance in your first slides. Is that like an additional part that is installed, or is it like something that you turn on?
Oh, LPR is software, and they just upgrade the They upgraded the old cameras with the software. That's pretty much all that is.
That night vision piece was very cool.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah,
So
we
glad
love.
we have that now.
We love that. Yes, sir.
You might want to make them aware that it's a quick disconnect. So I think they were curious about how you do the wiring exchange every 30 days. So for the pods that we have, it's a plug and play kind of system with the city light.
Thank you for that, because I probably didn't know that part.
Yeah, Warren.
Wanda, have you had the chance to connect with other business improvement districts or chambers of commerce to utilize a network of cameras?
Well, I checked in with the what's that agency in Oakland that we have? We have a economic and workforce development in Oakland, and they had purchased cameras for commercial properties, commercial businesses, to monitor criminal activities around their businesses, particularly along International Boulevard and Hagenberger. They approached us to say that they wanted to share camera footage, but we have not received anything from those businesses yet. So we would like to do more of that, and that's something that we'll be working on.
We'll talk on that, because I'm also chamber commerce.
Okay, let's talk.
Like 40 cameras.
Absolutely. Oh, look at that.
We love that. Yeah, I saw a question right here.
About the people who have contracts with waste management that have businesses on international, and for the people who are vendors who sell food. They don't have contracts. They don't have a place to dump their waste. What do you do about them? Because I live in that area, and a lot of people, when they sell their wares and they go home at night, they leave that garbage right there.
So that's a different enforcement entity in the city of Oakland that handles those street vendors. But if you report it to Oak 311, you can give it to me today, and I'll just give it to you.
Okay, because 311, I can tell you this, it does not work as fast as you think it does. And I'm still trying to help my uncle and my auntie get 2 cars off of 69th Avenue that they've been reporting for 3 months.
Okay, so did you get my email off the?
No, I didn't, but you sitting right here.
I will give you a card so that you can send it to me.
I love it. That's what this is all about, getting people sitting next to each other. That's right. Yes.
Yeah, Wanda, right here.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, Mary Forte.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, okay. How much staffing do you have, number one, to EEOs to go through the trash, and then how many for reading the camera footage? Do you have enough? For how much staffing do you have, and do you have enough? And then when Airbus comes in, we add on staff.
Goodness gracious. So what we, we're working on staffing issues. However, in our contract with Security Lines US, we have asked them to monitor the cameras for us. And what they do, they monitor all the cameras and then send us a report about once a week to tell us exactly which cameras caught something that is actionable for us. So we don't have to spend time looking at every single camera. We just let them do it, give us a report, and we proceed with the citations.
Excellent. Yeah, I see you right here.
Thank you, Channing Turner. My question was about, so you have the cameras that are capturing, the illegal dumpers, but I see illegal dumping in my area of East Oakland every day. These people don't have license plates. A lot of these vehicles are stolen or they're using stolen plates. There was just a report that went out that showed, out of all the citations that went out, I think it was like less than 20% of fines that was collected by the city. And so we have all this technology and different things, but that still isn't addressing. You can't catch people if they don't have a plate. You can't catch people if the dumping is happening at the dead of night in between 3 or 4 in the morning. So how are those particular solutions going to work when we don't have humans monitoring, right? We live in over-policed neighborhoods. They can over-police to pull somebody over for the littlest low-level non-criminal thing. But we know that over on 105th and International or East San Leandro Street, that has been a dumping area for decades. So why don't we have actual humans from the county or from the city that's actually doing that? Violent crime is down, but this is also a public safety issue. And so this doesn't seem like a actual real solution that's long-term.
Those are valid challenges. And I don't have answers for the whole thing, but it is something that is front and center in our minds that has to be solved. And so we keep those things in mind as we move forward to see what can we do to address them. No way to know for sure. This is all new territory, but we do have those things in mind.
Yeah, and I'll just add on to that too. I think there were a couple things in the new ordinance that Oakland just adopted. So there was a provision in there that made it an offense to be transporting waste without a license plate. So the city of Oakland, and I'm not the city of Oakland, so I'm not going to stand in for them. But as I understand the city of Oakland, if you're driving and hauling any waste in the city of Oakland and you don't have a license plate, you can be pulled over and cited right away. Now, at 3 a.m. and all that, do we have enough police to be pulling people over without license plates? These are other questions, but it's all part of the same solution, right? So I just want to bring up that piece as well. I saw a hand back here. Yes, sir.
What are the satellite LPR?
What?
You mentioned LPR satellite.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a specific type of camera, or is that you're using satellite?
I did not dig into the specifics of that. They just sprung that on us a few weeks ago and said, "Here, do you like this?" And I said, "Yes, let's have that." But send me an email and you can put you in touch with the vendor and she could give you some more technical detail.
Yeah, it looked like a certain type of night vision.
Night vision. Yeah. But she didn't tell us that she installed a new camera, so my assumption was that it was some sort of update or upgrade to the internal software. But it's a good question. I should go back and ask. I was just so happy that it worked.
Yes.
I have one last question. I'm not sure if I missed it. Did you mention who issues your citations after all the evidence is gathered? Is it somebody from your team or somebody else?
Who issues the citation?
Who issues the citations? Our team.
And you are, what gives you the designation to be able to do that as a city?
We have an ordinance that we passed. So Oakland Municipal Code 8.11, that is our authority to issue citations and to hold people accountable. And then when it comes to mandatory trash, that is under OMC 8.28, that holds property owners responsible for ensuring that there's trash service on their property.
And those are local codes in the city. Those are civil administrative penalties, not criminal.
Not criminal.
Not criminal. Yeah. If it's criminal, you have to go through the DA and all that kind of stuff. All right. Any final questions? All right. Well, thanks so much to the City of Oakland. Thanks for all your work. Right. You know, the thing I love about this is I remember back in it must have been 18, so a few years ago, when we were just working on our pilot out in Deep East Oakland, the acid pilot on Railroad Avenue. City of Oakland at the time did not have any illegal dumping cameras, didn't have any. And we worked at the time with Mayor Schaaf, as well as with Council Member Larry Reed at the time, and we put in that pilot. We partnered with the DA, we brought in cameras, and we showed, hey, this can work. And now, you know, here I am all these years later at IDCon, and we've got the City of Oakland coming and talking about all the great work and the hundreds of citations that they issued last year through their cameras. So this is what this kind of work is all about. That's what bringing us together, collaborating, sharing best practices is all about, because I know it's not just Oakland that's implementing these kinds of things. So this is that's what impact looks like. So I'm very excited about our next panel, and this is one that I know a lot of cities, a lot of counties throughout the state have been working on, is their Clean California Community Designation. This is one, you know, I mean, Alameda County, we're working on it too. We're not all the way through it yet. But I know many other cities have done it, and so we're here today to hear a little bit more about that. So I know this is going to be a panel. Cecile, do I have you around? There you are. So I'm going to welcome you on up. I think we have some people, you're going to present a little slideshow. I think we have some people online that we're going to need to promote. No.
Two in the room.
Two in the room. Excellent. Mel had scared eyes. So, all right. So I'll pass it over to you. Big IDCon welcome to Clean California.
Thank you. And technically, I'm Cecile Carson with Keep California Beautiful, and we contract on the Clean California program. I want to introduce the two panelists that are joining me today also. Eugene Maida, who's the Senior Transportation Planner for the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority and Keep Santa Clara Valley Beautiful. And also Hilda Morales, who is Program Manager with Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services with the City of San Jose, and has worked with the Mayor's Office who completed the designation. So both of these are officially completed designees to the program. So our process for this afternoon, I'm going to share a little bit of information about Clean California's designation program if you're not familiar with that. And then we're going to have kind of a conversation about some of the things that we see as value in getting us from a framework of planning. How many of you have taken a trip somewhere in your life? Just about everybody, even if it's just in your neighborhood. You know, you can get anywhere if you don't know where you're going. You can get anywhere if you go, oh, hey, let's go to this great park. And then once we get to the park, we go, oh, there's this tourist attraction that's across the street. And, you know, down the road, there's a restaurant that's really good. And then I think, you know, if we go on down a little further, there's a beach we can go to. And we're disconnected. And a lot of what we see is that our planning around illegal dumping and litter issues is like that. We do cameras. We do a little enforcement, we do a little education, we do a little of this. Somebody says there's a bright, shiny object, we follow that. And we're not actually getting to the core, which is the behavior change. And how do we get that to happen? And a plan can help us to do that. So the designation program is really designed to help with that process, to give us a framework. But to get us started, a little bit about Keep California Beautiful. We're a nonprofit. We were founded in 1990. Before that, we were part of an initiative by the governor's office, so it's nice to be back there again as part of the Clean California Project. We work together to preserve and protect California's natural beauty for future generations. We do that with all types of partnerships, programs, and groups. These are some of the activities currently. We are the California Volunteer Coordinators for Climate Action Days. Through that program, we're doing statewide efforts for one-day events in rural and urban areas, in addition to a $200,000 micro-grant program. I can't help you pick up the litter, but we can help you with the trees and the native plants and the other pieces. We also have partnerships on other programs from our national programs. We do a lot of youth educational initiatives, so you'll see our characters that are in the bottom there that represent all of the different districts of Caltrans. And we have a grant with US EPA and Sac State that I'll show you a slide on, as we had invited Pinole to come, but they were unable to be here, where we actually use GIS for tracking purposes and monitoring on a dashboard where litter conditions occur. But I mentioned it was trying to change the behavior. So there is a behavioral model that was created by Keep America Beautiful in the 1970s. When I was a vice president of that organization, I had an opportunity to work with a group of specialists and other researchers and nerds like me who have doctorates in blight and litter, but also in the field, to try and figure out how do we solve the problem. So it's recommended, and this is a plan of action, that we get facts about the community, about the issue, about the problem, what's the behavior we want to adjust. We prioritize that behavior. Sometimes that means having to step away from something really, really big and do something small, and then work up to what the bigger issue is. We then have to develop a plan of action. So that's the primary part of what we're going to talk about today. And that action for this behavior change model includes written expectations, infrastructure, persuasion, and rewards and penalties. A lot of that's the 3 E's also that we've talked about. And then you evaluate it. That's the other part that we sometimes forget. It's like we do something, we get through it, it was great, and then we don't take the time to go back and go, well, what really worked, and can this work somewhere else? And then providing positive reinforcement in the process. So each of those behavior strategies is the things that actually become the real specifics that we work on, and the parts of that. And as you'll see in this behavioral strategy piece, it's a combination of all of those, the expectations, the rewards, persuasion, which one of the longtime specialists that we work at is bigger than education. We can educate, but did we persuade? So that process. So all of that was incorporated into the proposal that is now in place for the designation program. This was on the 18th of April. We were able to, with the mayor and Josh Friday, who's the chief volunteer officer for the state, and the governor's office, and other council members that you may recognize from Oakland, to unveil theirs. And I want to give a shout out to Wanda, because we didn't have the public works sign there, but the City of Oakland Public Works Department was also recognized in this effort. Because overall, zero litter is the goal of the Clean California program, and it's also litter and illegal dumping being eradicated is the goal of the overall Clean California campaign. These are the criteria, the checklist. So this program started in 2024, and we're continuing through midpoint June 2026. As of today, we have over 200 communities that have taken the pledge, and unofficially right around 88 that have completed the process, 78 have announced, and our goal is to have 100 of those completed by June 30 of this year. They got a freebie by taking the pledge. This is a free program. You go online, you register for the pledge, and you say, hey, we can do another 9 of this 15 criteria. And it is established to really set a framework for recognizing what you're doing, but also to look at where you may be missing something in the process. So there are various criteria with questions that you can ask depending on how it fits. How many of you are from a city in the room? Okay. How many represent a county? How many represent a business? How many are neighborhoods? It's like all of you can be a designated community because it's any place that has a geographic boundary can qualify to do this. So we've had individual schools designates that have met the criteria, all the way to regional transportation authorities that do that as well. So having an advisory board is an option, community input, litter assessments, cleanups, measuring progress. So how do we know what we know and count those numbers or the positives and negatives? Lots of different ways to measure that. Having both community education and youth education, infrastructure, which covers everything from literally putting a storm inlet into a trash can to technology as infrastructure. Enforcing it is an important part of the process as well. Because you can have I used to say I had great written words on paper when I worked as an urban planner, but unless there was an enforcement piece behind it, they were just written words. I don't know if they were so great because they weren't being enforced. So enforcement is a key element of that process. We're going to go into that long-term planning because we ask that as a criterion. There are some places that have it, but not as many. And then having greening, murals, trees planted, some of the great success that we've seen in the project on Railroad. Collection drives, such as collection of electronics or things that might be disposed of, mattresses that could be dropped off rather than being dumped. Partnerships and cigarette litter. For programs. So with this framework, I want to engage with our panelists as part of this. I want to start with you, Eugene, if I could. Can you tell the group a little bit about how this framework has helped you and your organization with going forward with what you want to do to have a cleaner environment?
So thank you, Cecile. Yeah, I'm more than happy to share how this framework has actually helped Santa Clara Valley, or actually me as staff assigned to deal with trash in Santa Clara County. And this is specifically since we're a transportation agency along the highways in Santa Clara County. So by this designation actually helped prepare me as staff, because it provided, like Cecile said, a framework. So we initially started as just a litter study about 10 years ago, $10,000. But this provided, and it's just started by picking up litter. We partnership with Caltrans. We started holding monthly cleanup events along our highways in various locations throughout Santa Clara County. We serve 16 jurisdictions. So from Palo Alto all the way down to Gilroy, Milpitas, and then to the west, small cities like Montecito. But starting out with just the litter assessment, how much litter is really out there? It was just a visual assessment. That's all we did. I took my phone, was one of the GP cameras, and just went down the highways and just did a very cursory visual assessment. But this right here, from $10,000 and following this framework here, we were able to expand the program, and through over the year or so to achieve the community designation, it gave me actually staff as the confidence to say that we followed a state process in order to get where we are. So was able to go to the board and went from $10,000 to ask for a pilot project and say this, we achieved the community designation, also with the help of Keep California Beautiful. and made a request for a pilot project, $300,000 over the next 3 years. Who's going to say no to that? There's no public official out there that will say no, but you do need the data. So over the past 4 years, we collected data. We held about 40 cleanup events. We picked up about nearly 20,000 pounds of litter. We had about 800 volunteers and about 1,600 hours of volunteer hours. So with that data, that was enough to substantiate, a $300,000 program. And this literally lays out a business plan, if you will, to make your program sustainable, to kind of organize it so that it has it has a workflow and some objectives, and then annual or biannual reporting.
Great, thank you so much. Yes. So Hilda, I wanted to ask you if you could share a couple of the specific examples that the city of San Jose has used. They've shown some real tangible improvements, especially thinking about illegal dumping.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. I'm very honored. The designation for the city of San Jose actually started with our mayor. I don't know if you guys know much about Mayor Mahan, but he goes out and he does cleanups every single weekend. And when I say every single weekend, it's literally every single weekend, whether it's a cleanup of a creek, of a community, of a neighborhood, murals, he does all of that. So Beautify SJ really taps into some of that work. We have an anti-litter program that is a little bit of our basis for the rest of our work, but that program generates about 500 cleanups on a yearly basis, and we collect about close to 400 tons of litter. Something that we've done this past year is we've really taken, I think a lot of us, and maybe you can relate, we work in silos. And so this year we really worked on working with ESD, and they do a trash assessment. And so what we're doing is we're overlaying their assessment and having our litter program do outreach in their schools in those areas, and making sure that we address it from a holistic point. But your question specifically was, how do we address the illegal dumping? So we utilize the litter program to get onto the communities. We work with about 200 neighborhood associations, and we have them be the reporting part of what we do. So they inform a lot of our illegal hotspots. When we send information home with kids, they will go and tell their parents. And so sometimes they're the ones that are saying, should you be putting the couch out there? And so it's in that way that we're able to really connect all the dots and make sure that our system works holistically.
Great, thank you. So one of the criteria is about partnerships. And I think that's such a critical part of everything that we do, because nothing really gets done when it's the individual trying to do it by themselves. So it's like that collective action. So Eugene, if I start with you and share information about your partnerships and how that's been critical in helping you do what you do.
Sure. So we partnered with Caltrans because we were trying to clean up the highways. Obviously, Caltrans is very busy just trying to maintain the highways, right? They needed some, we tried to fill in a gap that included some community volunteers so they can come out and understand how difficult a job is to actually pick up litter from the highways. If you can imagine, once a piece of trash or a paper or fast food trash gets into the vegetation of the vegetation along the highways, there's no mechanical means to pick that up. That has to be picked up by hand. Caltrans does have a robo grooming machine, if you will, but if it runs into a piece of trash, it'll just shred into like 1,000 pieces, and then it just becomes like micro trash and microplastic. We also partnered with the California Highway Patrol to help close the highway ramps and also to slow traffic down while the volunteers are out there. And then we started partnering with our cities, like the city of San Jose. We actually received a Caltrans grant for about $540,000 or so to clean up a neighborhood. And we started to realize we want to leverage our resources. So with BTA and Caltrans together, competing for a statewide grant, it made for a stronger grant proposal with that partnership. So partnering with your cities, with your neighborhood groups, and then combining all of that makes for a strong grant proposal.
Yeah, to add to that, the city of San Jose has piloted a gateway program. We have 10 gateways that actually Alonzo over there in the back oversees. And what we do is we've been beautifying these spaces. So these are huge on and off ramps. We've laid, I don't even know how much bark on there we've planted. And again, it's a collaboration with Caltrans to close the spaces there. It is very expensive, and the vegetation management is a lot of work, but through volunteers, again, the mayor's office has helped us to be able to beautify those spaces, because we know that with beautification, people are a little bit less tempted to illegally dump. I would love to send a picture. We're so proud of the work out there. Some of these spaces that go into the city of San Jose look absolutely beautiful.
All right. So the next question I want to ask is if you could give someone a piece of advice in the room about where to start or how to begin to use this framework, what would be your recommendation?
So my recommendation obviously would be to start with the low-hanging fruit. Just organize simple litter cleanups and start from there. But then start tracking the data. How much litter are you collecting? You can just start with trash bags. You can estimate the weight. Count, keep track of the number of volunteers and the volunteer hours. And over time, you'll start developing a database, and that'll help you get started. And with this framework here, though, this provides kind of a guideline, if you will, on how to expand your program, developing partnerships, look to your city council members, right, for initial support. Then you can go larger, look for it. You can also reach out to the local schools to help maintain and maybe even adopt some of these locations. And then find grants to offer free litter kits. I think that's the key there. So give all of the residents, right, the tools that they need to do the job to clean around their neighborhood and start that change behavior, right? That's a tough nut to crack that we've been working on for quite some time. How do you go about changing change the behavior of littering just in general? So like Hilda mentioned, starting with the youth groups in the schools and have the kids shame their parents, so to speak. Yeah.
I would agree with everything you just said, and I would say on top of that, I think if we sell it in a way that makes it positive. I was lucky enough to work with a program called Project Hope, where we went into neighborhoods that were not very active, whether it was language barriers or potentially immigration status given our political times. And I saw every third Saturday of the month, they could get anywhere between 50 adults and youth to 100 adults and youth collecting trash. And you would think, like, why would you want to do this? And I think it's in these disenfranchised neighborhoods where people build community and make it exciting, make it fun, because nowadays we don't know our neighbors. And so that's one of the things that I would say, really hone into the schools, the education. We have a campaign called Don't Be Trashy, and it's this little bag that looks kind of cute, right? Somebody from our team made a piñata out of them. And these kids, when you go and you talk to them about the impact, like how does plastic impact your city, and when you tell them about it and you see the excitement, and they are going home and sharing their parents, it is a little bit of a shaming your parents, but hey, if that's what works, we're going to keep doing it. It's educating. Yes. But yeah, I would say that, and relying on the neighborhood associations. I think sometimes there are individuals who want to help but don't know how to get involved. And if all you do, because you count your steps, is you take a bag and you have a litter stick and that's the route that you do, encouraging that, fostering that. Just yesterday, we acknowledged about 500 volunteers with the city that do just that. They go out for a walk and they collect trash. And I think it's giving them the power to say, hey, I love my city and I want to be a part of the process of beautifying it.
Of that. I did want to share Pinol's kind of response to one of the questions that ties in perfectly right here. And that is they are partners with us in Costa County as well as in Alameda County. The US EPA grant that I mentioned is a participatory science project, and it relates to the stormwater permitting. So through this participatory science process, we trained high school students, Earth Team members who work throughout Berkeley and Richmond and Pinole and surrounding schools. And we provide funding for interns through that program to do community-based work. So they actually take the on-land visual trash assessment requirements for stormwater, and they do the assessment. And then the assessments that they do, giving a 1 through 4 Likert scale, from 1 being very little litter to 4 being an illegal dump, they put that information into an ArcGIS 123 system that Keep California Beautiful developed, and we fine-tuned with Sac State through another US EPA grant to create a dashboard. But to make sure the students are as good as consultants, and having been a consultant, I always love to see if I can work myself out of a job. The high school students' work is then mentored by students from Sac State and UC Berkeley, who are also partners with us on the program. So Pinole used this program of having students to help educate decision makers, their elected officials, to also work with the neighborhoods, many of them who were going out and doing these walks but weren't collecting any data, to help them collect the data and materials and put it into the dashboard. So this is a sample of kind of just some of the area. The green dots are the no litters, and the burgundy dots are the illegally dumped sites. In the process, we collect information on what was actually collected. So we've got pie charts. We can go into individual sites, but then we can do whole cities or regions, which we heard talked about earlier today, how much regional approaches are. That was the reason we wanted to work in this area, because it overall was a somewhat more underserved area, and having the children involved in that process made a big difference. The outcomes of that program have then gone into their planning process. So far, over 270 plus assessments have been done in 4 cities, 15,000 hours trained. We've also had over 2,000 community volunteer engagements. So besides the students doing that work, they've encouraged neighborhood groups to do their cleanups and efforts. And it has led to 1 policy change in an adoption in Berkeley for their hotspots program. So this is how you can take a framework and turn it into something that's even got a broader perspective. I want to leave time for y'all to ask questions of the panelists too, but if you're looking for other ideas about how to develop plans, the illegal dumping toolkit from the East Texas Council of Governments, there's 2 cities that are 100,000 and 80,000, and then a lot of rural area, because I didn't ask them if anybody was from a more rural area. But they wanted something that would work for all of those cities. So this toolkit I helped to develop and put together, and there's some tools in there about doing planning. There's also an EPA piece that does that as well. Anyone who joins and takes the pledge gets access to password protected sites. This is a free program. All it takes is you making a pledge through June 30 of 2026 to participate in the Clean California Designation Program. You get additional resources from us, as well as resources that are on the website for cleanca.com. So there's a protected site on that page as well. But we wanted you to have something you could use to try to help plan this process. So if you take a picture of the QR code, it will give you a link to the document that's on the far right side, which is what we just talked about as a plan. So if you answer those questions, the last question on it says, look at everything you just answered, like Eugene said and Hilda said, look at all the things that we just answered. Now, how do we put that into the plan? How do we make that work as a planning process to pull it together? Because we all want to go somewhere, and I think it's to a place that's called Clean California. It's clean. It's a cleaner Oakland. It's a cleaner Alameda County. It's a cleaner San Diego. Everywhere. That's where we want our road to go, and the framework can really help us plan to get there. We hope you have some questions for the panelists as well. And this is my contact information if I can be of assistance to you with anything as well.
One question online. You might not be able to answer it on your own, but it says, when I was a kid, Lady Bird Johnson promoted a big PR campaign to instill the public with "Don't be a litter bug." And so through that PSA to instill strong consciousness to not litter, can we do a statewide PSA campaign to remind people not to litter today?
So that's what we're wrapping up, and June 30th is a 3-year campaign called Zero Litter is the Goal. Having inherited a lot of Mrs. Lyndon B. Johnson materials, I kind of wish it was just that litter bug part of it, but we're hoping that campaign will continue. There's also the messages for stormwater is turning this into that, which is to show a dirty area turning into a clean area, but we're hoping to keep promoting a consistent message that the ones that you look at nationwide, there's one, and the reason why it works is because it's been the same message for 20 years. So hopefully we can figure that out for California.
Questions from the audience, and again, if you're on the online audience, you can submit questions as well. Yes.
I am interested in the program that you talked about with the green infrastructure, the stormwater, and with the students. Was that difficult to? Because I know you were talking about how you have high school students, but you also have interns.
Yes.
You have students from UC Berkeley and another.
And Sac State. We started with one school and a dream, the dream of an app in 2017, which seems like nowadays when we're talking about AI, back then it was sort of like how to get there. So I know for us, it's sort of like starting with one school made a difference. And I had to be honest, I think we actually started with one teacher in one school. And it's sort of like we said, here's how you do a litter assessment with the youth information. And that Likert scale is the Likert scale that's been used for over 40 years in other places. So it can be very easily adapted as long as you have consistency. So it requires training and it requires the consistency, but it can be fun in working with the kids to do that. So if you'd like more information, please let me know. We've got some tools that can start with that one school and then build it out, hopefully to entire districts.
Thank you. Thank you.
This question might be for Eugene, but I'm going to rely on Jason over at Sac County as well. So I'd be interested to know how many counties and even if the cities have access to this. In Sacramento County, we use probation crews, and so to clean their litter on the side of the road, and all we had to pay for was the sheriff to be there, and I think that's still the case. So it's a very cost-effective way to clean up litter alongside the roads in a safe manner. I'm just wondering, is Santa Clara County doing that, or any other counties looking at that as a litter abatement or litter cleanup at a reasonable cost?
A good question, and thank you for bringing that up. And yes, we do use the Sheriff's Work Program, right? So this is our way of giving back to the community, like they're giving back to us. They are low-level offenders, right? They just made one mistake trying to pay off their tickets, and this gives them an opportunity. But with that program, because it's the Sheriff's Work Program, we need to segregate the volunteer events with them, because I think you can see the misperception that can easily happen there. But that is a great resource, and they do great work. Yeah, they work fast and hard.
I actually had one young man that said, is somebody going to do as good a job as I did keeping it up? He goes, I don't want to get any more tickets, but I want my area to be clean. Because we know clean areas are more likely to stay clean. That's the research. Places that are more beautiful with the landscape, because I think some of them have been used to also be trained. We've worked with some programs for job training skills with the landscape as well. So not just the litter, but if it's beautiful and you can train work with people who are, coming out of a situation and need some work experience. That program has been successful also in working with Caltrans to help keep them beautiful and therefore keep it clean.
I have a question online that says, I'm with a nonprofit organization and I'm interested in reaching out to keep CA beautiful to discuss a joint cleanup. How would I do that?
You can contact me. The information was on the website, but if you're online and you didn't catch it, it's if you go to keepcabeautiful.org, there it is again. You can find me. You can also go on our website and you can find out where the micro grants are. So in case you qualify for those, you can apply. You can get from $250 to $1,500 for projects. Again, they're not litter related, but can help with the trees and plants and other materials. So you can see where some events are happening statewide also, because we've got a Golden Volunteers link through Go Serve and Cal Volunteers. So they might find another project they could even partner up on.
Additional questions? Yes.
Sounds beautiful. And that's part of my question. How deeply does the program integrate landscape architecture and design and development as part of keeping California beautiful or making it beautiful?
It goes a long way. So the program that was initially launched in 2021 had very large landscape projects that were tied to that as a grant fund that could go directly to cities and counties. And so the hope was by showing those beautiful areas, we begin to see a reduction in the litter. And we did a litter survey, a statewide litter assessment. And Supervisor, I wanted to do that cost study, but I didn't get to do it. We're working on that one too. That was another piece, so that we could also show this is how much it cost and is there a reduction in it afterwards. So it is an integrated part, because we know, again, through research that there needs to be that connection. But there's always, my goal also is to always maintain that whatever gets planted has to be cared for. So that's a next piece also that always has to be written in.
And maybe if I can just do another plug-in for our Clean Communities program, that this program actually empowers anybody, right, at no cost. It can be a school, like Cecile mentioned. It can be a neighborhood group. It can be a city or a county. It's very broad. So just to let you know, so I spend 25% of my time. I'm actually a transportation planner. My core job is to keep traffic moving in Santa Clara County. So imagine I do this like on the weekends, kind of like on my free time, because I enjoy it. I personally like gardening. So cleaning, keeping the highways clean is one of my own pet peeves. But if you notice, if you provide these litter kits and get them out to all the residents, it's like I found through experience, once I start cleaning around my block, it's less likely that my neighbor will litter, seeing that someone else is cleaning up in front of their house, and hopefully, that behavior will change and start that change behavior. And Hilda, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, 70.
So you said that the transportation department?
Yes.
Have you met, so when you picked your 10 goals, did you meet with other departments, or are you kind of driving it right now?
So we've partnered with the city of San Jose, being the largest jurisdiction in Santa Clara County, to kind of choose our goals. Just San Jose being the largest jurisdiction had the greatest need. So we started there first. And then we slowly started involving all the other cities. So we are here as a transportation agency to complement all of the work that the cities and the counties are doing. We're not trying to replicate the work. We just found that there was a gap along the roadways.
That's a really good point. It's very interdisciplinary from an academic perspective and from a government perspective, not being siloed. Because we try to encourage them with the advisory boards. If you're in a governmental jurisdiction, it's like, think about who's in parks, Who's in transportation? Who's in administration? Who's in community engagement? Who's in planning? It's hard because there's literally, it's like everybody gets touched by illegal dumping at some point. They may not realize it until they sit down in a room together.
I mean, there's no right answer, yeah, for, doing this at first, but you guys need quite a bit.
Yes, so we, for our advisory committee, we use our existing advisory committees. So one of them is our technical advisory committee, where we meet once a month, and they are comprised of public works directors. So you can imagine anyone who works in public works, I get plenty of feedback.
Back there.
Yes, I'm sorry if I missed this. What's in the litter kits?
Good question. So the litter kits were actually developed by Clean California. So it includes, like, it's very compact. Did you want to?
Yeah, so we initially were able to give out to individuals, and we could give a number of them through the grant to each of the jurisdictions that pledged. It had a backpack. With a backpack, you could put a bag inside of it, so you could carry that bag and reuse it, but then also have a bag inside. They got a litter grabber. They got a pair of gloves. They got a scale so that they could weigh their litter and report that to us. And they also receive an instruction kind of information card of, it's sort of like, think about, could you source separate this out? Could anything you picked up be recycled? What was really waste? Have you found this material before, so that maybe we can, to solve the problem, if there's a constant item somewhere, can we put in an ash receptacle to get rid of the butts, whatever it might be. So those were together. Those have all been given out now, but we've asked we've been trying to figure out how we can continue to offer those locally. Or we have a program that we're doing with Sac State where it's a loaner from the library. So kind of the same thing. Oh, it's a safety vest. That was the other one I forgot. It's a safety vest. So you get all of those kind of things, and you can check it out of the library and then check it back in.
It's about what, 1.5 feet tall, is about this high. That's it. Very compact, very cleverly designed.
I saw a question here, and then go over there next, and then yes.
Yes.
Oh, she got it. Excellent.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm Chris Conner.
Good, I'll find a sponsor.
I'm Chris Conner with Green Team 9 for Radio 3. We're just a little community group of volunteers who pick up litter every month, but we also do quarterly events and so forth. But my question was about the figuring out what you've got in terms of the litter. Because, we've been asked to do that before by coastal cleanup and so forth. But what we find is when we're out there picking up stuff, if we start inventorying what we're picking up, it seems like we're better off to keep picking things up rather than do that. So I'm just wondering, can you explain to me, how should I reframe my thinking to think it's worth spending the time inventorying rather than just picking up?
I'll be glad to answer. You want to
Maybe I can add. So when you're first starting out, just pick up the trash, right? When we're doing the volunteer events, it's so chaotic for me. You don't have time to segregate, what's recyclable, what's not. But we've come to a point now where the litter cleanups are routine. So it takes time to break open the bag and just do an estimation of the types of trash categories that you see, whether it's paper, it's plastic, it's metal, batteries, etc.
So say it's cigarette butts. I mean, how do you estimate your cigarette butts or something to make it so you're not, because can cigarette butts all the time?
Yes,
there's actually some conversion rates I can share with you on the program. We actually weighed and counted them, so there are some conversions. But the key on why you want to look to see what the items are in certain places, even when it's dumped items, it's sort of like there are patterns in those materials. And the only way you break the cycle, which means you break the behavior, is knowing what's there. So it's sort of like if you're always, it's like I had my neighborhood. It's sort of like they had gotten to the point where they were trying to figure out whether we could get the CIS people to come out and do an analysis of the DNA of the woman's lipstick on the cigarette butt because they were going to go find her. Because it was like, obviously, every morning, at this stoplight, there's the same thing. We don't want to do that, but it's sort of like you can see what the patterns are when you actually stop and count it. We have a lot of tendency to want to ban things, and sometimes we're trying to ban things that aren't necessarily the thing that we have the most of either. So it also helps us be able to share that story, because if it is that, because I got asked by the city of Austin when I worked with Keep America Beautiful, would you please tell us how many plastic bags we picked up in the city of Austin in order to create our ban? And I went, well, we didn't do any analysis of your research. So what was your research? How many bags did you pick up in Austin? There was silence because they hadn't done that.
Yeah, well, and if I could just add, I know when Supervisor Miley and I went up to Sacramento a few years ago to start advocating for state legislation around it, the first question we got then was, well, what's being done? And I can tell you anecdotally, but without being able to track, oh, well, it's furniture, or this percentage is auto parts, or tires, or mattresses, or plastics. It's hard to understand how to bring in those kind of big picture solutions. And since the theme of this conference is around systemic solutions, this is where that data piece can be really important too. Because if you understand, what you're actually picking up and what those patterns are, then you can figure out what's causing those patterns. So if it's cigarette butts, then maybe you're putting out a type of intervention that's going to address cigarette butts. If it's something else like one that we highlight from the Illegal Dumping Solutions report was these little plastic wrappers that were from juice boxes.
Yes.
And it was at a school, and so they were able to find, like, hey, we're getting all these little plastic wrappers blowing around, and because they identified that as a problem, they could trace it back to the source, and they created a program with the school so that the kids got a reward for turning in those plastic wrappers, and all of a sudden they weren't on the street. But they couldn't have done that if they weren't able to trace it back to the source. So that's where understanding kind of why.
So if we just have volunteers come back and say what they saw on the various dump, to give us kind of an idea of what the
yes,
is,
yeah,
rather than having to get the details of how many beer cans.
And you may have volunteers that want to do different kinds of things also. So I did a project on someday this week. Well, yes, it was on Tuesday this week, and it's sort of like I got asked. It's sort of like well, how come your number is 10 times higher than anybody else that's done cleanups? Well, it was because our group went over a fence and brought a sofa over, and we inventoried those sofas. But we also had really specific numbers because there were some people who couldn't walk and get out onto the side of the road. And so they brought the materials back. We spread out tarps, and they kind of poked through and were able to inventory the items. So we also knew that we had some larger, heavy, or items that got put in bags, like some lumber and some other items. So it also helped to justify when that wasn't an anomaly. It really was because we had made it, but we could also tell what the items were. So if you've got somebody who maybe can't get out and walk with you, but maybe they'd like to be an inventorier.
So, well, I would love to keep it going, but I just want
Big thanks to Keep California Beautiful and all the work that they're doing. If you have any questions for them, are you guys going to hang out at the networking and reception event? And there you go. That's what it's all about. So hopefully we'll see you there. Oh, I forgot your question. I'm so sorry. Grab her. Okay. Grab her after we're done. Sorry about that. Excellent. So, because I was getting that, like, we're out of time. So the hook was going to come out. So I want to now introduce our last presentation of the day. I'm not going to say last the best of all the game, but we always like to try and save something special for the end of the day. And today, that's going to be a presentation on scaling illegal dumping solutions with AI, data, and partnerships. And so I'd like to welcome back to the illegal dumping stage, Emin with Rubbish.
Thank you very much. I'm on my third Diet Coke of the day. I'm looking forward to switching over the cocktails with y'all pretty soon. So my name is Emi Nizafio. I'm the founder of Rubbish, and we make logistics tools for illegal dumping and software. This is our third illegal dumping conference. It's great to see some familiar faces. Thank you again, Nate, Miley, and Aaron, for all your leadership in this field. I'm going to make the joke that every last presenter makes, which is I'm the last thing keeping you between the reception. So I'll take that seriously and set my timer so we don't go over. All right, next. Let's see. All right, here's the game plan. We're going to give a little bit of an update about Rubbish, what we do. And then we've been doing this for a couple of years, not as long as some other people here, but we've been on the streets picking up litter since 2017. And we'll share some of what we learned. And we'll also give 5 quick case studies from the field. And then as technologists, we'll share some insight with you about what to look for if you're investigating technology for illegal dumping or waste. So, so we're a software company, but we're also in the field too. So even though we came from the technology side, we started out by making a bunch of tools that no one would use because we had no idea what we were talking about. So we had to get out there, get our hands dirty, and we've been doing that for the last 5 years. So now I like to say I'm a self-taught garbage man. So here's a little bit of an update. Our last IDCon was 2024. We didn't have one last year. So what are some big updates? Number one, I got a haircut. A lot of people, I waved at a lot of people. They didn't recognize me. I'm like, all right, I don't have my glasses. I cut my hair. No one. That's why I won't take it personally. But also in 2024, we were active in just one state. By the end of this year, we'll be active in 15 states. With contracts and partners and various programs. And a large part of that is what we learned here with Nate, Miley, and Aaron. So thank you very much for allowing us to learn from the community. We also expanded our scope. Originally, our tagline here was hate litter, love rubbish. Now we're hate waste, love rubbish, because we look at more than just illegal dumping. We also apply AI to waste characterization, HHW classification, SB 1383 and contamination tracking. Then we help track cleanups and engagements, as well as one thing that we really pride ourselves on is doing customized software for whether it's private companies or government. We have a foundation of tools, but they become super useful when you could customize it. But we came here to talk about illegal dumping, and even though we do all these things, in a way, as a lot of people alluded to, a lot of these things do come back to illegal dumping in one shape or another, and we'll try and tie that in for you. All right, so my favorite quote, and I'm sure a lot of people relate, is you can't improve what you don't measure. That's where the data comes into play. The previous presentations really hammered that point home, so I'll move quickly through that. But one more quote, because this feels perfect. Data is like garbage. You better know what you're going to do with it before you collect it. And I think that's been attributed to Mark Twain. Pretty sure that's true. I tried to triple check, but here, you're taking a photo. Did you get that? All right, so what's the most important thing? And someone else alluded to this also. What is your particular program trying to do? Eradication, education, enforcement, and the other things are all great, but you're probably not going to launch one program that does all 3 at once. You're probably going to take it a step by step. So when setting out on an initiative or a program, pick your North Star. It might be community engagement. That could fall under education. It could be operations. It could be I want to be better and my community be better at addressing illegal dumping. It could be policy, or it could be grant and fundraising. So depending on that, you could adjust what data that you collect, and you can make sure you collect the right data. But the number one rule of data is that it has to be easy to collect. Otherwise, it's either going to be garbage, people are just going to make it up, or people are just not going to collect it. And sometimes bad data is worse than no data at all. So here's an easy report card. If you have an app or any system that, whether it's ours or someone else's, about how to capture your data. If it's 0 to 3 clicks, you're doing great. 4 clicks, all right, not too bad. By 5 clicks, and by clicks I mean buttons you have to press in order to input the data, you're starting to lose people. And then after that, you're not doing great. After 8 clicks to input some data, you're probably not getting real data, or a lot of people are skipping the input or just making it up. And also pick the right job for the tool, and maybe you need a couple tools for the job. So I want to do a big shout out to my fellow presenters in the drone space, Airbits. I caught up with him a week ago, actually. We hosted an event. Drones are great. What are they great for? They provide the widest range over large areas. So they're great in cities as well. They could cover large areas, but they're especially great, I feel, in rural environments. The one trade-off there is that it requires hardware and a pilot, and all of these comes with positives and negatives. So take that into account. Fixed cameras and mounted cameras, they're probably the best option for enforcement, like a couple of our presentations showed earlier. They're always on. The only downside is, maybe you have a fixed location, some privacy considerations, but it sounds like we're able to overcome those. And the last one, which is where we specialize, is mobile phones. And getting data through your mobile phone is the benefit there is that it's universal, and it's probably best for eradication and education. The downside there is that it requires people to be on the ground next to the trash. You can't fly a drone over with your phone. AI is great. I'm the token San Franciscan to talk about how great AI is. We use it all the time. Not all our tools use AI. Some work just perfectly fine with traditional button clicks. Apply it where it makes sense. We think where it makes the most sense is where you gather and classify data. That's really, to the earlier slide, applying AI could save you all those button clicks. If that data is valuable to you, and you're not using AI, then you're probably losing some data. But that comes off with the trade-off of each time you use AI to do a photo, there's a little bit of a cost associated to that. So probably wouldn't recommend it for every single piece of litter unless you're paying consultants, $200 an hour to do that survey. So what can AI actually categorize from an image? Well, they could categorize, and this is things that we do, the item types, the item count, the weight, the volume, detect hazards like maybe needles or paint or something like that, the recycling or disposal category, the brands when visible, EPR categories, maybe it falls into paint as an example. And we can also customize it, so it could detect things that are interesting to you and your community or your organization. So I have 2 big asterisks next to the weight and volume. These are approximate. It's definitely not 100% accurate, but what we do is we train this to become equivalent to educated humans with experience in this industry's best guess, which is often better than not having those approximations at all or having someone fill out spreadsheets and do it manually. All right, so there's a lot of demos that we could give. This one kind of felt like it covered the most. Oops, let me try and go back. Somewhere there's a link that I can click on here. Oh wait, I just had it. There it is. Oh, that was fun. Thank you for whoever. Yeah, right. All right, now let's see. Click, click, click.
Click on the face.
All right, awesome. Oh. So this is waste characterization that's being dumped in my neighborhood in Fort Mason. This is in containers, but you can kind of get the point. Imagine this isn't in a container, but you could take the photos of the waste. In this case, this is going pretty quickly. It's showing what's in it, the fullness is going quite quickly, and what's in it. Similarly, we could customize it so it does count or weight or other things. This is us in the New Orleans Convention Center, so it's just giving you different examples in which you could apply AI to say, what's in the container or what's on the street, what the volume is or the weight is as an approximate. I'm going to let it run for 30 more seconds. All right, here's it working on different sized bins. Let me see if I could skip ahead a little bit. The other thing I wanted to point out while this is running is that I'm showing all the classification happening in the moment, but no one wants to wait for that spinny circle every time. We have a background mode where all you have to do is lift up the lid, take a photo, everything gets processed in the background, so you don't have to wait for it to load. So here I take a couple of more photos. People ask me what I'm doing, digging through their trash. But you can see all the data or all my team's data plotted on a map, broken down by type, and the AI categorized everything in the background. So you can imagine that this is illegal dumping or other photos that you need categorized and customized to your solution. Okay, we could go back to the presentation. Sweet, thank you. Next. Okay, so let's give some live in the field examples. So this is an example of policy being the North Star. We partnered with No Trace Trails to do one of the largest ever overland litter and microplastic surveys. Scientists from the Moore Institute walked 42,000 kilometers from Mexico to Canada. You could see that all along the way. And we partnered with them to use the rubbish app to track the litter that they found. So here what was super important is offline mode, because oftentimes you don't have reception in the middle of the PCT trail. So our system had to be able to capture that data and make sure that it was faithfully uploaded 20 miles later when they get reception. They also needed literally scientific precision. So we had tools to validate all that data once it's collected by them or team members, so that it's scientifically defensible. I think I misspelled scientifically. Also, my background, this is a fun moment. My background is molecular bio and genetics. I said, sorry, mom and dad, I'm not getting a PhD, but my first published paper came 15 years later in the Journal of Waste Management with Wynn Cowger and other people on this study. So that's an example of data being used for policy. Well, what about for fundraising and for grant funding and fundraising? So here's an example from Sacramento. We covered 25 miles and counted every single cigarette butt, every single piece of litter in 2.5 days. Over 15,000 pieces of litter logged. We have a whole breakdown. I'm happy to share all this data and information. But if you're logging 15,000 pieces of litter over 25 miles in 2.5 days with just 2 people, it better be quick. So that's just to emphasize how quick our tools are, or any tools should be when doing these kind of surveys. The data was used to compare different regions. So each one of those dots represents a different type of litter or a different ailment. But they showed that certain neighborhoods, especially River District compared to downtown, faced way worse challenges, and they were able to use this data to get additional funding. Also, the previous presentation was a great lead into what we're doing now, is because I feel like a lot of 5 of those 10 points that Keep California Beautiful requires can be kind of acquired with these kind of tools, or we help acquire with that. So this is a testimonial from Jen Abbott, the Sacramento Business Improvement Director that commissioned the study. It said it was it was the first time they gave a full picture of what was happening in their neighborhood, in their zone, and able to compare it to what was happening elsewhere in the district. All right, next one. The Tarrant Regional Water District. Who here knows what a water district is? Raise your hand. All right, a couple. Oh, more than almost half of you. So we work with them. The Tarrant County one is one of the larger ones in the U.S. They provide water to 2 million people in northern Texas, serve 11 counties. Their goals, they don't need to know every single piece of litter. It's not relevant to them. What their goal was to keep the volunteers out and keep them engaged. So instead of asking each one of them to track every single piece of litter, what they did is we just helped them track who came out, where they walked, and the time they spent. Super fun, easy, simple to engage. You could download our app, get super cool detailed stats, or you could just use our web app. You don't even have to sign in. Super easy to deploy to people at all levels of technology, no matter what their proficiency with technology is. All right, let's see if this is going to work. Whoop. But I could show you how a big part of this is making the data exportable. Oh, okay, cool. It's a Excel spreadsheet. So I'll just talk through what we do. There you go. So we also do custom reporting. So depending what your goal is, you're not going to get the same spreadsheet or the same dashboards as someone who's interested in scientific studies versus run performance. So here you can see a litter report that breaks down the zip code hotspots, the severity, the material. But here, if you could go to records, you could verify, you have an audit trail of every single record. You could go to materials. There you go. So we also categorize all the materials based on item count, weight, and stuff like, you could go to brands and EPR. So when visible, you could also get the brand data, what zip code it appears in, the count. You could go to collectors. And then here's probably what's the most important. You get to see all your collectors, how much they recorded, the amount of locations they logged, give them a star ranking. And this is completely customizable. So you could optimize for the amount of collections, what they picked up, the time spent, all that fun stuff. Okay, we can move on. I'm going to skip the next slide and I'll come back to it if there's time because I want to get to the rest of the presentation. If we could move to the next slide. Perfect. All right, so I want to talk about two of our favorite partnerships, which are two other IDCon members. The first of which is sitting right there in the back, Mattress Recycling Counselor. We started with them in January 1st, 2026. Their goal is operations. They want to make their teams more efficient. So what we help them do is streamline their reporting before and after photos. And we help verify all the submissions that allow them to distribute over $1 million in funding in the state of California every year. And then we give a dashboard where Taylor could verify that every single pickup was legitimate and see the before and after, or see the before photos, the timestamps, and any notes. Oh, and that's the input mechanism. The location already comes pre-filled if they've used it before. You just have to attach a photo and press submit if you're a hauler or someone picking up. So super simple. Anyone with any phone could access the app. You don't even have to download the app. It's a web app. And the other one is paint care. So this plays into illegal dumping, like someone alluded to before, is a lot of people dump EPR materials like paint because they don't know that it could be recycled. Well, we partnered up with Paint Care to develop an AI program where anyone could scan their paint, and based on their location, it will tell you if that paint is accepted into local recycling programs. We just launched that less than a week ago, and we're excited to kick that off with Paint Care. All right, so this is a summary anyone could look at of some of the best practices, different North Stars, the data we capture, the tools we use, and some of the results. All right, and this is the before last slide. Cool. So when you're evaluating what technology to use, what are some of the questions that you should be asking? I think I have 1 minute, perfect. Number one is privacy. Like, who sees that data? Do you have privacy controls? Is your data isolated such that only your teams could see it? The second big one that's separate but related is data control. Like, who has control of your data? Can you export all your data, not just, a lot?
All right, so welcome back to IDCon5 Day 2. Very brief, thank you very much. Brief note, just for a reminder that we're in the main conference room today, but importantly, we're going to be all over the space today. And so a couple of things I just want people to note. We have the conference overflow room. That's the Oakland room. If you leave this room, it's just right on the other side of the hall. We're going to be using that room as one of our breakout rooms. There's also on here, it's called the green room, the San Leandro room. It's right next door. That's going to be our other breakout room. So we'll be using those two rooms when we do our breakout sessions today. So we'll be kind of all over the space. If you need the restrooms, just a reminder, you go out, take a left, go down the exhibitor hall, just keep going left, and you'll be able to get there eventually. There are some signs. It's a bit of a maze, but I know everyone was able to figure it out yesterday. As a reminder, we do have microphones in the room, so that means, and actually it shouldn't matter too much today because this is our in-person only day. And so we don't have an online audience with us today, so they're not going to hear your side conversations, but we are recording some of our presentations and keynotes, so they will be available online after. So we just ask that if you are having conversations or things like that, that it's not in this room because it might be picked up by the microphones. And then as another reminder, if you're looking for our conference material, if you want to get the schedule, if you want to see bios of any of our speakers or presenters, learn more about our sponsors, everything's available. It's all online on our conference website, and then we have signs all around the room, all around the whole event space, and you can just scan that QR code. It will take you right there. We do have interpretation services, so but for in-person, it's going to be in the Oakland room across the street or across the hall. And so if you want to get Spanish there, you can. For questions, we're just in person, so just raise your hand. We are recording a few of the things today. We're not going to record the workshops. It doesn't make a lot of sense to record kind of a room of a bunch of people standing around tables doing stuff. But we will record some of the presentations that will be available online. And if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, you can reach me at aaron.armstrong@acgov.org or calling our office. And then as a reminder, use the hashtag IDCon5. We're on all the major social media networks, and we are sharing content on there. I saw some good conversation yesterday, so feel free to join those conversations as well. And but now I'd like to move into thanking some of the organizations that have made this event possible. First off is our title sponsor, 3 conferences running, WM. If I could get a big round of applause for WM. Thank you so much for everything you're doing in the waste management space and for helping to make the illegal dumping conference possible. And then my second favorite city in the county of Alameda, the city of Fremont. If we could get a round of applause for them for coming as the gold sponsor. We have Stop Waste and East Bay Mud as our silver sponsors. And we also have the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Council, Street Vision AI, and Mattress Recycling Council. Huge thanks to all of our sponsors, everyone who made this possible, brought us together today. They enabled this work, and it's so important we couldn't do it without them. So briefly, I'm just going to talk about today's schedule. This is a really exciting day. This is the first time that we've done something like this for the Illegal Dumping Conference. As a lot of you remember, the first 2 conferences were completely virtual, and so you could do certain things online. But now we're doing these hybrid events, and so for the last 2, we've done these hybrid events. But the feedback that we got over the last 2 was that we really wanted that people who attended in person really wanted to do more things that you can only do in person. Workshops, breakout rooms, that kind of stuff. It's just really hard to do in a hybrid setting. And so this year we're trying something new, and we're having an in-person only day, and that's today. And so we're going to be really focused on that kind of stuff. So in order to do that, today we're going to start off with our welcome and housekeeping. After that, we're extremely excited. We're going to welcome our very own Oakland Mayor Barbara Lee to give some opening remarks and welcome us to the conference. And then after that, I'll give a brief presentation on introducing the idea of systemic thinking around illegal dumping and talking about some of the results of our illegal dumping solutions survey that was released last October. After that, we're going to move into our first workshop of the day, which is going to be navigating waste equity anytown, anywhere. This is one I'm very excited about. It's going to be a tabletop exercise. We'll be utilizing both rooms, and it's going to be a very interesting experience. So I'm looking forward to seeing what everyone's feedback is after the conference on how this works out. But so we'll be doing that this morning. We'll be having some tabletop exercise, very interactive kind of activities. Then we'll move into lunch, and then for our afternoon block, we have a whole section. There's it's broken out into different things, but that's all one section. It's a whole workshop series around systemic thinking to address illegal dumping. And so we're going to have breakout groups. We're going to have conversations. Everyone's going to come back afterwards, report out. We'll have a big conversation at the end. And then we're very grateful for our Senator, California State Senator Jesse Arreguín, to come and provide a closing keynote for us and talk about some of the legislation that he's promoting this year and some of the actions that he's taking at the state level to help address illegal dumping. So we've got a full agenda for us today, and we're very excited to take that underway. But before we get into any of that, I want to invite, once again, I know he's tired of speaking, but like I said last night, he keeps making me speak. And so I want to invite Supervisor Nate Miley up to welcome everybody this morning. Supervisor Miley.
All right, so good morning, everyone. It's great seeing you all. Everybody get a good night's rest and all that sort of stuff. All right, good. Well, welcome to day two. Welcome to day two. And I just want to acknowledge Erin. We did it yesterday. Let's acknowledge her again for just doing a great job. Give her a round of applause. And she works on this quite a bit, and she's got a lot of responsibilities. I mentioned to some folks, I promoted her to deputy chief of staff, and she's carrying a lot. Legal dumping is just one thing, but mental health, homelessness, housing, dealing with the Alameda health systems and cuts over there at the hospital. I mean, just a few things. And that's a few things I just ticked off. So I really value and appreciate Erin and everything she's doing. And as I said before, she's done such a great job with these conferences. In the beginning, I used to be much more engaged in preparing for the conferences and things like that, much more hands-on. But the last couple of years, I just said, hey, run with it and just keep me informed. So she's doing a wonderful job. And I also want to acknowledge my staff, Grizz back there, Jasmine, Tanya, and Ashley, for my other staff that are helping Erin today. I don't know what my other staff are doing, but hopefully they're working. So let me see. Yeah, I learned a lot. And, I've been coming to these conferences every year, the regional convening last year, and I've been dealing with, trash and illegal dumping and all that kind of stuff since I was a Cub Scout. So to constantly be learning is amazing. And, I don't see the gentleman in the room, but AI and using that in dealing with illegal dumping, it's like, who would have thunk it? I was amazed. And then what they're doing with Clean California. I mean, that was amazing. And then San Diego, some of the enforcement efforts down there. I mean, just so much stuff that it's constant. So I'm hoping people are finding this of value. So we want to continue these conferences. And I'm just really, really joyful that potentially, and so we need everybody to make sure we let your legislators know in Sacramento, whoever that is, that you need that budget allocation so that Cal Recycling and the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee can get that funding. What's it, $250,000 or what?
That's $2 million.
$2 million. Get that modest $2 million, which for Sacramento, that's just, dust. I mean, mean, it doesn't even, raise an eyebrow. So they can do the job of working on illegal dumping and also convening the conferences. We'll continue to work with them, and we've really appreciated being able to host these conferences. Like I said, the first one we were going to do in San Jose, but because of the pandemic, we had to do virtually. So we've really enjoyed hosting them here, but I'm looking forward to passing that baton and working with IDTAC on future statewide conferences. And if they want us to host, we'll host. If not, be happy to go to Sacramento, go to San Diego, because folks, I haven't been to San Diego in a long time. So go down there, or Santa Barbara, or wherever you want to go in the state, we're game for it. So let's just make it happen. And then, I was talking to the folks from Fremont, really appreciate them. And they're telling me some of the stories about some of their enforcement actions, and they were very amusing. So I'm going to tell Aaron, and I'm going to mention some of you, we should include on the next conference some stories about illegal dumping, some humorous stories, because they were telling me stuff, and it was just really funny. And this gentleman here, he's already dealt with one homeless encampment and 2 illegal dumping sites.
Yeah.
This morning, before coming. It's like, and so that was great, but they've got some stories. I'm sure some of the rest of you have stories, so we need to put that on our agenda for the future, some storytelling. So we had the mayor, the mayor, Barbara Lee, spoke last year at our regional convening, and I've known the mayor, since she's been a congressperson as well. We're really pleased that she's the mayor of Oakland. And, we've had some great speakers at these conferences in the past. We have had, the Attorney General, Rob Bonta. We've had the head of Caltrans speak. We've even had Matt Mahan speak, and a few others as well. But once again, we're here in Oakland, and I know the mayor has really taken a keen interest in making Oakland a clean and safe city, something that I appreciate, being a resident of Oakland for a good 45 plus years. So I really appreciate that the city leadership is focused on that agenda, a clean and safe city. So with that, I want to welcome to our conference Mayor Barbara Lee.
Thank you. Good morning. Let me just first say to Supervisor Miley, I wasn't here yesterday, but let me tell you, I learned a lot when I was at your kickoff conference, framing the 3 E's. And I want to just say to Aaron, Oakland has taken a systemic approach, okay? And also to Supervisor Miley, I hope that Oakland is the first city that took your 3 E's and put it into an ordinance. We are, okay? So thank you very much. And I want to thank our public works staff. Where's Liam? And all of you, raise your hand, everyone from Public Works and all of our partners. Keep the town clean. Everyone here who has really had one, where's Zerlin? Everyone here, Warren, have really helped us hit the ground running. Rebecca, good to see you.
Good morning.
I know here in Oakland, this is a 3-decade-plus old issue. Dumping, illegal dumping, trash. And during my campaign, I said this was going to be a priority: public safety, illegal dumping, homelessness, housing, jobs, economic development, accountability, transparency. We have to, and so I hit the ground running. And I want to just say a couple of things about, of course, illegal dumping. And once again, I know this issue very deeply. Not necessarily from America, but from abroad. And I tell you, I was, of course, in Congress 27 years, and I was on one of the committees, the Appropriations Committee, that funded all of our international development work around the world. And I was the chair of that subcommittee for many years. And so I've been to refugee camps in Sudan, Darfur, Uganda, Kenya, everywhere in the world. And what I learned about unsheltered populations, trash, garbage, was very troubling and deeply concerning for myself. And of course, here at home in Oakland, I could not believe every time I came home, I'd see what I've seen all around the world right here in my own community. And so one of the priorities for me as mayor, I said, if I win this election, I'm going to take what I learned from abroad and try to figure out why in the world here in my own hometown and in the wealthiest country in the world, we have this type of horrible, immoral kind of trash and illegal dumping. Our neighborhoods, our people deserve the dignity as human beings, wherever they live, whatever zip code they live in, wherever. Our encampments, people dump at encampments because they don't believe that these people deserve the dignity that they deserve as human beings. And so education, enforcement, eradication, Nate, is the framework that our ordinance embraced in a systemic way. And I just want to thank all of you who helped us get that passed, including Senator Jesse Erdogan, who took what we're doing here in Oakland now and taking it to the state level. And and that bill is moving through the process, and other people and members of the Senate are embracing what we're doing here and signing on as co-sponsors for his bill, which is really, it makes me proud, first of all, that we're setting once again the parameters and we're the North Star for this. But we have a lot of work to do, and we can't go back. We can't take our foot off the pedal, and we have to keep going, and we have to have the revenue and the funding and the priorities to know that illegal dumping and trash is connected to health, is connected to education, it's connected to the safety of neighborhoods and people who are living in encampments. And so there's an interconnection between trash and garbage and illegal dumping and people's daily lives. Also, in terms of enforcement, where is Brian from Airbits? I want you to know that technology is not going away, right? And so we have to have technology that respects privacy. And so in our ordinance, in terms of mapping and identifying places that are priorities for illegal dumping and cleanup and making sure our enforcement works, we embraced and dedicated our enforcement, part of our enforcement and part of our education and prevention, all of this, to technology. And Airbits is a technology, and you'll hear probably about that if you haven't already, technology that allows us to map where we need to be in order to prevent and to clean up and to make sure the trash doesn't come back. But I went to the Privacy Council first because we care about privacy here. So I'm very careful about the use of technology. They asked the hard questions. Brian answered the hard questions, and we passed this through the Privacy Council with a unanimous vote. And so I just want you to know that, because technology can be used for good. Technology can embrace our concerns about privacy, and technology can help us keep the town clean and get the town clean and keep it the way we want it to be as the city in California and throughout the country who's going to show the way. So finally, let me just say, 3 decades is a long time. So I want this done under my watch as mayor. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mary Lee. Yes, let's get it done.
Thank you, Mary Lee. So now I'm very excited to talk a little bit about some of the work that we've been doing that has supported this systemic thinking around illegal dumping. So Mel, if we could get the next presentation up. There we go. So last year, as many of you know, Supervisor Nate Miley has been convening a statewide illegal dumping task force. Who here's a task force member, by the way? Okay, so a good member. If you're not on the task force and you want to, just send me an email, aaron.armstrong@acgov.org. We meet online every month. And we use that space to elevate best practices, to continue the kind of learning that we're doing here, but to sustain it regularly. So we hope that we can get as many people to join that. You'll get an email after the conference too, prompting you to join. But last year we used that task force to do a statewide survey of experts on addressing illegal dumping. We wanted to really pool all of those resources that we had together and understand what our experts were thinking when it came to best practices and ways to address illegal dumping. Slides. There we are. Well, okay. Let's see. So I talked a little bit about that. There we go. So here's what we found. First thing, we had over 300 responses, so we were able to get some statistically significant results here, which was really important. When we look at the years of experience of the people who took the survey, what we found was that about 41% had less than 5 years, but we had a good chunk that had 5 to 10, 10 to 20, or even more than 20. And then the other thing that was really important to us was we understand that illegal dumping knows no bounds. You've heard Supervisor Miley say that over and over and over. And that's why it was so important to us that we had a really diverse community type of respondents. So we wanted to hear from our rural communities, suburban, urban, because it doesn't matter which of these communities you're in, illegal dumping is happening in those communities. It may show up differently, it may look differently, and you have to, and what we found was that you have to provide specific types of interventions in those areas, but we wouldn't have found that without having that result. So I'll talk a little bit about what we found from the survey. The first, and you may have seen this one, this is that we asked, what's the primary cause of illegal dumping? And we allowed people to rank all the different reasons why illegal dumping would occur. But what we found among our experts was the consensus was that there were two things that were really driving a lot of the illegal dumping, over 50%. One was people were trying to avoid disposal fees. So that makes kind of sense, right? If you're trying to save some money, cut some corners, that's going to lead to more illegal dumping. And that actually pairs with the second one, which was lack of enforcement. And so those two things, when you think about it, they come together and they create the kinds of situations that we see on the streets. But there were so many others. There was illegal businesses. We heard about that, about the unlicensed haulers, people who are doing this, for profit. There's cultural norm, the idea that, I can put out a couch or a mattress or something on my street corner and just say, free. It's still illegal dumping. And so there's those kinds of norms, or just, we've even seen this out in our pilot area in Deep East Oakland, where there was just, a multifamily unit, and when their waste bin got full every week, which was about halfway through, they just started putting their garbage out on the corner, because that was what they did. It was just kind of the norm in that area. We were able to address it by making sure that they had bigger waste bins, so they didn't have to do that. But it was just this kind of regular thing. Everyone knew, well, if I just put my garbage there on that corner, it's going to get picked up, right? So there was those kinds of things. So I want to talk about a couple of the key findings. The first was that prevention works. So this is when we asked about the effectiveness of prevention strategies, specifically beautification and infrastructure improvements. And we asked people to rank it, whether these were not effective at all, less effective, neutral, somewhat effective, or most effective. What we found was that beautification and infrastructure, 76% were considered most effective, considered this the most effective prevention strategy. So of all the prevention strategies that we looked at, beautification and infrastructure was the number one. We did a series of stakeholder interviews, and they found that illegal dumping hotspots are often the product of their built environment. And we actually got to see some of that yesterday when Councilmember Houston was here. I know the people on that side of the room might not be able to see this, but we have it right here. This was our pilot on Railroad Avenue out in Deep East Oakland. This is what it looked like when Supervisor Miley and I went out there in 2018, and this is what it looks like today. These are two very different places. and one receives a lot less illegal dumping as a result. So what we've seen over time as a result of these beautification efforts is the amount of dumping on that street has dramatically decreased. We used to have to go out every single day and pick up multiple large piles of illegal dumping. And at this point, it's maybe once a week that we go out and clean up the street. So it's just a whole different kind of thing because that beautification has really helped out. So prevention is also a long-term solution. It's you can go out and you can pick up the garbage, but these kinds of things, these trees are going to last. The trees that are over here, they're going to last for 60 plus years. So those are long-term kinds of solutions that really improve over the long term. So they're really strong investments in prevention. And what we found was that the experts really preferred those. We also had good findings on partnership. So when we talked about partnerships with CBOs or community organizations, 73% rated that effective, as well as partnerships with business and landlord engagement. Those were both ranked highly effective. And then one of the things that we thought was really interesting, we kind of broke it down by role because we also wanted to look at the 3 E's and how people felt about these interventions, whether they were in the enforcement space or education or eradication space. So that's what you see on this this top graph here, this stacked bar chart. When we looked at partnerships, it was the education space that found them to be most valuable. And when you think about it, it makes sense. You're trying to work with nonprofits and community groups and schools. If you're trying to educate people, you need to get that message out in as wide a group as possible. And so that's where that was really important, was in education. And then, it was still ranked highly effective, but we just noted that the education space really, people who worked in that really valued partnerships. So that was something that we recommend. Stakeholders said that no jurisdiction can tackle this alone, and we've seen that time and again. Government can't solve this problem alone, public sector can't solve it alone, and community groups can't solve this alone. But if we work together, we might be able to make a difference. When we looked at eradication, we looked at all of our interventions that we surveyed on had a net positive rating. So they were all considered to be a positive. Whether it was municipal cleanups, which had a net positive rating of 74, to Adopt a Spot, which we were surprised of, but actually it still had a net positive rating, but it was only 55%. But views of Adopt a Spot programs varied by community, which was something that was very interesting, showing that there's no one size fits all. So here you can see on the stacked bar chart, when we started to look at the effectiveness of Adopt a Spot programs, what we found was that in urban communities found Adopt a Spots to be very helpful. But as you moved into suburban and especially rural communities, Adopt a Spot became less helpful. And so that's where this idea that you have to tailor the type of intervention to the community that you're working with was really important. And you can kind of imagine that, right? With an Adopt a Spot, you have a lot of people, they're coming together, maybe they're going to tackle one specific location. And in an urban environment, that makes sense. I'm going to adopt my local park or this street corner that's always getting dumping. And I'm going to bring together all the residents in the neighborhood to do it. And if you're working in a rural setting, and you've got, a much more spread out population over a large area, it's a lot harder to do that. You just have fewer people across a larger area. So that was a really interesting finding from the survey. When we looked at enforcement, we also wanted to look at not only what was effective, but what were the barriers? What were the things that were getting in the way? The largest barrier to enforcement was lack of evidence. We talked a little bit about this yesterday when we talked about the model illegal dumping ordinance, but state law requires that you prove the person, in order to prosecute the person, you have to be able to prove that they dumped on the street. And so what that means is if I have a video and it's at night and I have the license plate maybe, but I can't see exactly, I don't have that special night vision that we saw yesterday, and I can't prove that, it was that person that got out of the street, people might think that's an open and shut case, right? I can't tell you the number of times I've had somebody send me a picture of a license plate and say, this person dumped, this license plate is the car, that dumped on my street. Well, it's just a picture of a license plate. I can't take that to court and say, here's a picture of a license plate. like now, and then the person doesn't want to maybe come in and testify. So getting that proof is extremely hard. And that's why with our model ordinance, we opened it up. We said you don't have to just go after the dumper. You can go after the person whose waste it is. You can go after the person whose car it is. And we define what those thresholds are. But that was in response to some of what we found with this survey, was those high barriers, especially on the criminal side, was the lack of evidence and the difficulty in proving that the person actually dumped. Surveillance cameras was another interesting one. We wanted to look at how that was effective, and we tracked it across the rural and suburban and urban communities. And so, you can see here kind of across the board, it was considered a net effective. More than 50% considered it effective. It was considered most effective in suburban communities. But I always think this is interesting because you can kind of, was that me, Mel? I'm sorry. I don't know if I pressed something. We'll get there. All right. Getting back. Okay. There we are. So you can kind of look at the softness of support for it. So if you see a larger, like a dark green bar, that means you had a lot of really hard support. People were saying that they felt it was the most effective strategy versus the light green, which is somewhat effective. If you combine them, you get the net positive, how somebody's thinking. So our net positive in suburban was the highest, but we had the larger green bars, the harder support was in the rural and urban communities. So those are some interesting things when you think about how you're deploying cameras and camera-based strategies, where they might be effective, how they might be effective. But ultimately, what we found was that one size didn't fit all. Across the board, though, we found broad agreement on a variety of things. So there was broad agreement that on the barriers. When we asked, and this didn't matter whether it was education, eradication, enforcement, it didn't matter if it was urban, suburban, or rural. There was constant agreement on all of this. So the two biggest barriers to addressing illegal dumping, according to the experts, were limited manpower and lack of funding. And so those were the two really big things that struck home. You can see 67.9% said that limited manpower was a major barrier. The other thing that was interesting here, because again, it varies by community type, but when you look at the cost as a barrier to eradication specifically, so this is the cost of getting the waste off of the street, what we found was that in rural communities, the cost barrier was actually the highest. So it was the rural communities that were struggling with cost the most. The urban communities were also struggling with cost, but and this makes sense when you start to think about it, but the suburban communities were the ones that were least likely to struggle with cost as a barrier for eradication. And so, when you start to think about it, it makes sense, but now we have some data that shows this. And the part that was really interesting to me was that rural communities are really the ones struggling with cost. And that's where we heard yesterday about some of those CalRecycle grants and the support that can happen there, why that is so important. There were a couple of key findings that we had that we wanted to share. And so the first was that experts know what is effective, but lack of resources, funding, and manpower, but lack the funding and manpower to implement at scale. So across the board, we knew what was working. We knew what was working. When you talk to the experts, they just didn't have the resources that it took to actually implement these things. And so that was our key finding. We called this the implementation gap. So overwhelmingly, we heard about lack of evidence, about resource constraints. When we talked to our experts and did a qualitative study on that, what we found was that triage solutions were often prioritized. So this was things like, hey, we have to go pick up that big pile of garbage really quick because it's getting out of control, it's blocking the street. That's a triage kind of solution versus doing something that might have bigger effects long term, like we need to improve the street lighting on this street, and we need to put in some improved curbs and plant some trees and beautify and stuff like that. That kind of stuff was deprioritized because of those resource constraints. So often we were focused on those triage types of solutions. And the result of this is that you have a lack of public trust. People don't feel like things are happening, like things are moving. The community is frustrated. We've heard a lot. I'm sure you've all heard a lot. The frustration that community feels around the issues of illegal dumping. There's also disproportionate socioeconomic impacts. These issues are happening in communities that are disadvantaged. Some communities are being taken advantage of more than others. And then the problems don't get away. Ultimately, they're getting worse if we're not able to keep up with the pace of it. The second key finding was that there was a divergence by experience level. This was something that was really interesting to us, and this was a statistically significant finding. So when we asked about the perception of illegal dumping as a systemic issue, so we asked, is illegal dumping a systemic issue? What we found, or we asked if that was a barrier. How much is it? It's a systemic issue, is a barrier. And what we found was when we broke that down by experience to those who had more than 10 years of experience or those who had less than 10 years of experience, those who had more experience were more likely to view illegal dumping as a systemic issue than those with less experience. So that was something that was really interesting, that we didn't expect that finding, but it's something that came out of the data. And so, what that tells us is that the people who have been in this really understand the complexity of illegal dumping. And I can tell you anecdotally, I can't tell you the number of times I've gone out to a community meeting and we're talking about it, and you always get somebody raise their hand and say, why don't we just make the dump free? That'll fix the problem. And I'm sitting here with 10 years of experience saying, oh, well, it's really complicated, because I can't just do that. The dump's owned by a private company, not a public. And not only that, when San Jose did it, they gave free dumping vouchers to everybody and they still had illegal dumping. So it ends up being much more complicated. And so because I have all that level of experience, I'm thinking about this systemic solution, about the causes, what's driving this. And somebody who's maybe coming into it fresh might just say, well, why don't you just, make the dump free? So that was a key finding, was that experience matters and it changes how you approach illegal dumping. And that's actually why we decided this year the theme of IDCon was going to be systemic solutions, because we wanted to try and elevate some of that thinking. So here's an example of what I mean by systemic thinking. This actually came out of our illegal dumping task force when we were presenting the findings on this report. So there was a neighborhood school. This was in the unincorporated area of Alameda County. And what this neighbor saw was that they were getting, those little juice boxes that they give out to kids. There were these little plastic wrappers that cover the straws. And those were just kind of getting out and were blowing in the wind everywhere. And so a triage response, when you think about how would somebody with maybe less experience approach this? They'd say, well, what we need is more janitors to pick up the garbage, or we need more waste bins on the street, and we need more frequent pickups and things like that. We're trying to triage. We're working downstream on this. So, but this was somebody who had a lot of experience working at the task force, working on illegal dumping and litter. And so instead, what that task force member did was they worked with the school and they implemented an incentive program with the school so that when the kids turned in those little wrappers, they would get a reward. So if you turned it as a kid, if you turned in 2 wrappers, you get a sticker or something like that, like a little reward. So they created an incentive for the kids to make sure that they're cleaning up themselves. And very quickly, the juice box wrappers disappeared from the neighborhood. So that's an idea of systemic thinking about how you can work upstream if you can identify what the source is and create a system solution, something that maybe in this case created a value for that waste. It changed the dynamic and it solved the problem. So we didn't need more janitors. We didn't need more trash bins. We just needed to address the issue systemically. So there's a couple of things to discuss. The first is that knowledge gap that we talked about. So the level of experience and this is what we talk about with that systemic thinking gap. We call it the knowledge gap. So the level of experience, the number of years influences how somebody thinks about illegal dumping. More experience means you're more likely to think about illegal dumping through a systemic lens. And the results are that jurisdictions that are the risk of this is that when you transition staff at a jurisdiction, you're at risk of institutional amnesia. So, and we've seen this a lot, where you get somebody, I can speak in Alameda County, we had a situation where we had these cameras that we did for our camera-based program. We developed all this expertise. We were leading in the state. Everyone was coming wanting to learn from us how we did cameras. We got a new elected official came in, wiped out the program, and now we have a new DA in who wants to do enforcement, but they're having to start over from scratch because all the people who were doing it before left. So it's now there's this institutional amnesia because we lost the people who had all that experience. Jurisdictions are always worried about that. If you think about, somebody retiring and just kind of all the things that they know, just poof, gone, right? And so without coordination, this is the other thing. Without coordination, isolated jurisdictions often operate in silos and reinventing the wheel. And that's why things like the Legal Dumping Conference, the task force are so important, because if there's a new city or if there's a city that hires somebody to come in and invent a new program about illegal dumping, they want to address it. But if they don't have 10 years of experience, they might be thinking about it differently than if they were working together with somebody who had a lot of experience or working in a community. So what's missing in this? And this came a lot out of our conversations with experts, our qualitative results. But what we found was that illegal dumping is a really complex issue. It's a systemic challenge and it requires a coordinated approach. And without centralized leadership, jurisdictions are at risk of responding alone. Low coordination means a fractured and uninformed response across the state. And the state is the only body with the scale and resources needed to provide a statewide leadership and coordination framework around illegal dumping. So that's why we've been advocating in our office for many years for the state to take a big role. And that's why we're such a big fan of the budget requests that we heard about and really supportive of that idea that we want to see CalRecycle designated as the central body in the state of California that is responsible for coordinating a statewide approach to illegal dumping. The report comes out with a couple of recommendations. The first was increased state leadership. So what we want to see from the state is coordinate cross-jurisdictional efforts like a statewide conference on illegal dumping, right? Bringing all these different organizations together. They could also collect and disseminate best practices, and they do some of that right now through IDTAC, but we'd like to see that expanded. We'd like to see that continue to be supportive. They could be the clearinghouse for best practices, and they could also provide funding for those proven interventions as well at a statewide level. We've seen that the state can provide funding for things, and if they were tying it to this best practice catalog that they could develop, I think it could be really powerful. We also recommend creating durable collaborations. This was in response to that idea that experience matters and that organizations are at risk of institutional amnesia if they're losing experienced staff. That's where these collaborations are so important. Organizations like the Supervisor's Illegal Dumping Task Force, where somebody can come and they can plug into it. And Rebecca, I'm thinking about you too, right? Because you came over, you joined the city, and you came in, you talked to me, you started coming to the task force. She watched the conferences, she found all these resources and was able to kind of hit the ground running. Rebecca didn't have to find AirBits alone. AirBits was found and lifted up as a best practice through IDCon. We had a model ordinance and things like that. So that's where plugging into these durable collaborations is so important, because then it doesn't matter how much experience you have if you can plug into this network of experience. That's where you can really make a difference. So we call for more of these at regional levels. We have one here in Alameda County through our task force, but we think every region across the state should have these kinds of durable collaborations, and many have been working on building them. The last recommendation is adequate resources. A lot of times, and we've seen this, I love Clean California. It was a really great program at the state level, but it was one-time funding. For reasons, it was a surplus, so they had to spend it as one-time funding. But what it means is that we're constantly struggling to find stable, adequate funding to support these solutions in the long term. So what we really need is stable, adequate funding sources. We need to provide adequate staffing levels across all levels of government, whether that's the state level, regional, or the local level as well. So those are some of the recommendations of the report. Oh, and we're going to go through them one at a time, I guess. There we go. And so I know I put this up yesterday, but the white paper is available today. So if you're interested in learning more, these are just some of the highlights of what we found. But all of the information is there. The data is there. It's all available. And we've made this available publicly because we want to elevate some of those best practices and share the knowledge that we were able to tap into through our resources. I want to thank everyone who's a member of the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Council as well for all of the work that they did, disseminating that and sharing that information throughout the state. All of the members of the Illegal Dumping Task Force, those were the networks that provided this information and resources. So we couldn't have done it without all of our experts throughout the state, and we're really, really appreciative. So I just want to I wanted to share that information today because that's why we're here today. And that's why we have the theme of this conference around systemic solutions. So Supervisor Miley, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about this as well, so I'll invite you up.
Thanks. And I don't want Aaron to go very far, but I would like to just embellish on a few things. First of all, the enforcement piece. When we started our whole effort around illegal dumping, we visited a number of cities, jurisdictions. We heard what they were doing, et cetera. This was years and years ago. And one thing that stood out, for example, with code enforcement, we knew, and I don't know if it's still the case, but in Vallejo, through code enforcement, their code enforcement is located in their police department. And the head of code enforcement was a retired police lieutenant. That was important because they could do the investigations. They knew how to do that. And we found that. I think that was the best practice, quite frankly. That's why I was asking San Diego, where was their code enforcement located? Another thing we found when we started our pilot in East Oakland, people felt, legal dumping was the norm. They'd been living with it for years and years and years and years. When we had the sheriff's department out there, basically doing professional, constitutional policing, community-oriented policing, going door to door, talking to people, following up with folks who did illegal dumping, even if we didn't have the proof, but following up with them, going to their business, their resident, wherever it might be, and gently talking to them. We think you did this or that or the other. Many times they would acknowledge it and go back and clean up their illegal dumping. Furthermore, we actually caught one person who was wanted for murder. So there are ancillary benefits to that as well. So law enforcement can help deter illegal dumping. Additionally, I just want to say education and awareness is important. And I'm going to have Aaron speak to this in a minute, so to make sure I've covered, sustainability before I go there. One thing that frustrates me, and I know Aaron talked about stable funding, but even if we don't have stable funding, we got to have sustainability. And when we launched our efforts, a former mayor of Oakland said, give me scalable solutions and sustainable solutions. And that's what we attempted to do. So we need to have both scalable solutions that can scale up and down, but we need sustainability. Because if you don't have that, this problem, like she said, isn't getting better. It will get worse. So that's really, really important. And then finally, I'll have Aaron speak to this. Aaron and Aaron's wife and child went to Japan. And I know somebody else talked to me about this too, in other cultures. We need to change the cultural norm in our country. Talk about your experience in Japan with illegal dumping. And I think that's another key finding. We don't have it up here, but we've learned that.
Yeah. Who's been to Japan, by the way? So you guys know. you know, I mean, it was pretty wild to go from Oakland, where I live, and arrive in Japan and be in a city like Tokyo, 40 million people, biggest city in the world, and I could eat off the streets. There's no litter. There's no waste bins. That was the other thing. I was like, how is this happening? There's a lot of reasons for it, and the reason they don't have waste bins goes back to some terrorist attacks that they had in waste bins and stuff like that. But there's always a reason for it, right? But even the fact that there's no waste bins, everyone walks around and with a little bag, and you just put your garbage in that bag during the day, and at the end of the day, you get rid of it. But there's so many factors around it. One is kind of there's a cultural norm in Japan. The way that they think about community is very different than how we do in America. There's other things, and we talked about this yesterday, and you can see, like, with the difference on this street here, if you walk into one and it looks like garbage, it sends you this visual cue that's like, I can throw my garbage on the ground, who cares? If you walk on the other and it's beautiful and clean like the streets in Japan, I was a tourist. I had garbage. I didn't have one of those little bags to put my garbage in. I walked around with a pocket full of garbage all day because I was not going to be the one person putting garbage on the streets, but there's a lot of reasons for it. But what it showed me was that illegal dumping is not an impossible problem. Like, we're talking about litter in Japan. Illegal dumping is like such a foreign concept over there. The idea that somebody would take something, big and dump it on the streets is so disrespectful. The idea that you'd even, and they take it even further, trash wrappers is such an abnormal thing to just toss it away. But changing culture and is a really incredible and powerful tool, but it's a very long-term kind of investment. And I'll talk a little bit about the education work that we did when we did the pilot, and why I think this work is so important, but also so challenging. So when we did this acid pilot out in Deep East Oakland, we did a lot of work because we wanted to pilot that 3 E's framework, and we knew that education was really important. And so I made these big packets. It had all this information. It had how to report illegal dumping, how to schedule a bulky pickup, all the resources that you might need, how to call code enforcement, all this stuff. It was all in there. We sent it to every single address in a mile radius, and we did it twice over the course of 3 months. We did 2 rounds of door knocking. We went door to door, knocked on every single door, talked to people about the pilot, talked to them about what was going on. And at the end, when we did our post survey, we asked, did you get any information? Did you ever hear anything from us about illegal dumping? And only about 10% said yes. It's like, dang, we worked really hard on that. But it's the kind of thing, this education stuff, that's why it can't just be a one and done. I can't just send out one mailer and say, great, problem solved. I need to send that mailer out every month, until people are, sick of it. And it's not just then, you need to see it in your mail, maybe. It does create waste, so not a huge fan of that. But you also need to see it on maybe your social media. You need to see it on your TV, on your billboards. You need to hear it on the radio. Your kid needs to hear it at school, and then they need to come home and they need to tell you what they learned at school. There's a consistent, if you're hearing it everywhere, all the time, for a long period of time, for your entire life, that's the kind of activity that creates a culture. And that's what Supervisor Miley is talking about with that sustained effort. And that's why it's so important. But if we can do that kind of work, if you can make that cultural change, if you can even move the cultural needle just a little bit, can make a really big difference. And that's what those systemic solutions are about as well. Yeah. Any questions or comments on the any of the information that we presented about the illegal dumping solution survey, or about anything else before we get into our workshops for today? It was that clear, huh?
Well,
yes, Ted.
I really appreciate everything you just said, Ted Ward, the Legal Dumping Technical Advisory
Committee
strategies. So I think about this probably more than I should. But as you're talking about changing the culture. I think those of us who grew up, in as we have, we've also had our culture change where we assume if something's wrapped in plastic, it's sanitary. An extra layer of plastic makes it so that it hasn't been tampered with. An extra layer of plastic makes it brightly colored and looks good on the shelf. An extra layer, there's always some sort of reason for an extra layer of plastic. And while I really appreciate the systemic approach of eliminating that juice box, we need to find a way where we're talking about the juice box, where we're actually talking about the folks who are making the choices about how these things are designed, because that is ultimately the upstream solution we need to be working towards. But ultimately, again, repeating what I said yesterday, this is driven by overproduction. We can take the plastic wrapper and say that's going to be our focus, but we have to recognize there's someone out there whose job it is to sell the plastic resin that once made that thing you just eliminated. And so unless you take that on, that plastic resin is going to make another plastic doodad that you're going to have to fight next month. So we really need to take on this idea that we are being drowned in a shallow sea of plastic, and unless we take on the overproduction issue, there isn't going to be a single systemic solution that we're going to be able to grab a hold of that's going to have any lasting impact.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there's always further upstream. Yeah. Any other additional questions, comments? All right. Well, thank you, everybody. And so I'm going to start wrapping us up. But before I do, I want to just get one last time to thank Waste Management for bringing us here today. Big round of applause for Waste Management. You know, we appreciate all the work that they've done, funding us for so many years, and you know, bringing us together. We couldn't do this without them. The city of Fremont, I know they had to step away, but we're still so glad for the city of Fremont for all the work that they've done. They're stepping up to support this work. Stop Waste here in Alameda County, East Bay Mud. We've got the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Council, Mattress Recycling Council, and I keep saying Illegal Dumping Council. It's committee. I'm so sorry. And I know you were going to correct me later. Legal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee and Street Vision AI. Thanks to all of our sponsors. Big round of applause. Just a reminder, you can download the Illegal Dumping Solutions report if you haven't already. We'll be sharing that as well as the Model Illegal Dumping Ordinance with all of the participants. So look in your emails after the conference early next week, after we've all had a weekend to debrief and decompress. And we'll be getting all those resources to you as well. And now I'd like to invite Supervisor Nate Miley up for one last time to address the audience today and to introduce our closing keynote, Senator Arreguín. So I'm going to invite Supervisor Miley up for closing remarks, and then he's going to bring up our senator.
Well, thanks everyone. You know, we still have a pretty good audience here. You know, yesterday we had a couple of hundred folks, both in the room and online, and I'm glad all of you stayed for the last speaker. Senator Arreguín, former mayor of Berkeley, good friend and someone I have a lot of respect for, state senator now, doing a lot of great work up in Sacramento. But as Aaron asked earlier yesterday, and then I think again today, I mean, you know, I've been to all these conferences, and I've been involved with this stuff for decades, and I'm still learning. I mean, stuff came out of the conference, this conference that was just, you know, mind-boggling. And then the strategic thinking, the session we just went through, and all of the lead up to the exercise was just, I mean, yeah, all that's going to be preserved. And as Aaron said, it'll be available. And the conference has been recorded. So just like Rebecca went back and looked at the last 4 conferences, folks will be able to go back and look at this one as well, because a lot of stuff came out of this conference, a lot of stuff. So once again, I want to thank Aaron for shepherding this and putting it all together. And then, you know, my office will continue to work. Hopefully, I'll make sure the senator knows there's a budget request. Doug, what is it now? What's the budget request, Doug? $2 million in the state budget. and it's to fund, I know, it's nothing, and it's to fund the Cal Recycle and the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee so they can convene this conference in the future. And what else do you want to do?
What it's going to be is funding, establishing and formalizing ID tax, and putting that formally under Cal Recycle. But then it's funding the statewide conference. It's also got a $250,000 contract with it to help run that conference.
Okay, great. And Jesse, you know Doug, right? You don't know Doug? California Product Stewardship Council. Yeah, and there's the chair of the board's right there too. So yeah, we need to get that $2 million. I mean, that would take. I mean, that would. I'm pitching it now. So, because we've been working on this for a long time, the state has a major role to play. I've talked to you about it, and just getting that $2 million would continue to propel this effort forward. And the one thing that came out of, well, a lot of stuff came out of the strategic thinking, but just the enforcement, education with our young people, changing cultural norms, all that kind of stuff in terms of visioning. Folks feel all of that's achievable, even without resources. But if you give us a few resources, I think, we might be able to achieve it and even go beyond that. So I hope the senator really gets in there and champions for us. So anyway, thank all of you for coming out today. And, I'll be talking to Aaron about a regional convening next year. And we'll also be talking, if that budget allocation goes through, about how we can be supportive of convening a statewide conference next year, if one is held next year, or if we put it off until 2027. Next year's 2027, 2028, yes. So, and it's been great to have government, community-based organizations, business, and just interested citizens engaged in the conference the past 2 days. So I think I've said a lot. Just once again, value all of you. It's been heart-warming and enriching. And the panel discussion last night was like awesome. Really, the awesome was awesome last night. So I want to thank the folks who participated in that. I know the folks from San Francisco are not here presently. They couldn't come back today, but that was really good last night, the conversation. And I do think, even though Chris didn't think there was enough time for networking, I really do think there was a lot of networking going on. I mean, I saw people talking before we started. I saw people talking over lunch in different groups. People were talking yesterday. Chris, there's a lot of networking. So
I stand corrected.
Okay. All right. And I know Chris back from the days I was working on Canvas, and I told him earlier. Now I understand how he manipulated us to get all the Canvas. So anyway, so let me bring the senator on up here so he can make some remarks and kind of be our champion in Sacramento, because we need a champion up there in Sacramento. Senator.
Well, first, let's give a big round of applause to Supervisor Nate Miley, who for decades has demonstrated incredible leadership and advocacy on the pervasive issue of illegal dumping, not just here in Oakland, but countywide, but statewide. And really, this conference is a testament to your focus and your vision about how we can work together to create safer, cleaner neighborhoods throughout the state of California. So thank you very much, Supervisor Miley. And as he mentioned, I'm Jesse Edegin and proud to serve as the state senator, represent District 7, which is the northern East Bay area, goes from Rodeo all the way down to the city of Oakland. Proud to represent and be an Oakland resident. And prior to my service in the Senate, I was the mayor of Berkeley for 8 years. And so I know the issue of illegal dumping personally, not just as a mayor having to deal with this issue, but also as a resident of Oakland as well. And really today is about partnerships. And Supervisor Miley touched upon the issue of partnerships. I think it was about a month or so ago when we gathered in East Oakland to announce my legislation, Senate Bill 1218, to talk about state, county, regional, city partnerships, community-based partnerships has been lacking. But this is what this conference is about, bringing everyone together to strengthen those partnerships, because it's going to be all of us working together to create a safer and cleaner California. Really want to thank you for being here, for taking the time to share your knowledge and expertise to advance long-term solutions to the issue of illegal dumping. And the theme of this year's conference, Breaking the Cycle, Systemic Solutions for Illegal Dumping, is a reflection of the work that's happening right now with collaboration at the state, county, and city level. And I'll just get to that in a moment, but just want to first lay out the challenges that our communities face here in California. We know that illegal dumping is a persistent public health, environmental, and quality of life crisis. All those things, not just about having a clean street or clean neighborhood. It's a public health issue. It's an environmental issue because this waste ends up in our storm drains. It ends up in our rivers. It ends up in our bay, harming our environment. We know that abandoned waste attracts additional dumping. Just have to go to East Oakland to see what happens. People literally dumping cars and RVs on our streets. It creates fire hazards, blocks sidewalks, it harms local residents and businesses, and it disproportionately impacts low-income communities and communities of color.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And those communities that have the money and have the resources, that stuff gets picked up very quickly, but it's the communities that don't have those resources that are the most disproportionately impacted. So despite significant investments across many jurisdictions in cleaning up, including expanded weekend staffing, increased bulky pickup services, and aggressive pursuit of grant funding, enforcement has really been the missing component. We could put up as many cameras around, but if we don't have good enforcement mechanisms, we're not going to be able to hold repeat dumpers accountable. And in the conversations we've had in the Sacramento about this issue, more recently about some of the legislation I'll just briefly touch upon, it's not just someone who doesn't want to pay the dumping fees at the transfer station. These are organized businesses that are picking up construction debris at a cost, charging people, presenting as a legitimate business, and then dumping the stuff on a street corner. And that really harms our neighborhoods. Here in Oakland, the city auditor just last week released a report showing that the city's increasing costs associated with illegal dumping are significant. Just in fiscal year 2024-25, Oakland spent nearly $12 million cleaning up illegal dumping, double the cost compared to 10 years ago, with trends increasing significantly since the pandemic. And I want to lift up the incredible leadership of Liam Garland and the Oakland Public Works Department as a critical partner in this effort. We need more people and more resources to help you do your job. Last year, Oakland collected over 7 million pounds of waste, 7 million pounds. To visualize that amount, what does 7 million pounds look like? That's the same weight as 1,750 cars. And so you may have parked at the giant parking garage just around the corner. That takes up an entire city block. Imagine over 2 of those garages filled with trash. That would just give you a visual estimate of how much trash Oakland is picking up and not getting a lot back from those repeat offenders. The cost of enforcement has also risen substantially, $2 million in the last fiscal year in enforcement, compared to just $600,000 in 2019. Even more concerning is that this enforcement action has yielded just $16,000 in collected illegal dumping fines. This is not sustainable. Oakland residents have made it clear to all of us that something needs to change, that we're sick and tired of this, we're fed up with this.
Yep.
I want you to say we are listening and we are taking action.
We are listening and we're taking action.
And so I think what's clear is the consequences of illegal dumping is not strong enough to deter dumping. But there are several policies I want to just touch upon that are helping to change that. First, the Oakland City Council voted to raise fines for illegal dumping, which previously had been below neighboring jurisdictions, using the model ordinance by Supervisor Miley and the work of this initiative. Now, first-time offenders will be fined $1,500 or double the previous fine. and rising to $5,000 for third offenses or beyond. Really, as the inspiration of this, the recent regional convening that Supervisor Miley hosted has been the inspiration for this legislation. All the great ideas that you came up with were really the inspiration for that legislation. In addition, there's another bill in Sacramento, which I was proud to move out of the Public Safety Committee, which I chair, SB 1396 by Senator Valladares, which I'm a co-author of, which increases illegal dumping penalties statewide. So it builds on Oakland's legislation and makes it a statewide law. But we can increase penalties, but if we can't collect them, we're going to have a problem in terms of paying for the increased costs of cleaning up our streets and holding perpetrators accountable. 10% of fines that are levied are ultimately collected. So for far too long, people that have been cited for illegal dumping have avoided consequences, and it keeps happening, keeps happening. What is it saying? Insanity is just doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. That's where this third policy comes in, which I'm very proud to have authored on behalf of Oakland, Senate Bill 1218, which is a bill that I've introduced to give the Department of Motor Vehicles, finally, the power to not renew vehicle registration if the owner has outstanding fines for illegal dumping, whether you're a business owner or individual. And this is similar to what DMV has the power to do already for unpaid parking citations. Now, if you have unpaid dumping citations, DMV will not renew your vehicle. And so I think what this bill does is that we have one additional tool, in addition to all the work that's being done at the county level, the city level, now the state level, that if you choose to dump and pollute our communities, you will be held accountable for your actions. We hope that this will serve as an additional deterrent by having real consequences for illegal dumping. We should not have to shoulder the financial burden created by those who illegally dispose of waste. By improving the collection of fines, we hope to deter violations, help cities recover costs, and to make our neighborhoods safer. I recognize that some people here today were at the press conference with me and Supervisor Miley just a couple months ago, where we announced this bill, and I'm really excited about the broad coalition that's formed to support SB 1218, Faith in Action East Bay, Mayor Barbara Lee, the Alameda County Board of Supervisors, Waste Management, thank you for your support, Stop Waste, and other organizations and jurisdictions from out California who are saying enough is enough with illegal dumping in our state. Just to update you, the bill is currently going through the committee process, and we hope will be voted on by the state Senate next month. And then we'll be moving on to the next phase of the process. And it's very rare in Sacramento, let alone Washington, to have bills that Democrats and Republicans agree on. But when we presented this bill just a few weeks ago, literally people were really falling over themselves to say, I want to co-sponsor this bill. So that's a good thing. That means that we finally caught on something that actually people recognize as a good idea and something that will make an impact. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is a human issue. This is an issue about what's good for all Californians. Lastly, I just want to highlight some of the work that Alameda County has been doing under the tremendous leadership of Supervisor Miley. I really think you are at the forefront of this issue and are inspiring counties and cities throughout the state of California. A decade ago, Supervisor Miley launched the Alameda County Illegal Dumping Task Force, prioritizing the 3 E's as we know them: education, eradication, and enforcement. In 2020, the task force issued a comprehensive report that to this day is being used as a model for cities and counties to implement their own policies based on the successful pilot programs that the supervisor has been able to launch here in Oakland and Alameda County. So once again, thank you, Supervisor Miley. Once again, Oakland is leading. Oakland is showing how we can do things differently and make an impact. What makes this important is that these programs are designed to be replicable and scalable. I want to reiterate that much of this success stems from the partnerships that are forged, different agencies, departments coming together, the private sector coming together, and the community leaders saying, enough is enough, we're going to reclaim our streets. We know that education is needed to inform community members about what to do. Be a good neighbor. Don't trash your community. We need to have the tools needed to eradicate trash, and we are now beginning to create more tools to enforce this problem. Now it's up to all of us to work together to advance these policies, to lift up our communities and create a safer California. Very happy to be here, to be a strong partner, to work with you, and thank you once again for being part of this conference, and thank you once again, Supervisor Miley, for your tremendous leadership.
Let's give the senator a round of applause. That was great. That was great. So we ended the conference with a, on a very high note. This is really great. And the fact that we've got folks in Sacramento finally.
Worth the $2 million.
Oh, great, great. We've got folks in Sacramento finally listening to us after all these years. Stephanie, Doug, and others, so this is really, really good. And the thing is, these issues, once again, have no boundaries. They affect urban communities, suburban communities, rural communities. And, I fortunately, as a supervisor of District 4, I represent urban communities, suburban communities, and rural communities. I've got it all and I've seen it all. So what we're doing is trying, and like Aaron has pointed out, and like all of you know, there's no cookie cutter, but clearly there are things that can be done that would impact illegal dumping statewide. But, trying to address it in isolation, one jurisdiction at a time, one city at a time, one special district at a time, all it does is just move it around. We want to address it throughout the entire state. And I think the senator is at the forefront in helping us achieve that. So thank you, Senator.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Supervisor Miley. We've reached the saddest part of the conference, which is the end of the conference. But we're so excited that we got to be here, that I've learned so much. I've had a really amazing time. I've had so many conversations, maybe more networking in the future, although like Nate said, we had a lot. But that's my favorite part though, is the talking to people, is the hallway conversation, sitting at tables at lunch last night. That's what this is all about, and why I'm so grateful that everyone came out in person for this. So I want to ask everyone to just stick around for just a moment though, because we're going to wrap up, but we do want to get one photo of everybody who's here in person at the end of this conference. And so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give us one final round of applause for IDCon5 though. One final. Excellent. All right. So, and then what I'm going to do, Claudio, if you can help us, we're just going to move these tables a little bit to the side. We're going to have everyone come up. We're going to move this podium out of the way. Tanya's right there. She's going to take some photos, and then even more networking. We have the space for a while, so hang out. Thanks, everyone.
All right, so we're all going to try and get in as close as we can right here.
You're going to start dancing soon.
All right, we are going to have to like bunch in though. Bunch in. We all got to be friendly. Extra people in front. Come on up.
No, you should not. Make him say it's right.
You're there, you're in there.
Yeah.
Really has to go down.
1, 2, 3.
Wait, back it.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Let's do an IDCon5.
IDCon5.
Thank you.
Yeah.